Ooh, yeah. But
All right. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the Overdrive Third Gear. It is ladies' night. How you doing, Christine? What's up, everybody in the channel? Joseph Hilliger, thanks for coming through. Joe Whitfield, my boy Hassan Burton, and the ladies, Dane Frankie, Naima Buckner, Christine Williams. It's going to be interesting tonight. Glad you guys can make it. And as you know, as of last ladies' night, I'm just riding shotgun. It's the ladies' night. They carry power tonight. So as soon as they get in here, they'll get the show on the way. I'm just hanging out, holding it down until they get up in here, get on this panel, and do their thing. This channel is a safe space for Black women, a place that was created for them so that they can come and be comfortable, express themselves free from attack. And I plan to uphold that to the fullest. Should be unique. Hey, what's going on? Yes, and unique. Come on. All women are welcome. It is your night. You don't have to worry about nobody attacking you. I am out here roaming around like a shark and a guard dog. I am part shark and part guard dog. Okay? The shark don't get him, the guard dog will. So don't worry about anybody coming here acting stupid. I got your back. Waiting for the co-host to arrive. So Black women holding Black women accountable. This is going to be good. So how's everybody doing? Like I said, I'm just, hanging out, kicking it with you guys until the women are ready to go. And once they get up here, I will fall back. And they will run things. But it is their show tonight. The drive belongs to them tonight. How'd you guys like Arthur last night? Arthur was pretty good, wasn't he? Came here, set it off right. We had a great conversation. A lot of stuff going on in the news too. I'm not really a big politic guy though. I got your RBR, I'm just not a politic guy. It's not my thing. Oh, dang, Frankie.
Hey, Max.
What's going on, Frankie? How you doing?
All right.
You guys ready for ladies' night tonight?
As ready as I'm ever going to be.
Mm-hmm. Waiting for Verbal Sass to come up in here, get things started.
Yeah.
Hey, Dane, how did you like the show last night?
All right. I went to go to playback to get the parts that I missed and catch up on the part, see what happened when I actually fell asleep. I didn't think my mic was on.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I think I snored or I was talking in my sleep.
Well, we didn't hear anything. I don't remember hearing anything.
I was able to hear. I think I was beginning to try to talk in my sleep, but I've had people tell me I had whole conversations with them while I was asleep. And I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. I was asleep.
Ladies and gentlemen, the co-host has arrived. She's in the building.
Who?
My co-host.
Oh, I hadn't seen her yet, but she's on a different time zone.
No, she's in the building. She's here, Frankie.
Oh, she is? Okay. I'm not the only one on time.
As soon as she gets up here, I will turn the show over to her, and then she will regulate the rest of the way.
Yeah. Well, just to give you a heads up, I cannot see the chat. Well, my computer is completely gone. My tech person told me, "What did you do to your laptop?" Oh, nothing. This I
You
can't
know,
fix this.
so if
You
y'all
need a
want
whole
me to,
motherboard.
if y'all want me to host, if y'all want me to do some tech shows, just let me know.
Oh, well, yeah,
I can
probably.
teach, yeah, I can
But
teach you how to fix it.
I don't trust myself to fix anything like my laptop. Even though my tech guy keeps telling me stuff, and I'll be like, I get like maybe 10% of what he's talking about, and then I have to tell him, okay, now do that in layman's term. Go down to the bare basics.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will. I will. You know, just let me. I didn't think you guys are interested because I'm a tech guy. So if y'all want me to do some tech shows, like on
Okay,
laptops, stuff like that, I
I'm gonna be
will.
honest with you. You're gonna have to go very, very layman. I mean, go like you trying to teach somebody that knows absolutely nothing. That's the safe bet.
No problem.
Mm-hmm.
I plan to do that.
Because you can't make an assumption. I know those technical jargon. Some stuff I do, but there's some stuff that just go over my head, and I will interrupt and go, "What is that? What you mean by that?
That's cool.
What's the connection to what I do?" Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's fine. That's the way I teach anyway. I always teach people like they don't know anything. You know,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
so I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah,
This
which
author
doubles
came in
up
last
my
night.
opinion because sometimes you sound like one of my favorite teachers. And since I go to his wife house and type to his house and type up stuff for his wife, I see him almost every day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was my
That's
teacher
good.
from 10th grade. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Christine, no problem. I'll start doing that. I'll put that together.
Mm, yeah.
I'll put that together.
Now I'm curious about what the chat is talking about.
Oh, they're just talking. They're just getting in gear, getting ready for the show.
Mhm.
Cindy Unique said she's coming up.
Yeah,
I,
so I guess I can't joke in the chats now.
yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess if you can you see your chat?
I have to go back and forth because I'm on the phone. Shoes. I use the phone so much on the chat. I don't even know how to use it too much on the computer. Hey Joe, sorry I miss you. I think of Joe as like my big brother because I think he's around the same age as my uncle, and that uncle is more like a brother than an uncle.
Uh-huh.
Well, I guess because he's just 6 years older than me.
Right.
Mhm.
Let me see. Okay, there she is. The verbal assassin is on board. She's on
Okay.
deck. Verbal, you there?
Good evening. Can y'all hear me? Oh no, hold on.
Yeah.
I
Yes,
keep
I can hear you.
yes, actually I think yes, I'm here. Hold on, let me see what's happening.
Okay.
Okay. Well, you see, that's what happened. When we on time, that means something didn't get done or something is gonna catch up with us. In fact, I still think somebody's gonna pop up in here and say something. Y'all hear stuff in the background. Or worse yet, I'm gonna get a call for an emergency designated driver run. Yeah.
uh,
I'm my neighborhood driver, and I'm trying to get them to give me advance warning and don't come at me at the last minute. But they know I'm a soft touch and I'm hard to say no.
what you guys think about Lucy?
Actually, I like Lucy. Um, let's see, straight to the point. She reminds me of somebody, but I can't think of who.
Hmm.
Hmm.
What's up, Hassan Burton? Bet you can make it for ladies' night. Yeah, they were pretty good last night. They set it off last night, Christine. They did. It was a good discussion. You know, eventually I'm going to have more some serious guests on here as the channel grows. I don't want to bring them on yet because the channel's not big enough yet. So once the channel grows, I'm gonna have some big time guests. I know some people. You know, I'm gonna have some big time guests on here. And as Lady Night grows, you know, you girls can request, you know, when you guys want a guest on ahead of time. I can see if I can get that guest on for you guys for Ladies Night.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
Yeah, like y'all should have Cerulean on. You know, one of these times y'all should have him on so y'all can pepper him with all kinds of questions.
Yeah, but if he catch me in a punchy mood, I'm gonna be trying to poke him to get him to laugh.
Oh, okay.
There's a quirky side of me that the more let's see, how did I put his tone? I don't want to use unemotional because that ain't it. It's I guess it's stylic. Is the word he is. The more I want to find the funny bone and tickle him. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, can y'all hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
I am so sorry. I have all these windows. I'm having 3 and 4 windows open and stuff, so I'm hearing all this delay. I had to figure out what was going on. I had to close a few windows, but I'm back. I'm here.
Okay.
Good evening. Hi,
All
Dan.
right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the co-host is here, Miss Verbal Assassin. Please show her the respect. She's carrying my power. So whatever she says goes, and I will answer her call if she calls on me. So be cool. Everybody be respectful. Okay, Verbal, I'm going to turn the show over to you, let you regulate, set up the way you want, and I'll mosey on down to the chat.
Okay. All right, so good evening, everyone. I'm glad everyone's here for Ladies Night Part 2, our second volume. Dame Frankie.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here. How are you?
I'm okay. It's just been running as usual.
Yeah, same here. Simply Unique. Can you please come up on the panel? Because the topic for tonight is actually the one that you suggested. So I figured, since it was your suggestion for us to talk about female accountability, that you had something in mind. So if you can come up, that would be great.
Oh, and one more thing. Let me know when you want me to lock up put the waiting room back into play. Right now, I got the waiting room open so people can come straight up. So when you want me to turn the waiting room back on, just let me know. Okay.
Okay. I will. I don't have a problem with anyone who comes up. So.
Okay.
Let me start this way as far as female accountability. Cynthia Unique is not up here yet. We're waiting for her because it was her topic. So I would like her to kind of lead us into what she wanted to talk about in regards to that. We hear as women all over YouTube about female accountability. The women need to be accountable. But it stops there. There's ellipsis after the women need to be accountable. So the question is, my question is to any man in the chat. You want to put it in the chat, and maybe we can just start this off while we wait for Simply Unique. What is it that you think that women should be accountable for? If you agree with that premise that we're hearing all over YouTube. The things I'm hearing, Black single motherhood, I don't know, ratchetness. I'm just confused on what we should be accountable for that is outside of our own lives and the way that we live our own lives and present ourselves to the world. Because we're not responsible for what every other Black woman does. There is a sisterhood, but I mean, it's kind of, you know, we just, Black female accountability, what does that look like? What does that look like to men? Let's see. I am Lucy. You want to come up? You're welcome to come up. Because I see you put here in the chat, Black female fuckery. Yeah. I don't know. Go ahead, Dame.
Sometimes I get the impression they think we should grab women, put them in the headlock, and say, "Stop what you're doing," or whatever it is they seem to think we can tell them to. We can probably do that with our personal friends and people close to. But how you tell people on YouTube that? It's like you just setting yourself up to get an FU, or mind your business. What you got to do with that?
Right. And that's why it's kind of confusing with that we don't hold, I mean, they stomp their feet and they beat their fists on the table and they get, this is what I imagine, you know, I don't see them actually, but this is just what I imagine they're doing when they're ranting and raving in their YouTube spaces. That not only do we need to, we women, we need to hold each other accountable. Again, it ends there. They don't tell us what that actually looks like in their mind. And then also that they are attempting to hold us accountable. Again, I don't know what that would actually look like because they seem to be speaking about random women that they see on, you know, on TV or something or in social media doing stupid stuff. That's what people do on social media. They do stupid stuff. Yeah. So I don't know how a strange man that I don't know is going to hold me accountable or any other Black woman that he does not know. So this whole hold Black women accountable is just a little bit confusing for me, and I would like some direction on what the men think about that. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I am Lucy. We're here waiting for you, sis. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah. And then sometimes when they rant and raving, I don't know who these people are they talking about. Why you don't keep so and so accountable? I don't know who the heck she is. I don't be watching her channel. If you didn't rant and rave, I would know nothing about what you're talking about. And you ranting and raving, I still don't know what you're talking about.
Are you ladies mind if I give you some insight on that real quick?
Please do.
One of the biggest things that they scream about all the time is that Black women choose bad men. They make bad choices when it comes down to the men. And when the men don't act right and they get left with babies that the men don't want to take care of, they blame the Black woman for choosing bad men. So one of the big things is that you guys don't choose men properly. You don't choose good men. And you should hold yourself accountable or be responsible for the mates that you choose.
Okay, but who, you know, it just seems like when they say things like that, they're talking about a certain subset of Black women. And for me, that's not what I see in my everyday life, in my friend circle, the women that I work with, the women I see in my neighborhood. It's this caricature of a Black woman that they are holding up as some sort of model that all of us Black women are feeling, thinking, and doing and behaving in that way. You know, to me, that's a certain type of Black woman who can make mistakes. So what they're talking about is making mistakes in your life, which everyone does. Mm-hmm. Everyone, if you're of a certain age, you've dated, you know, a few people in your life. I'm sorry, hold on. I'll be right back. I need to close the window here.
Okay. Okay. That's kind of hard to answer because we don't go in there choosing a bad man or thinking we choosing a bad man. so if we made a mistake in judgment, missed some kind of flag, yeah, we take the L, but it's just a mark of, okay, I learned a mistake. Some women don't. I don't know how to tell them, hey, you repeating the same pattern, because most of the women I know, okay, they made a mistake or they chose wrong, and they learn from that, and they move on. They either move on, don't make the same mistake, slow down and concentrate on getting themselves together, all kind of other stuff.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm back.
Mhm.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
Yeah, so okay, it sounds like they want us to be accountable for a mistaken choice in the past.
Right.
Okay, all right. I made a mistake. I chose the wrong guy. He wasn't
Exactly.
the
I've
one.
done it. I think we've, like I was saying, I mean, and the thing is they act as though they're saying this to us, but then it's okay for them. And so they're saying that you don't get to complain basically because you should have chose better. Okay. But
Well,
you are over there complaining
mhm.
about the Black women that you've chosen who've done you quote unquote dirty in your life. But you don't put that onus on yourself that you should have chose better. Everybody makes mistakes in dating. Dating is for learning and figuring out if the person that you're dealing with is going to be is a match for you, is compatible with you. And sometimes they're not. A lot of times, most of the time, they're not. 99% of the people that you date are not going to be your forever person.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
everybody chooses wrong. Now, as far
Yeah.
as making those choices and not learning from them, there are plenty of people who do that. Yes,
Yeah.
but if I make a bad choice with a man, and I get pregnant by that man, and I I have to deal with the consequences of the choice that I made, and I choose to be responsible enough to keep my child, raise my child, whether the man is going to do what he's supposed to do or not. Don't tell me that I can't try to hold him accountable for the responsibility that we both made. We both did this, regardless if he ended up not being good or not. He still did something that created a life. We did this together. I didn't do it on my own. So I still get to say that he should be taking care of his child. I still get to say that. I still get to expect that. I don't see why I wouldn't. And like you were saying, I think you were saying a little bit ago, Dane, that it's as if they're saying it as though we're going into these situations knowing that this is a bad guy. Do y'all even understand how many fakers and pretenders and manipulators
Manipulators.
there are out here? What did Chris Rock say? Was it Chris Rock? You're meeting someone's representative when you meet someone. That's
And then
goes
a
for
false representative at that most of the time.
absolutely. That's their representative. That's their mask.
Mhm. Yeah. How many guys go up to the woman saying, hey, I mainly want to have sex with you. If we manage to do something more, that's good. But I'm all about the sex, because he knows that most of the time the women be like, no, keep a stepping. So
Exactly.
they'll try to charm their way in, and uh, uh, um, the good ones learn how to put a persona that allure the woman in.
Yeah,
And
and women who are younger with less experience, who did not have the privilege of growing up with a father in the home to teach them. Number one, when a girl does not grow up with a father to show her how a man is supposed to love her and how a man is supposed to treat her, then she's out there blind dating. She does not know. And especially in this young generation now, it's even worse than ours. And
Yeah.
the things that, because they have social media, so they're getting their cues from social media and what's good to do, this hookup culture stuff. So,
Yeah.
you know, you have these expectations, these unrealistic expectations that are put on women. I mean, women are just human, just like you. And yes, we make mistakes. No, we don't always make the best choices, but we shouldn't be demonized for being human. You know, so what is this really about?
And is it just me, or is these younger generation are less knowledgeable, less even those of us who were raised with a single parent, like raised with my mom told me all kind of stuff. In fact, she was shocking my godmother because she was giving me the sex talk at 6 years old. Not, not a big, the major, but just enough for me to understand.
Right.
But that was shocking to my godmother. My godmother was like, that's too young. So over the period of time, my mom gave me the sex talk, and as I got older, she stepped it up. And but I'm running into these women and girls that don't even have those basics from the woman point of view, let alone from the father, uncle, brothers, cousins, radar.
Yes, and that's because a lot of these women, you know, a lot of the mothers, they don't even know, because it's a generational thing that's been going on. So the mothers don't even, a lot of the mothers don't even know what to tell their children, what to tell their daughters. You know, hi, Ruby Red. Let's welcome Ruby Red to the panel. Thanks for coming up, sis.
Hi, thank you for having me. And hello, everyone. Good evening.
Good evening. So what do you think? Have you been listening?
I have been listening. Well, at least to the last, we'll say 15, 20 minutes or so.
Oh, okay. That's about as long as we've been talking. So what do you think so far about what you've heard? What are your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts, I mean, okay, on one side, right? I mean, I 100% agree that, and I think that it's unfair that women, especially Black women, are all painted with the same brush, where it's almost like everyone's painted with the gold digger brush, or that brush where it's like, oh, well, they went out of their way to go target some guy and then go accidentally on purpose get pregnant and just to screw the guy over, and now
Right.
whatever, like there's this ridiculous kind of, no, not every situation is the same. And when it comes to situations where, hey, you were with someone, you were dating this person, you guys were together, I bring up my best friend all the time. She was with her boyfriend for 3 years, and then you get pregnant. That isn't you being irresponsible or a hoe, or, it's not ridiculous for you to expect that when he says, oh, you're pregnant, and he's happy, and we're going to have a baby, and we're planning for this baby now, and yay, it's not ridiculous for you to expect that, okay, he's going to stick around for this kid that he was excited that you were pregnant with.
Right. And that
right.
happens a lot.
Oh, no, and I agree with that. I think it happens a lot more than men are willing to admit it does, because a lot of men are kind of fighting the opposite battle, which, I mean, whatever. But, I do think that there is also the other side. And I do understand the side that says, hey, listen, we were just in it for the sex. We didn't even know each other's names. So when we did have sex, now she comes back 6 weeks later, says, hey, I'm pregnant. You're the father. We're having a baby. And, it is her body. It's her choice. It should be her body and her choice. But, I do think that there is also an unfair balance there, whereas he doesn't get to choose in that situation. So I think I see both sides. It just depends on the situation. And I do think that there are different situations. You cannot look at any one single mother, single father, even couple, and say, oh, well, they all got pregnant the same way. Like that's ridiculous.
Right. And I hear what you're saying about it, this thing about fairness, and, that's not fair, that men don't get to. There's a lot of things that aren't fair. Life isn't fair. Biology may not seem fair, but it is what it is. There's a lot of things that women can't do that men get to do, and it's okay for men to do it. And if a woman does the same, then she's going to be vilified. She's going to be called all kinds of names. she's held to a different standard because she is a woman. That's the nature of our society and male female dynamics. It's not fair. You know, it may not feel fair, but it is what it is. We do get the choice of whether or not to continue that life, because that life is growing within us. And their choice starts at intimacy. Like they get to choose whether or not they're going to cover it up. And a lot of men don't want to do that. They don't want to do that because, you know, they don't like the way it feels. You know, it feels better without it. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. So they take those chances. And then when an oops baby pops up, now they're mad.
I hear you with that. And I do think, and I say this all the time to the guys who sit there and vilify women for not giving men a choice and all of that, but then sit there and go, nah, I don't wear condoms because, you know, wait, hold on. You're having random sex with random chicks at clubs and you don't wear condoms? Well, you know, first of all, go to church on Sunday, thank Jesus you're alive, because I'm not sure how. But second of all, no, you're an idiot because you are intentionally creating baby mamas, many of which you probably don't even know of right now, and then you're criticizing them for becoming baby mamas. Like that's a little bit hypocritical. But you know, there are other situations. I mean, you know, condoms break, for example. Women say that they're on the pill. There's lots of other ways other than just, well, he decided he didn't want the condom or he took off the condom midway through, which does happen too. You know, there are other situations. And I do think that it comes down to, like I said, I do think my body, my choice. As a woman, it's going to have to grow inside of me for 9 months. And at the end of the day, I know that that responsibility, no matter what he does, is going to fall on me for 18 years minimum. Okay.
Right.
But
right. Like my mom always said, she said, I remember her telling me, what is that saying? Mama's baby, daddy's maybe.
Exactly.
Yeah,
right.
that's my grandfather's phrase.
Right. So I respect when a woman gets, you know, she gets an oops baby with a guy. He don't really know her. She don't really know him. Whatever. She contacts him and says, "Listen, I'm pregnant. You know, obviously you can have a paternity test later. I'm giving you the option, right? You can be in this kid's life or not, right? And I know a couple women who did that, right? And they literally, hey, I'm giving you the option to be in this kid's life or not. But if you're going to be in, you got to be in the kid's life. You don't have to be in my life, but you have to be in. You can't, you know, flicker in and out or, you know, stupid shit like that. Either be all in or be all out. But they gave the guy that option because, you know, she thought about it. She cried about it. She went back and forth about it a lot of times and finally said, okay, I want to keep this baby. So I am prepared to be a single mom and have this baby. But you know what? Since he's the other half of this, I'm going to let him know and give him that option as well. See, I respect that choice. I think that that's how it should be in situations like that. Hey, listen, this is what it is. I'm giving you this option here because I understand we didn't come to this decision together. We weren't in a relationship. We had no expectation of seeing each other again ever. So, you know, I think that that's how I feel in that situation.
Yeah. Yeah.
And like I understand, see, that's the thing. Like, you know, I know that my viewpoint might not necessarily be very popular. You know, and it's not like I don't know single. I mean, my mom was a single mom. My mom got pregnant in high school as the school valedictorian. She was the nerdy girl, but she fell in love with the bad boy. And you know, and she became pregnant. And they got married before I was born. They got separated before I ever could remember them together. But she was a single mom her whole life. Now, my parents shared me equally, 50-50, but she's still a single mom. She's living in the world, having to date, she's still a single mom, just like my dad was a single dad. You know, my best friend with the boyfriend, I said they were together for 3 years, and he was all excited. She knew he had 2 kids with the previous woman. While she was pregnant, she found out that he had 4 additional babies with 3 additional women.
When did she find that out? Did she find that out after the fact or before she got pregnant?
No, while she was pregnant.
Okay, so he hid
Well,
that part from her.
Yep, because she had actually helped him pay towards the kid. Like there was an official child support set up, but she had helped him give money to the kid and knew the his baby moms, right? She didn't know about all the other ones. She found out while she was pregnant that her baby was born at 24 weeks, and he came to the hospital once and never again. And she found out the reason why he wasn't coming to the hospital is because every day she was at the hospital, he was with the new baby moms. And when I say new one, I mean the woman he had gotten pregnant while she was pregnant.
Yes.
Whoa.
Right? Like she was with this guy for 3.5 years. They lived together. This was not like a,
That's
oh,
crazy.
well, it's random or how she had no reason to think he'd stick her. They lived together for like 2 years, talking about marriage and but no, he was a lying, filthy, scummy bastard.
Right.
Why would she have known that? Like he found out everything when she was a few months pregnant already.
And so for some women, that's too late, and that's why it's important for both men and women to at least try to get to know what we're not up here saying. For people in the chat, I know there was someone. I guess he was popping off because this is not the conversation he wanted to hear. What he was expecting, I guess he wanted us to bash each other. I don't do that. So just to let you know, I don't bash women and I don't bash men. What I do is I tell the truth as I see it. So this commentary is not about saying that we should not make better choices. Of course we should make better choices. Of course we should, understand that we need to vet people. But a lot of this stuff happens to women when we're younger and we don't have the experience to slow things down, to take our time. And a lot of us don't know what to look for, especially when you don't have that experience, you don't know what to look for. Women are going off of emotion, they're going off of lust, they're going off of how fine he is, if he has a nice car, if he makes her feel feminine, and which is very, very powerful for a woman.
Yeah.
When a man is masculine and he makes her feel feminine and she can, rest in that, that's extremely sexy. It's a great turn on for a woman. So when a man knows how to do that, it can be rough for a woman, especially when you're younger. And then, you're in the bloom of youth. The bloom of youth is a hell of a thing. Hormones are going and all of that. So,
but you know what though? No, my best friend was 28 when she got pregnant, living with a boyfriend for the last 3 years. So, it happens. Now, you want to talk about holding someone accountable. Now, I already told you what this man did. Now, she said, hey, listen, well, first she tried to stab his car. I thought that was funny. It didn't work. You can't stab a car with a kitchen knife. You will cut your hand, just so anyone knows.
She tried to stab his car?
She tried to stab his car because she knew he loved that car.
Why didn't she just scratch it? Don't stab it, you scratch it.
Because I guess she didn't want to go to jail for stabbing him.
Don't even bother with that. Get a baseball bat.
Right.
Take it to the
trust
car.
me.
You know what you can do? You know what you can do? In the summertime, you can take crazy glue, right? And then you can just you can pull the windshield wipers back and you can put the crazy glue on there in the summer because it's not going to be raining. And then you stick the windshield wipers, and then when the winter comes and it starts raining and stuff and he goes to turn on his windshield wipers, there are no windshield wipers. Look, y'all ain't heard that from me.
Guess what a friend of mine found out by accident? She was trying not to have the car scratch and go to her, so she threw some bologna on the top of his car to attract the neighborhood dogs and cats. Where it turned out when the summer the heat, the bologna ate through his paint.
Yes, that's exactly. That's another one. That's another one you can do. And guess what? Yeah, you throw the slices of bologna on the car at night, and then in the morning time, it's baking. It's baking, and then it sticks to the car, and then they pull it off, and it's like. But see, here's the thing: a man didn't give me these little tricks. I mean, a woman didn't give me these little tricks. A man told me these little tricks. I'm not going to say what.
You know what though? But I'm going to say this though, because here's the thing, right? This guy, John Clark, was talking about accountability. Now here's this for accountability. So after she did that stupid shit, which is hilarious, I still tease her to this day. Her kid's 8. But after that, so she said, okay, well, obviously I can't live here. I'm not doing this. So she had nowhere else to go. She had no family here to support her and whatever, except for her drunk, abusive father. So what she did was she said, I'm going to go be homeless. And she went and stayed in a women's shelter while visiting her kid in the NICU every day. Because remember, he was born at 24 weeks. He's basically an abortion. It's like he could fit in the palm of your hand, all of him. And I mean that literally. So, you know, while she was doing that, she's staying in a shelter. Her friend said, fine, hey, listen, come crash on our couch. And she did that for a while until she could get an apartment, which she got the apartment. Then within a couple of years, she bought herself a car. Within a year after that, she bought herself a house. Well, a condo, but still, she bought herself a condo. Within a couple of years of that, now she is married. And, you know, she has another baby. So what I'm saying is, you know, it's not about not holding people accountable, because that whole entire time, you know, where that father was, when he thought he could try to get some from her, he'd show up. And the only thing he really showed up for this baby's entire life was for his christening. And he thought after he showed up for the christening, he'd get some. That was not going to happen. And that was it. He wouldn't come back for anything. Like, this is your son. She wasn't trying to get money from him. Come see your kid. Just come be here. Come see the magic that is this child that should have been a disaster that seems perfectly fine. Come and meet the magic of this kid everyone loves. Nope, wants nothing to do with his own son. Now you see, that was his firstborn son. All of his kids prior to that were girls. But you know what? She went and did all this by herself anyway.
Hold on
Accountability.
one moment, Ruby. I want to welcome Lucy to the panel. Hey sis, how are you? Thanks for coming up.
Good. How y'all ladies doing this evening?
Hey.
I'm doing great.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So, what do you think? What do you think so far? You've been listening. What is your take on the accountability of Black women?
I would need more context, because when we talk about accountability of women, I think everyone needs self-accountability first before we can start holding anybody else accountable.
Right.
So it would start there.
Hey, Max, I just want you to know, I mean, you don't have to, the people in the chat, you know, some of the men, unless they're in there really twerking and calling us names and stuff like that, you know, their little comments aren't really bothering me.
Yeah, I like to push back.
Yeah, they can say their little stuff. It's okay. It's not, as long as they're not calling nobody out their name or any of that, they're cool.
All right, Jimbo.
If you guys see something horrible, you know what to do. But they can make their little comments, you know, because I might ask a question, especially if they're twerking a lot. I want to, you know, they need to do more than twerk. I might ask them a question.
Okay, no problem. Gotcha.
Okay, go ahead, Lucy.
Y'all kind of slid into the conversation of like the stuff that, you know, women do to do cars and stuff. I want to ask y'all a question. What y'all think about Tiffany Haddish shitting in her ex-boyfriend Jordan?
I didn't hear about that, but Tiffany Haddish is a whole clown. She embarrasses me. She embarrasses me. She is the you know, I don't even want to call her a mammy. She is the white woman, I mean the Black woman that white people love to give a platform and a stage to. You know,
exactly.
It makes us look ridiculous.
She was looking crazy.
Yeah, she you know, somebody needs to take her behind the alley somewhere. That's what I think about Tiffany Haddish.
Yeah, she told the whole story.
I don't even know what she did.
Yeah, she went on somebody's little talk show. She was getting interviewed, and she told the whole story. I guess he played her, and so he had some brand new Jordans, and she took a dump in his shoe and invited him to play basketball.
That's in her
Yeah,
book.
she was telling it proud. Like, you telling it proud. Like, okay, that's not a story I would necessarily get in front of the public and tell, and with a smile on my face.
Do you all think she's she's anyone that any man would consider a wife or even a girlfriend?
Not unless they want a crazy ass adventure.
Unfortunately, some of them do.
Yeah, my neighbor, he likes crazy girls, and he's only 21. And I'm like, bro, you starting off your life wrong, crazy already, dealing with these crazy females. So when we talk about self-accountability, how can us sisters hold crazy broads accountable? Like, we can't.
No, we
The only
can't.
way I've ever heard of holding a crazy girl accountable is kind of severe. It's like ostracize her. You just don't acknowledge her. You know, you you pretend she don't exist. I've seen people walk right past and look right through them like they weren't there, and it could be hurtful. You know, it depends on the crazy. Some crazies will ratchet it up. You try to ostracize them as a group. So it could break her down and make her fall back in line and do better, or it could make her ratchet up to 2 and 3 levels.
Yeah, it depends on the
Right.
type of woman she is and where her actual, you know, maturity level is. I hold myself accountable and I hold my friends accountable. So I have tough talks with my friends about, you know, different subjects, the way they may be raising their sons. Because my son's grown, I've been through all of that already. And I have friends who have, I have one friend, her son is what, 7? And I have a close friend and her son is, I think, 10. And I've had to have discussions about their coddling nature, with their sons. And because they respect me and based on our friendship and they know me, so they know the place that I'm coming from, they can hear me. But I can't have those conversations with random women.
Yep.
They're gonna call me all up out my name and tell me to mind my business and everything else. So how do I hold those people accountable? It's impossible. It's like an impossible thing that we're being asked to do.
Facts. You know
Right.
what?
I
I think
agree.
what I
Yeah.
noticed with the
Hold on one
women
second.
that
Hold on one second, Ruby. Not to cut you off. I just want to welcome the lovely Neek to the panel. Simply, we've been waiting for you. How are you, sis?
I'm fine. How's everyone?
Peace,
hey,
sis. What's
good
good?
evening.
Good,
I'm,
good.
I was I'm driving back and forth. I got caught up in some chaperoning duties that I didn't expect to do tonight. So that's why I'm late. I'm sorry, guys. But I have been listening and yeah, having a pretty good discussion, but that's actually kind of not the exact direction I was thinking when I brought up the topic. I may have even mislabeled the discussion that I actually want to have.
Okay, well, let's get into it.
Well, put it
That's
on the
why,
table.
yeah, that's why I called. That's why I was hoping you came in and started the show with me because it was your topic and I didn't know where you wanted to go with it. So let's get into it.
I mean, it's along those veins, so it's not too far off. You started getting closer to it at this point in the discussion, so it kind of fits. So what I was thinking when I mentioned the topic is how, you know, at this point we have we go by the girl power and sisterhood mentality a lot of us women have. And what I've seen to notice lately is that we have become very protective of each other, very protective of each other. And it seems to me is getting to the point where it's overprotective. Um, so what I mean by that is like anytime someone perceives that something negative is being said about a woman, there's an automatic defense that happens. Even if the critique or criticism is warranted, we seem prone to defend it.
And for example,
So, for example, if someone says something in a negative manner, like let's say, how should I say this? All right, let's just talk about where you guys were speaking just a few minutes ago. So let's say someone says something in a negative light about single mothers. Like, single mothers are the reason that kids are out of control today. And it's a quick defense to say, well, they wouldn't be out of control if the men were more involved, which in one regard, that's completely true. But at the same time, the statement that some single mothers are ruining their kids is also true. So it seems to be a disconnect where it's not possible for two things to be true at the same time. You know what I mean?
I do. I know exactly what you mean.
So it's
Yeah.
always this argument of it's either or. So if someone says it, particularly if a man says it, we automatically jump into a defensive mode where it's like, no, 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 no. Where in some cases we need to be saying, yes, yeah, that's true. And we shouldn't defend that behavior because it gives a green light for it to continue.
Right. I don't really, I think that the defensiveness though comes from feeling constantly on attack. You know, especially let's just talk about here on YouTube. It has been so lopsided for so long in the manosphere spaces to where everything is the Black woman's fault. Everything falls back on the Black woman. The way the children are being raised is the single mother's fault. And there, on that side, there is there's no broader context to the fact that she is a single mother. So when you're a mother, you're a woman, right? And they complain about boys growing up feminine and having these emotional ways of being when they become adult men, and they blame that on them having a single mother. That's absolutely true. But here's the other part of that. She can only give him feminine energy. She can only give him that. That's why the man needs to be there so that he can offset what she gives him. A child needs, a boy especially needs both masculine and feminine energy to offset what the woman is going to only be able to give.
No,
And
absolutely. I totally agree with that. But my perspective on it is, because I really don't want to talk about the men too much. I want to keep it specifically on us women and what we can do to kind of, set a precedent for how, how we think we should move within our communities. Because I want to even keep it off of YouTube. I don't want to talk about what happens on YouTube because a lot of this shit that happens on YouTube is BS. It's done for views and clicks. Is not really based on reality for the
right,
most
but this is the only place that I even hear this stuff. I don't hear this stuff in real life. I just don't. I don't hear it in real life. I see it on social media if I choose to look, which I usually don't even like to even look at that stuff because it's negative and toxic. And I hear it on YouTube. That's the only place that I do hear it. So that's why I'm coming from it from this perspective.
Facts. I agree. I'm exactly the same way. And in fact, the to the level that because it's not just men who get jumped on when they try to be fair and balanced and see the bigger picture and see both sides of it. I get attacked and dragged and put down all the time. The amount of women who are calling me a pick me, and I mean other terms I've never even heard of before. I've never heard of the term pick me until someone called me one. Right? I didn't know half of these terms. I have to know them now because I'm being called them. And why am I being called them? Because I'm looking at the picture, and sometimes I'm totally willing to say, hey, listen, ladies, though we can't blame men. We have to look at how are we accountable for this situation as well. And regardless of whether or not he's messing up or he's not doing what he's supposed to do, what are we supposed to do? Because at the end of the day, we have to have our own back. We have to have the back of our children. And we can't say, well, you know what, he messed up, so I guess the whole world's going to hell in a handbasket then. But see, when I do that, I get called all kinds of names. If I say, hey, you know what, ladies, sorry, I disagree, but in this case, I would put this all on the women. I put it on myself when it happens, right? Mm-hmm. Oh, you're pick me, you're this, you're that, you're just looking for male attention and validation. No, I'm not at all. And I've never had this problem in real life. The women I speak to in real life are pretty fair and balanced too. But maybe that has to do with birds of a feather. So you look for women in real life to, create your circles that think like you and that are like you. You don't associate with women who think in this other way where it's everyone's fault but theirs if you take accountability for your life and your life choices.
See, I think that we definitely as women do need to be responsible for our own decisions, because we definitely have agency. We have agency in the choices that we make. Unless somebody is forcing themselves on us, we have a choice. So it is our responsibility who we choose to lie down with and who we choose, to have children with and all of that. We've made that choice. Now that is our choice, wrong or right, but it's hard for me to talk about things based on a one-sided view. That's very difficult for me because I see all sides. I always have seen all sides. And none of this stuff happens in a vacuum. None of it. So, that's just where I'm coming from. And what you said, Ruby, read about being called a pick-me-sha and all of that. That's, yeah, no one's called me that. No one's called me that because I think I try to be very balanced or what have you, but I've definitely seen it. And some women do go way too far where they are always totally, anything a man says is going to be A-okay with them. They're going to agree with him. They will get on his side to bash women. And that is because they are looking for male attention and validation. So those types of women are not our friends. But a balanced woman who can say, yeah, you know what, brother, you have a point, and here's where I need to do better. That's a mature woman who understands herself and the world around her.
Yep, exactly. I mean, to be honest with you though, I bash ain't shitness. And that comes from both men and women. And so it really depends on the topic that we're speaking about in the moment, what I'm going to be saying. But even when I say things, I'm the one person that is annoying in a panel that I was invited to talk about a topic, because I will always bring up, yeah, but we also have to see the other side. Now, seeing the other side doesn't justify the actions of either party.
Right.
or nullify the actions of either party, right?
Right.
It's to say, like, as you said, things don't happen in a vacuum, right? But see, now here's my thing, right? So, and I'll say this, for example, I speak and I work with women. My mom started a foundation over 20 years ago, and she calls it Standing in the Gap, and we've traveled around the world, really honestly, having women's retreats. And so I've worked with women from all over the world, and I've worked with young women from all over the world. And things that I tell young women, I don't tell young women in some of these seminars about protecting themselves. I don't say, well, it's not fair, men shouldn't this and men shouldn't that, right? I'm not going to sit there and spend the whole time focusing on that. You know why? Because it not being fair, that some men are pigs and some men are disgusting and some men are predators, it not being fair doesn't stop it happening. So I want to tell you, hey, listen, you're about to go off to college. Let's talk about the rules you should have for how you move. Not because you're a slut because you wore a short skirt and went to a party, not because you're a terrible person and you deserve whatever's coming to you because you got really drunk at a party. No, it's because I would like you to protect yourself, because you know what? There are poor girls like Jada out there and so many others actually that are starting to speak out and saying, hey, listen, this is what happened to me. This is the horrific thing that happened to me. I don't want that to happen to you. You know what I mean? And so it's not, I'm not blaming you. I'm not blaming the victim, right? What I'm saying is, hey, listen, let's look at what we can do going forward for people who are victims or for people who never have been. Let's look at how we can go out of our way to try to protect ourselves as best we can. That's not blaming the victim. That's saying, hey, listen, let's try to take accountability for as many factors as we can control, as many variables as we can control to protect ourselves. And I don't think that that's a wrong thing for me to do in that situation. I think that's the right thing, because I actually care about, the well-being of our women and them being able to protect themselves or make arm themselves for good choices before they've ever even set their foot out of the door.
Exactly. And I think that is our responsibility as older women who have had the experiences. It's our responsibility to teach the younger girls, the young girls, and we need to get them when they're young, so that, one thing that our young Black girls need to, be filled with, need to be given, need to understand, and is self-love. And that's sorely lacking in our young Black girls. They don't have self-love. So if you don't have that, then you're going to make all kinds of decisions that are going to be detrimental to your life. So I think it starts there. And go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just saying facts.
Facts. Yep. Facts.
Mm-hmm.
So within our own communities, I think that's a responsibility that we should take seriously, to mentor our young girls so that we can kind of turn the tide of, what's happening to them out here in these streets.
And that was my
that even goes for the older women too.
Yeah.
that was my whole point, because for me personally, and so with the work I deal with a lot of young men and women. But this is a trend that I'm seeing that, like I said, for me, is off of YouTube, where, no matter what a woman does, there's like always a defense for it. And I think that's not helping us. It's not helping us to defend behavior that we should be saying, no, I don't support that. And that's not in the best interest of you or our community.
Mhm.
So, like, for instance, what I deal with a lot is like girls that are promiscuous, like girls in their late teens or things like that. And it's like, it's this attitude now amongst them, like, boys could do it, why can't I?
Right.
And I actually see older women also promoting this.
Yeah.
And it's like, this whole slut shaming. Oh, we shouldn't shame her because it's her body.
No. Yeah. No, I'm shaming. I'm shaming. That's just me though. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So it's that type of attitude that I wanted to address, because there's so much stuff going on out here. Like, if we look at places like Atlanta, where the HIV rate is skyrocketing amongst Black women, and then we see a correlation with this attitude of like, I could sleep with whoever I want, it's my body. And then we have the sisterhood of women saying, yeah, it's her body, don't slut shame her.
Right. Like this whole, I'm sorry, for me, I was very disgusted with this whole Amber Rose slut walk. What is that? What kind of message does that send to our girls? And Amber Rose, I guess she's not supposed to be Black or whatever, but it doesn't matter, because so many Black women, her following is Black women.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but see, Amber Rose, I'm sorry, I despise that woman. I put her video, something that she said about the cucumber challenge, in my last video to mock it and her as well. But she's a despicable person, because what she did, which happened so much to movements, is she took an honorable movement that was about the police and society blaming women for being raped. Well, how short was your skirt? Were you showing cleavage? Did you smile or flirt with anyone at the party? Why? What does that mean she asked for it? Because that was what women were getting when they were going into police stations. And so the slut walk was not founded by Amber Rose, but it was founded by victims of assault. And it was about saying, hey, listen, me wearing clothing to be attractive at a party doesn't mean that I deserve whatever I get. That's what the slut walk was supposed to be about. Now, what Amber Rose turned it into was literally about being a whore. Be a whore, dress like a whore, act like a whore, and be proud that you're a whore. Now, that is not what this movement was about. This movement was literally saying that because I want to look cute when I go out to a party and I show a tiny bit of thigh and a little bit of cleavage, that's not being a whore. That's not announcing to the world, hey, I'm DTF. That's not what that means. That's crazy.
See, I'm glad you shared that. I didn't know that. I thought it just all, came from her.
Yeah, I didn't.
Oh no,
Yeah,
she just ruined it. That's all. She just ruined it. And that's what I find disgusting about so many of these things. This is what I was criticizing in that video. Was what third wave and fourth wave feminism did to a lot of these movements that were honorable. And that were about us being able to, for example, reclaim our sexuality. You aren't a whore because you had sex with your boyfriend. No, that's crazy for us to sit there and say, well, you don't deserve a husband because you slept with your boyfriend and then broke up with him and now you're with your fiance. Those are some of the mentalities we were fighting. Okay, that's an honorable fight. If men are allowed to sleep with 100 women, women should be allowed to sleep with a couple boyfriends before getting married, and it doesn't make her a horrible human or disgusting or slutty. This is crazy. But then, people like Amber Rose took these things and bastardized them, and now the message and the honorability of the message has been totally lost.
yeah.
Which is why I'm against white feminism as a general whole, not the least of which is because it has nothing to do with us and is not for us. But yeah, that's 90% of the reason why I'm against white feminism.
Yeah, they go way too far. They've ruined a lot of, white feminists have ruined womanhood for us, in a lot of ways they set us back. And I remember years ago being on this website where they had different message boards and you could, talk about all kinds of different things, have different topics. And most of the women on this particular board were white. And when I made that comment, they were enraged. They just went at me so hard. But when you say something like, you don't even want a man to open a door for you because you're a woman and you can do it yourself. You don't want a man to pull out a chair for you because that's misogynistic. I think you're stupid.
Yep.
And don't put that on me because I don't open my own doors when I'm out on a date.
Mm-hmm.
I don't open my doors and I don't go in my pocket. I just don't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Girl,
And that
I'm right with you.
and that attitude is what, maybe talking to a man, getting to know, you meet a new man. And I've had this experience several times where a man will say to me, well, women can do whatever. Because when I explain to them who I am and I have traditional values, they say, well, what do you mean? Women can do whatever men can do. Women are equal to men now, right? Y'all got it. You're an independent woman, right? And I'm like, did I ever say that to you? I didn't say that to you. You didn't hear that come out of my mouth. So don't regurgitate back to me what these feminists are out here talking about. That has nothing to do with me.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're going to deal with me, we're going to be traditional. You're going to be the man and I'm going to be the woman, and I'm going to treat you like a man and you're going to treat me like a woman. You're going to treat me like a lady. That's the only way I can deal with you. So it's made men, feel like, well, I don't have to do anything. I don't have to, treat her a certain way based on her gender. I don't have to do that because, women got it. They don't need us. That's a whole lie.
right. And a lot of us Black women have actually taken that ideology and ran with it. And it
Yeah.
has ruined womanhood, but it's also destroyed family. Because
excuse me, I'm sorry.
and it's a power struggle. You get in a relationship and it's a power struggle. Because the woman wants to be just as strong as the man. You want to have just as much.
You know what? That drives me crazy. But and that's why when I tell men how I am, and things that I've done or things that I do, or the balance in my relationship, they buck against it because what ends up happening is you have women who take anything that they do that a man can do, or is typically the man's role, or historically the man's role. If they do it, well then they deserve a little piece of the male power or the male dominance or the male treatment or whatever bullshit. And see, I don't believe that that's true. So for example, I'm very handy. And I was always a tomboy. I'm not a lady, right? I'm a woman. I'm not a lady, but I'm a wife. And so the thing is, though, is I'm also very handy, and I basically renovated a lot of our house myself with my own two hands. My husband is not a handy person. He wasn't raised to be one. He was coddled, and financially well off, and his parents paid for things to get done. So that's what he knows how to do. We aren't in the financial position to do that. So if we want things done, we have to do it ourselves. And it's not his forte, but it is mine. So he worked to make sure we had the materials necessary for me to be able to do this construction. He did some of the heavy lifting of the heavier stuff, but and I did all the technical stuff. To me, that didn't change his role as the husband and the man, and my role as the wife and the woman. That's crazy to me. That because you do something physical around the house, and he's not, you're the one who took out the garbage this week and he didn't because he was working doubles all week. Well, now you're the man because you did a male dominated chore. That's crazy to me. And I think the problem is we've got it really messed up, and we're not understanding that our roles as male and female are biologically determined and ingrained within us. And if we want our relationships and ourselves, honestly, to feel both fulfilled and happy in the best ways possible, then we need to stop fighting against these things, which also means that if we have a man, we have to understand that men thrive when they are respected. Men thrive when you look at them and treat them like they are men, regardless of if you have more zeros on your paycheck or not. He's still a man, and he still needs that respect, just like you're a woman and you still need love.
Right. Exactly. Men want respect. That's how they feel loved and valued by their woman, and women want to be loved and adored. That's our biology. That's men's love language is respect. They need it.
Yep. Right. It's even in the Bible. It says, women respect your husbands and men love your wives. Right?
Absolutely.
So it's old as Bible times. They knew that this is what men feel love. They feel, and the thing is, what women need to realize is that submission, yes, the man that you're submitting to has to be trustworthy and has to deserve it. He has to be worth it. That has to do with your mate choice. But now if he's worth it, you submit to him. You have to think about that complete submission. That puts him into a state of basically submitting to his role as your leader, as your protector, as your provider. And so what actually ends up resulting from that is not that you are subservient and denigrated. At all, because you will be protected and loved and cherished just as much as you are nurturing and loving and helping provide for him in different ways, right? But I think a lot of us don't understand those roles and what it could look like and what it could feel like and the beauty of it, because we're not raised in those families and in communities where there's a lot of it.
Right. Because submission to a lot of women is a dirty word. They see submission, to them, they hear submission and they hear doormat, they hear subservient. When a woman is submissive to her husband, she actually gets elevated by him. That's your strength, that's your power, to be feminine and submissive to your husband. Now you can only do that properly with a man who knows his role, but if you are with a man that you can't submit to, then he's not the right man. You shouldn't be with that man.
Facts.
Right.
Facts. I say that all the time. I say, listen, a man is basically a speeding train down a track. He has decided where he needs to go in 1 year, 5 year, 10 years. He knows the plan. And the thing is, do you want to get on his train or not? Because if you don't want to get on his train because you don't like the direction it's going, then you shouldn't get on that train. It's as simple as that. And then if you don't get on the train or you want to hop off at the next stop, well, he's going to keep going, and you need to go find the right train that's going in the right direction for you. There's no shame in either of those things. He's not necessarily doing it wrong. It's just not right for you. Right? But there will be someone who's doing it right for you, who's going in the right direction for you. Who sees relationships in the same way that you do, and enjoys things in the way you do. There is someone who's right for you. You might be wasting a lot of time trying to, say, make incompatible men right for you. You think, oh well, maybe when I marry him, maybe when I have his baby, maybe when
it only gets worse. Those things. If you marry a man who isn't right for you in dating, that marriage will be worse.
Oh yes. Oh yeah.
Because once he marries you, then he's really got you. He's really got you now. So he can really let it all hang out. And for women too, the same with women. When she gets that ring and locks him down, that's when you can actually really see the worst of a person when you're married. So marriage is not this, you just get married and everything's now going to magically be fixed and changed. But I want to read this comment that Maximum put in the chat and tell me what you ladies think about it. He says, the verbal assassin, men are upset at Black women for not pushing back against the Black women who are calling for the death of Black male babies. What do y'all think of that?
That's absolutely retarded. Like, I don't even.
Wait, what?
That's another one of those YouTube things. I don't know anybody who's saying that in real life. I mean,
Yeah. I think I may have seen somebody write that in a chat. I don't even know if I've ever actually seen that. I may have, but that's something that's so far out the way and so far-fetched and rarely said that it's not even really anything to address.
I think men are mad at women for the pain and the dysfunction and whatever in their own lives, and they're overgeneralizing that to every single woman that they see, and every single word they hear from a woman. I don't think that, again, I mean, a lot of this stuff I don't see or hear in real life, but I think even men who say these things online, they're using it as an excuse or as a mask for what their real anger and pain is about, which is a lot more personal.
Right. A lot of times it's mommy issues, because
that sounds like swirler talk.
It may, yeah. That's probably where it's coming from. Because why would any of us want that? That's evil.
Yeah, that's mental illness at its finest.
Yeah,
For
that's
a
it.
woman
I don't want
to
to.
say, I don't want
calling for the genocide of our
a Black boy, like
calling for the genocide of our Black sons is calling for our own genocide. Because without the Black man, along with the Black woman, there will be no more Black people. Exactly. Will be done.
Yeah.
So that's swirler talk. That they didn't got their little feelings hurt by a Black man, and so now they hate Black men. And I mean, if you're gonna hate Black men, you gotta hate men. You can't leave the race out of it. Men are gonna be men. You know what I'm saying? You got all different types of men, you got all different types of women. So these butthurt chicks out here need to shut the fuck up like these butthurt dudes out here.
Right.
I ain't with that calling
all the bitter men and all the bitter women need to just pack up and go to an island somewhere and be bitter together. That's what they need to do, and leave the rest of us normal people who want to love each other and have good relationships and great sex alone. Okay? That's what I think.
Find that.
Yeah, because the female bitterness is bad, man. Because my mom is like super bitter. My mom is so bitter that I still have not told her I got married.
Wow.
What would she say? What would she say? What do you think she's gonna say if you tell her?
She's gonna bash him, talk shit about him. He ain't good for nothing. He ain't this, and it has nothing to do with his race. It's just being a man. So
she just doesn't like men.
I wouldn't say like that in a sense where she's looking at women, but she's been hurt so much that my mom's just been hurt. Period. You know what I'm saying?
I don't mean like she's a homosexual or anything, but there are women out here who just don't like men, and there are men who don't like men. They like them sexually.
No, I've met lesbians and I've talked to them. They don't bash men like that. They may not be interested in them, but they don't bash men like that. Nah, this is bitterness definitely coming in.
Most of the lesbians I know like to chill with men because they're all interested in the same women.
Yeah.
Right?
No, that type of bitterness sounds like some deep-seated, unhealed trauma. That's not just from a couple bad relationships. That's like some serious stuff going on.
Oh, it is. It is. And that's why I threw that comment in when I said that the self-love thing goes for older women as well, because if you don't have that self-love, not only will you make the wrong choices, but you will feel like you're not deserving of anything good or better than what you have. So you just sit and get complacent in your misery, and then you project that misery onto other people. You
Yeah.
know, I don't tell her about my husband because she's gonna talk shit. She's gonna project what she thinks he's gonna do to me. She doesn't want to hear about the progress we've made in the life that we're building together. You know, so I'm asking her like, Mom, I'm getting older. Am I supposed to be single for the rest of my life? If I didn't have my own mindset and wasn't a strong thinker, then I would go into lesbianism listening to her. You know what I'm saying? And I tell her she needs to shut that shit the fuck up when she's talking that shit around my son.
Yeah,
Because I don't want my
absolutely.
sons hearing that bullshit.
Absolutely. You
Yeah.
have to protect your boys from, you got to protect your boys from a bitter woman who all she does is talk down on
On
men.
men. Yeah.
Yeah,
I wonder
that's
if
going
all
to
the
give
men that
them,
have mommy problems is dealing with a bitter mother like that.
yeah, absolutely. And that's where a lot of these men's issues and their anger and their, vitriol for women, and we'll just keep it, we're Black people. So we're going to talk about Black men and Black women. That's our focus. These men have this anger and this vitriol for women as a whole because of the bitter mother, the neglectful mother, the abusive mother that they grew up with. And a lot of these women have mental illness too. There's a lot of that.
It's wild you said that, because about a month or so ago, I was at the gas station and, I'm pumping my gas, and I hear these two brothers on the other side of the pump talking, right? One of them sounded like he had an accent, so I don't know if he was Jamaican or African or whatever, but they both melanated brothers. And so the brother that I could clearly tell he was from, America, he was like, yeah, man, women ain't shit, man. Them bitches ain't shit. I grew up in a house full of women. Them bitches ain't shit. Fuck them. And he looked like he was probably in his early 20s. And I'm like, damn, he got that anger and that vitriol already because of the women in his house that raised him. Ain't no telling what they did to him. And he feel like all women ain't shit. He said the women that raised him in his family is why he hate women. So what type of mindset do he got, and what type of relationships is he gonna have in the future? I don't even know if he has a baby mama. I didn't say anything to the brother. I just kind of shook my head and went on by my way. But when we was talking about we only hear certain things on social media, that was the first time I heard that type of hate in real life. And what
I'm
if
sorry,
that brother is listening to these niggas on YouTube and he's like, yeah, 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 yeah. That's why I think we got to be careful what we say on social media too, because we don't know who's listening.
But
yeah.
no, that type of hateful woman is not just on YouTube. It is, there are plenty of young men that are feeling that way because they really did have ain't shit mothers. I
Well,
mean,
right, and you're usually not going to really see that too. You're not going to really see it too much outside of YouTube and social media, unless it's someone that you start dating. You really see it when you start trying to date a man. And he starts to project his bad, his bad feelings about women in general onto you. When they start saying things like, men don't do that, women do that, and everything is women do this and women do that. And I had this one guy tell me I've been dealing with selfish women, because he was trying to tell me that I'm selfish, and I'm one of the most generous people you'd ever want to meet, really. But he just, in his mind, women were selfish, and I had to be selfish too because I was a woman. He told me one time, I've been dealing with selfish women all my life, and I'm tired of it. I'm past tired of it, and I'm just like, wow, this dude's got some issues,
yeah, exactly.
And it's interesting because when I met his mother, I could see where all his problems actually came from. This woman, she's got dead eyes, dead eyes. You look in her eyes and there's like nothing there. She's vacant. And talking to his sister, she told me how when they were kids growing up, she said that, you know, they could, that number one, their mother was very unemotional. She didn't give them a lot of affection, hugs and kisses. And she said that her mom could be sitting on the couch and she said, we could literally be in my mother's face saying, hey, hi, mom, 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 patting her, trying to get her attention. And their mother would not even acknowledge that they were there. She would look straight ahead as if they weren't even there. Her brother, their younger brother, 7 years old, died in the bed with,
Oh my goodness.
her 7-year-old brother and her mother were in one bed sleeping. When they woke in the morning, the 7-year-old brother had died in his sleep. She said her mother did not shed a tear.
Oh my goodness.
Yes. So her son, who I was trying to date and trying to see if I could love, he's a complete and total basket case. He just does not like women, does not see the value in them beyond what they can do for him sexually.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's the same. My son's father, the one I was talking about last Friday night, I remember him telling me about his mother, how, of course, his grandmother told him these stories because he wouldn't remember, but his mother tried to flush him down the toilet. Apparently, she went into early labor in the house. She didn't call anybody, tell anybody. So when the baby came out, when he came out, she tried to flush him down the toilet.
Oh my God.
That's something hard to deal with. So that explains the treatment that I got from him when I chose to deal with him. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on 1 second. So two things, maximum. I'm gonna have to step away for about 10 minutes and I will be right back. But I did want to, maybe I should wait. Rukia, hi Rukia, I see Rukia is in the channel. And she said one comment that she made was between sleep. Somebody has a lot of feedback.
Oh, that might be me. Hold on.
Okay.
Because I'm in the car. Hold on. Let me mute up.
Okay. So she says, between sleep and wake, all I'm hearing is women going in on women they don't like. Did the males get you to do their dirty work for them? What woman listening to this, not the ones you're talking about, sweetheart, you must have just came in. So you're in the middle of the panel. And as you know, these conversations, they ebb and they flow. We talk about one thing and then it kind of segues into something else. So please don't be in the chat doing that. Don't be in the chat from sleep and wake and then trying to judge what's going on up here. Okay.
But I'm actually glad she did that because that's kind of what I was talking about. It's like you cannot say anything negative about women without another woman jumping in to defend it. And these are things that we need to talk about.
But she obviously doesn't even know what we've been talking about. She obviously doesn't know because we talked about accountability on both sides. We talked about the reasons why women make certain choices. Did we not talk about that?
Absolutely. Yep. But no, I fully believe that she heard most of the conversation. But that's just one of those things, like, it's like, don't ever say anything negative about women. But these are the things that we need to talk about because these are the things that keep the dysfunction going in our communities on both sides. We're speaking about how a woman's, trauma, unhealed trauma that leads to dysfunction trickles down to both their male and female children. Exactly. We need to talk about this.
There's unhealed trauma.
Yeah, it's not coming in the vein of bashing, but anything that can be taken as a negative, it's like, how dare you talk about that? No, we need to stop brushing this under a rug and saying, no, women are off limits to talk about that.
And as if
like 5 minutes ago, we just mentioned about men running around here with mental illness and stuff like that and treating women badly as a result of that. Like, we're not turning around and like, this is not repeating those male stereotypes of Black women ain't shit. No one is trying to say that at all.
Right. There's always an origin. There's always an origin to whatever dysfunction that you see. There's an origin to that, and we have to face that and be honest with that. Not every woman is a good mother. Come on, man.
Exactly.
Let's get out of Not
Exactly.
every woman is a good mother. So let's not be stupid. Okay.
Man, let me say this. My
Let me
mother
step
grew
away.
up
I'm gonna
in
step
a
away for a
two-parent
second and I'll be
household.
listening, okay? I'm gonna step away for a second and I'll be listening. Rukia, you're welcome to come up, but please wait till I get back up on this panel before you come up there. I'll be right back, ladies. Hold it down, okay? Maximum, hold it down for me, okay?
I
Okay,
just want to say I'm sorry, Max.
yeah.
My mom, just for those who are wondering, my mother did grow up in a two-parent household. My grandmother was not a single woman. A single mother. She got married and then she had her children, and that's how it was.
Yeah, my
So
comment wasn't based on just single mothers, because a woman can experience trauma no matter what type of relationship she's in, rather. Most women, I'm sorry for the noise. That's just my the heat in my car. I'm sorry about that. But most women experience trauma in their childhoods before they even get into relationships. That's never dealt with. Most women deal with molestation. Most women deal with abuse that is never addressed, and they carry that through their lives, and then they start having children, and that dysfunction trickles down, even if they themselves are in are in a relationship where there's a man and a woman in the house and they're raising children. That dysfunction is still going to affect that child.
yep.
And I'm
And then
sorry,
she
but I gotta
passed it
say
on
this.
down to me.
I gotta say
I
this because
refuse
at the
it
end of the
though. I
day,
rebuke it.
my mother, I praise my mother all day because I have no idea how she came out as sane and rational and great mother as she is, because her mother ain't shit. And I'm sorry to speak ill of the dead. Rest in peace, Grandma. She died this year. But I'm telling you, that woman isn't. I called her evil incarnate. I've done it on many different panels, and she didn't just mess up her kids as children. She continued to play with them and manipulate them through their entire adult lives, especially her sons, because her sons were mama's boys and they do anything for her, and she would manipulate them, hold love out there like a carrot for them to earn. All they got to do is do something terrible normally, and she would manipulate them into doing her bidding. And then once the bidding was done, she dropped them like hotcakes, because at the end of the day, she was a mean, evil user. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to sit there and say, well, we should. I told my mom while her mother was dying, no, you need to stop doing this. She doesn't deserve it from any of y'all, let alone you. Your brothers figured that out. You need to figure that out too. But she couldn't, because she was all on the Bible, honor your mother and your father thing, which just goes to show what a wonderful woman she is. So I'll praise my mother all day, but I'm not going to sit there and praise all mothers and say all mothers deserve credit, all mothers deserve this, all mothers, because not all mothers were created equal and not all mothers continue to be equal. And so I think that mothers who deserve credit and praise should get credit and praise. And where they deserve credit and praise, they should get credit and praise. And where they deserve criticism, they should get criticism. I don't think that is going by some bias or whatever. I think that's being real. And I think that that's exactly why we want to bring up this issue of accountability, because we'll never get better. We will never, I mean, even just our issue of being able to be bonded together in unity, in harmony, and support and love each other fully and completely is being affected by our inability to just take the critique, it's real, it's true. Yeah, you're right. My bad. We can't do that, and that is really harming us as a whole, not just in male-female relationships, but also in female-female relationships.
Yes, exactly. So true.
That's true. That poison can be passed down, and it sounds like I have like kind of a similar situation that you do. Since my grandmother's still alive, and now that I'm an adult, I can see what my mom has been talking about with some of the stuff she's been going through with my grandmother, because she does it to my children. Now, when my children were little, and even when I was little, it was all baby come on, all baby this, baby that. But I can remember there were times when my mom would work a double shift. She'd come home, I'd jump off my grandma's lap to go greet my mom. Oh, go on to your old mama then. Come then. I was like, what the fuck? So I'm feeling bad, like, okay, well, I don't want to upset grandma if I give mama love, So I need to like give my mama love when grandma ain't looking. You know, that's a lot for a 5-year-old child to fucking
Yeah,
go through.
exactly.
I ain't
And
doing the
that
same
happens
shit
a
to my
lot.
children.
That
I'm working
happens a
2
lot.
jobs. Yeah, at the time, you know, maybe about 8 years ago, I'm working 2 and 3 jobs. I'm going to school full time. The only times I saw my children is when I put them to sleep and they fall asleep on my chest. I put them in the bed and then I got to go to work, right? So I missed a lot of my children's childhood because I had to make up for the choices that I fucking made. Okay, so we all suffering from we've all suffered from that. We're not suffering from it now, but we all suffered from that. But I made a choice, so now I got to try to play catch up and correct what I did wrong. Right? That's what I was trying to get across Friday, but you know I kept getting cut off by the men. But you don't tell my children that I don't love them and I hate them and I'm dumping them off on somebody because I got to go to work, because I got to go to school. So while I'm out trying to be productive, they're poisoning my children. Y'all, it took me 10 years to get my children back in the sense that mama ain't a bad person. That's why I always love that truth will set you free, because now my children are teenagers. They like, Mom, why mama and grandma were lying like that? Why they lie on you like that? And I'm like, hey, I don't have no answer for them. You know what I'm saying? It's like they were my support system and say, yeah, baby, go get your education, go get your job, get your bag. But when I go do that, you're fucking my children up while I'm gone.
Yeah.
And then I'm wondering why I'm getting these responses from my children. Oh, mama, well, we gonna stay at Granny's house. You can go home, mom. We gonna stay at Granny's house. I'm like, no, y'all need to bring your ass home. What the fuck's going on?
Wow.
So like, it's some deep rooted shit that mothers that they can't do because of their own hurt and pain and the shit that they go through. You know what I'm saying? And it ain't right.
Yep, absolutely, 100%. That's you know what, and that's exactly, see, part of the thing is, right, is the reason why we can't take that accountability is because we're always in competition mode with each other, even if it's our own children, mothers, siblings,
Exactly.
right? They're always competition for mates, even if you're not really competing. You're already married. You're not looking for no men, but it's like you want men to think you're better than your daughter, than your grandchildren, than whoever. And it's like that's part of the reason. I think it's because if we could just stop being in competition, then it would be okay if we were flawed. It would be okay if we made a mistake or we were wrong. It would be okay if the natural thing that's supposed to happen, if we raised our kids and our kids surpassed us because we did a good job raising our kids.
How are you in competition with your own daughter though? How?
Right.
My daughter is a reflection of me. I want my daughter to do better. I want my daughter to be better. So everything that I give her is to make her better than me.
Yeah, that is definitely a psychopathy.
Yeah, when she wins, I win. So I don't get that. That's some sick shit to me. How are you? What? In competition with your daughter? Like, no.
No,
really?
But it happens, and that's another psychopathy that happens in our community, and that's something I don't even know where that stems from.
Yeah, I can explain that one.
I saw
my
one
mother told me she
possibility.
was. My mother told me she was jealous of me
but it
because.
didn't. Oh,
Go ahead,
Go ahead, Dame. Let Dame speak.
okay.
Go ahead, Dame.
I saw one possibility, but luckily the mother never let it get to her. It's the case in this case. It was the husband. He was spoiling his baby girl so much that he was telling her she didn't have to listen to her mama. Yeah. And he was favoring his daughter over his wife, you know. And
but see, sometimes that's a borderline incestuous desire for the daughter.
Well, maybe not. What that also may be.
Well, it wasn't incestuous. It's just that she was the youngest and she was the only girl. And he came from a family of all boys. I mean, 5 or 6 of them, all boys. And the only female in their family was a cousin. And so they came from, you spoil the girls. but he was doing it. He was doing it very badly. But luckily, the mother didn't take it that way. But she did say little stuff like, "Oh, I see my daughter's my competition. I don't have to worry about no other woman." She said it jokingly, but there's a hint of a truth in that.
Yeah.
That she don't have to worry about no other woman. A woman, when she goes to try to hug her husband, her daughter's pushing her away from her husband. And she said something. His heart's gonna break when his daughter grows up and falls in love with another man.
Mhm.
And that's exactly what happened. He was brokenhearted. His baby girl not only fell in love with another man, she's had proof of she had sex. As far as he was concerned, his baby did not have sex.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and if the mother took it very seriously, it could get competitive.
But see, it
But
shouldn't,
she
because
just
that's a
knew
daddy's
that.
girl. That's it.
She just
Daddy's girl. That's
knew.
normal.
Yeah, but I could see is how that could have been one instance of a possibility of the mother-daughter competitiveness coming in. Because I've seen teenage girls deliberately compete with their mother, not necessarily for a man, but over dominance in the house is the closest thing I can come to it. I don't know what was it about that 16-year-old number, because I kept getting in trouble because my mom would hear a story about a friend of hers and her daughter getting into it, and she looked at me, "If you ever," and I'm like, "I ain't her. I'm not crazy." My mom may look like a little bitty woman, but when her temper go off, she was the Incredible Hulk. She didn't turn green and 6, 7 feet tall, but she had the strength like the Hulk. I was not trying to get my behind whipped.
Yeah,
I
I think my
remember,
mom
I
is
remember
jealous of
going
me.
after one friend. Said, "I don't know what the deal is with you and your mother, but you need to stop it because you get me in trouble with mine."
Yeah, I think my mom's jealous of me just off the fact that I'm goal oriented and I'm a go getter and I go and get what I want. When I set my mind to something, I go and get it. And she didn't tell me herself necessarily she's jealous of me. Like other family members have said that. It could be from where her and my dad split up and he wanted to be in my life, and because he didn't want her anymore, he wanted me. So she was mad at that. It could be from that. I'm not really sure, but I know that I won't say she's envious to where she would sabotage me. I won't put it past her, but at the same time, it's like anytime I do something great, like shit, my college graduation, she was more concerned with going to her coworkers' daughter's graduation than being at mine. And I'm like, come on, man, I'm the first one to graduate from college in our entire family. Why aren't you proud of me? When I moved away and had a house built because I had the income now to be able to build my own home and do the shit that I need to do for my family, why are you salty? You could have did the same thing. You know what I'm saying? So it's like if you're gonna be a support system or you're gonna, try to drag me, because if you're gonna continue to drag me, then you'll never see me or your grandchildren ever again. Because I ain't got time for that bullshit. And to finish what I was saying earlier about how my grandmother treats us in the family, how she was all cool when I was a baby and young, but when I got older, I started getting the shade. I'm seeing it with my daughter. So now that my daughter is 17, my grandmother calls her a heifer. Why are you calling my 17-year-old daughter a heifer? Why? My daughter doesn't even know what heifer means. She said, "Mom, she called me a heifer." And yes, I Googled it. Why is she calling me that? My daughter is heartbroken and like she cries because she doesn't understand what she's doing wrong or why my mom and my grandma keep talking to her the way she does. And all I can tell her is, look, fuck them.
Excuse me, can I interject, ladies, real quick? We have a question from the chat from Hassan Burton. This question is, you hear a lot of sisters saying, no struggle love. What is struggle love? Does it have anything to do with money or internal discord? Enlighten him, please.
Well, to me, when I hear it, I mean, I don't use that specific terminology. But from what I gather from it is, I don't want to be with a broke dude. I don't want to be with you and have to struggle through life because we don't have the finances that we should have.
Yeah. I mean, some people add in the aspect of, all right, so y'all are broke, obviously. You know, he's also not trying. See, it's not just about the fact that he's broke now. It's that he's not trying to do anything about that. Like, you know what I mean? He'll get a job for a few weeks and that boss is terrible. It's not trying to provide or protect you and whatever. You always got to be the one who's got to do everything, got to work, try to make sure that y'all eat and whatever. And he's still basically a kid in a lot of ways.
Mhm.
Well, you know, y'all made money because you made money, and he takes that money, he's gonna go out party with his friends because he thinks that's all right. You know, you still got the girl drama. It's just struggle. Everything's just struggle. It's just bullshit, you know?
Yeah,
To me,
everything.
it depends
Yeah.
on how old you are. To me, it depends on how old you are. If you 40 years old and you messing with somebody that can't pay a food bill, can't do nothing, you're too fucking old to be with someone that, you know what I'm saying? But if we're talking about people in their early 20s, to me, there's no such thing as struggle love when we're talking about finances, because I think nowadays these young women expecting these 21, 22, 24-year-old dudes to have a bag. Like, come on, man. Most people are just graduating from college at that age. So how do you expect a man to be able to put you in a house, put you in a car, buy you all these MK bags and all this bullshit when he's still trying to get his stuff together? So if we're going to use that term struggle love, I think that comes in when you're talking about older people, someone that's 35, 40 years old that is either reaching back, dealing with a young dude that ain't got his shit together, or dealing with somebody your age that ain't got his shit together. Because if you're 40 years old or 30 between 30 and 40 years old, and you're dealing with a dude, you're a nurse or you have a profession, and you're dealing with a dude that work at McDonald's. I mean, like, come on, man. Like, what are y'all really gonna do at that age? So you know, to me, it just depends on what perspective we talking about struggle love. To me, like I said again, struggle love is when you're an older woman and you're dealing with a man that can't provide for himself. So if a woman wants to take a chance on a man like that, I don't know what he has to offer. If we're just talking about finances, because that's the only thing I can really correlate with struggle love, because anything else you're struggling on, you don't need to be with that motherfucker. So when talking about
Right, but
finances, you know, why put
right,
yourself through that shit?
right. Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I just kind of got back on. I had some technical difficulties. I don't know, my internet just all of a sudden went out. Sometimes it goes in and out. As far as the struggle of did someone ask that question in the chat? Was it bottom to the top?
Someone asked, I think it was Hassan. I don't know. Max read the question.
No, that question came from Brother Hassan Burton.
Oh, okay. I'll tell you what I think struggle love is. Struggle love is not just about finances. That is part of it, but it's also about dealing with a raggedy man and a raggedy situation where you have these women, especially, you know, I see it a lot on social media where these women are putting up with all kinds of foolishness. Him and all his baby mamas and all his baby mama drama, all of his side chicks and side boos and all of that. He's in and out of jail, and he's not even talking to her right, treating her right, you know, providing or protecting. He's just acting a whole ass. And she's got this idea of, but I'm a ride or die chick. I'm a ride or die. I'm gonna hold it down for my man, no matter and regardless what he does. Did you guys see that post? I think it was it Snoop Dogg who put up that post about, what is it, Gucci Mane and his woman's relationship? You guys know what I'm referring to?
You say Gucci Mane? As soon as you say Gucci Mane, like, no.
Yeah, it's exactly. Listen, I only know because I just be flipping through stuff, but he supposedly put up a post on social media holding up his woman. even know her name. I think it starts with a K or something like that. But he was holding her up as an example of how you get the ring and you get the commitment and you get the bag. He said something like, all you women are praising this relationship and, you know, their love, but she was willing to hold him down when he was on drugs. She held him down when he was cheating. She didn't leave him when he went to jail, back and forth to jail. She didn't leave him because he had all these side chicks. And now, ta-da, here's her prize. She's got the whole man and the commitment now. And this is the model that you're putting out for our young girls, that this is the thing to do. No, that's struggle love. And our young girls don't have to go through that because they're worth more than that. They're valuable. So I think it encompasses
maybe that's
more
what
than
my
just
baby daddy meant. Yeah, girl, you done rock my core. Maybe that's what the baby daddy was talking about. You ain't hold me down while I was in jail. No,
yeah, girl, you supposed to hold him down, honey.
Fuck that.
Oh, I thought you knew. What happened to you,
that's why he's
Lucy?
dragging my ass through court now.
Oh, yeah, girl.
I didn't hold him down.
Yeah, you didn't ride or die for him. You were in straight violation, honey. You're supposed to embrace all that struggle love, all of that.
Shit, fuck all that. My sons are international property owners, so you know, damn that struggle love. I take the struggle because I made that choice, but you can keep that fucking love part because I'm, you know, that's a whole nother shit, y'all. Continue.
Yeah, you know, and I think you're right about, especially, I think, you know, when you are a younger woman, you do have more tolerance for certain things. And no, younger women, it is unrealistic for you to think that if you're in your 20s, you're gonna expect some, you know, young man in his 20s just starting out fresh out of high school, that he's going to be able to provide for you like an older established man will. That's why a lot of these young girls who are seeking to secure the bag, as they say, they're out there being sugar babies to older men, and they have whole websites, dating websites for sugar babies, specifically young women looking for older men with money because they know the younger men don't have it. You know, so.
Yo, that's funny you said that. I had a bishop roll up on me the other day.
A bishop?
A bishop, right?
A bishop that's married to a white woman, and he tried to tell me how he loved how black women wear their natural hair and the whole movement and everything like that. I'm like, okay, nigga, why you in my face? Because you got a whole wife and I got a whole husband. Why is you in my face? Just come fix the goddamn sink, go on about your business. He want to tell me all about his church and how he make music, and he was making $5,000 every 3 months because he was going on tour with Kirk Franklin and all these other people. So I'm like, okay, bitch, if you was making all this money, okay, why are you the maintenance man in the apartment complex?
Oh no.
Girl, no.
You trying to get some old struggle love. You trying to get some old struggle shit. Now, nigga, go about your business with that shit. And he's a bishop. And let me tell you how phony this shit is. A side note, y'all. I like laughing at this shit. He done gave me his little business card with his church information on it. Why is it your personal number on there and not the church address? So when you call me, I'll tell you exactly the location of the check.
Oh no, see, he's too old for that, and I don't even like the way I don't even like the way you mimicking him, honey. He sounds very crusty. He sounds very crusty, very crusty and dusty, girl. He looks like he's walking around bent over, holding the small of his back. No, that's okay.
No.
Thank you. No, thank you, sir. Yeah, no, thank you. I don't like no old.
Give him some of that Todd's money.
Some of that wrinkle dangling too. No, thank you. I don't like no old men.
I said, if I come to the church Sunday, I'm letting you know I'm still in the collection plate. I'm taking the collection plate. So I don't think you want me in your church. But you ain't going about your business, or you get in trouble with your boss. It's all about your business, nigga. Hey, crazy. Right. Like how you married to a whole white woman and you still trying to mac on women. And I told you I'm married. You see my wedding ring, but you gonna come back and knock on the door. Hey, look, come to my shit.
Oh no.
So he was married to a whole white woman? You said he was married to a whole white woman. Not a piece of a white woman, but a whole entire white woman, huh?
And he knocked on the door. 911. Ew, he knocking on your apartment door.
Yeah, but he's the maintenance man.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
But he
so,
wasn't.
you
He
know,
wanted, girl, he wanted to maintain something. He wanted to tune something up real quick.
To lace a pipe down.
Oh my goodness.
See, I think he thought I was a young joint. And see, I ain't never tell him my age. And my husband tell me stop telling people their age because, you know, you'll find out a lot of shit when people say shit to you because they think you're young. So he probably thought I
Right.
was in my late 20s or something. And I'm like, nigga, fuck out of here. But somebody, I want to address something somebody said in the chat. They asked.
Yeah, because I
they
can't
said
see. I
black
can't even
women are
see
loyal.
the chat.
Yeah, black women are loyal. Black women say they're loyal, but who are they loyal to? Nigga, I'm loyal to who's loyal to me. Straight up.
Exactly. But no,
Yeah.
but see, they want you to be loyal to them just because. No matter how they treat us, no matter what they do, no matter what they say, just on the basis of we're black and they're black, we need to be loyal to them. But where's the reciprocity? Where's that? Who are black men
I
loyal
guess I
to?
should be loyal to that.
Oh, you know where that's coming from, right?
Right?
Who are you loyal to, Negro? You loyal to me? You loyal to black women? Show me. Don't come up in here with that bullshit.
You know where that's coming from, right? They got this mythical idea from the past that black men could sleep with any woman they want, their wives, another woman aside, and the wife don't say anything. They can have whole other families, and the wife would be knowing about it, and she wouldn't say anything, as long as he come and bring that paycheck and stuff like that. And I'm like, okay, what kind of delusional world you living in? I don't know. It's because a lot of my babysitters when I was a kid was the old women and they gossip and stuff like that. Oh, they did not like that. They did not care for that and stuff like that. Some of them didn't let the man know, but trust me, between them two women, there was some issues. And they believe that we should be loyal like that. Stay married to the man, put up with him, have cheating, putting a whole other family, encourage him to have women on the side and stuff like that. Just bring home the paycheck and come home every once in a while. I can't believe it. But yeah, that's some of where that's coming from.
But see, here we go again with only looking at one side of the story. Can y'all hear me?
Mm-hmm, yeah,
we can hear you.
Yeah, here we go again with the only looking at one side of the story. Yes, women back in the day were tolerating that behavior, but they weren't doing that out of loyalty. They were doing that out of a survival.
Survival, yeah.
You know, women were not able to do the things that us women can do now. They didn't have the agency to make their own money and take care of their children on their own if they had to. They had to depend on the man and his money. You know, they couldn't. So they were in a situation where they were basically trapped. They weren't there because they were so loyal to their king. That's not what that was about. That was about economics.
Mm-hmm.
Right. My grandmother
told the whole story.
But also another situation. They didn't see the fight that went on between the husband and wife. They seen years. They the grandchildren of these couples that they went through some stuff. They had some issues, and yeah, there was always a possibility of the wife being able to walk away. Depends on what her situation was. Oh shucks, I lost my train of thought. Yeah, but that's why they get all happy when there was the talking about the cutting off for the food stamps and the welfare and Trump, and that they can't wait for the women to come crawling back to them. Those that speak like that, they want us to be economically dependent on them, that we don't have a choice but to put up with that.
But to take their bullcrap, absolutely, and that is some abusive shit. That's some abusive shit.
And when they talk about us being aggressive and masculine, excuse you, most of that, all that came from my grandfather, and he didn't want his daughter being that dependent on no man, because he had his sister beat to death over something like that. And and about letting the man choose the good man, their father, his brother Star, her husband was a good man. She had enough of his crap and she wanted to leave him. She was trying to come home to her father. Her brother said, no, go back. We're going to talk with him, keep him with us a few days and make some sense with him. She had no idea that somebody at work was winding him up and set him loose, and nobody expected him to beat her to death, and she was gone. I think after that, my grandfather had a complete turnaround about that, because he was still mad about his sister's death 30, 40, 50 years later. He was still upset about that. So I think the men that might initially was like, we're going to choose the man because we know a good man when we see them, realize they don't know as in living with the man, sleeping with the man, dealing with his personality. They just know him from, I work with him, we grew up together, he's my friend. They have no idea what a woman's point of view of it is. And what
Right.
might be good for you or what you think is good could be bad for that woman, because they had no idea that he was just so jealous that she couldn't even grocery shop. When she come back home, he's checking out her underwear, making her strip and checking her for all kind of marks, or smelling different or looking different. Her hair could be rustled by the wind, and he swears she was in bed with a man somewhere. That's what she was dealing with.
Yeah,
Yeah, on
because when
another note,
people,
Well, can I
I'm
interject
sorry.
1 second?
Yes.
Trying to get y'all attention in the chat. There's another question. It's they want you to I'm sorry. They want y'all to address black men are complaining that black women are destroying their community by raising effeminate males.
I think we already addressed that. Is this a new person? Because I can't see the chat right now. My internet. Let me try to get back on to my my Wi-Fi, because it just completely went down on me for some reason. I can't even see the
Well,
chat.
I think it's a slightly different question. Last time I had to do basically with abortion, I think. But I will say this about that. Women, and I think it's been mentioned more than once on this panel, women can only present feminine energy to their sons. They can, or they can, their interpretation of masculine energy, which is still going to be dysfunctional. So
Right.
in and of itself, unless there are fathers, uncles, people coming back to volunteer, Big Brother programs, stuff like that, to give these boys masculine energy, we're going to find that a lot of boys are getting to adulthood and they don't know how to do anything except take their masculine energy and channel it into this effeminate way because of their feminine moms and aunties and sisters and all the women in the communities. Like, I've heard people talk about walking in through communities where literally they can't find any men. Like, they're not even sure if any were ever born here, because it's just men or women everywhere. And obviously, yes, that's a big issue. And can I say that there are not women who are driving men away? Yes, we know that that's true. But we also know on the other side that there are men who are walking away, men who are saying they're walking away because they don't want the responsibility, because this bitch is crazy, because of whatever. And when it all comes down to is what we need to recognize is women, for the most part, there are some women who are really, really good at not only stoking the masculine energy in a son. They can't teach him how to use it, but what they can do is kind of tell him, show him how to fall back on the feminine and push forward with the masculine. And they're really good at making sure he does have masculine role models and whatever. But for the most part, these women, because I think we're missing this, are also being born into families without fathers. So we're not a lot of these women who you're talking about, they're not sitting there trying to do something malicious. They are also being born into single parent homes and into a single parent culture where the fathers aren't around. So what are you expecting them to do? Magically know, understand it, and intuit something they've never had either? Like, the
And then if we're
dysfunction and lots of
masculine,
time on both sides.
and then if we try to take on that masculine role and all that, then we get blamed for being masculine. So which one is it? Do you want us to be feminine, or do you want us to be masculine? We can't give boys, and I said this earlier, and thank you, Ruby Red, for reiterating it. Because we did speak on this. We can't give boys what we don't have. That's why we need you there. That's why your sons need you there. You cannot complain about something that you're not willing to roll up your sleeves and help fix.
Mm-hmm. And on the flip side, girls need their fathers too. Because
Absolutely.
if they have a father in the home and he's a man and he's a masculine male and he's on point, then she will choose a man like her father.
Right.
So when we talk about these single mothers, was that single mother raised in a single parent home as well because she didn't get to see the interaction between her parents, a positive interaction? She didn't get to see what a man's role is to be in the home. So, I understand why the boy needs the father, but the children need both parents. It has to be a balance of that feminine and masculine energy. Now, with me, in my case, I went to the military. So I'm not saying I'm a man or I have masculinity, but being in the military, particularly the Marine Corps, I say it gives me a little bit of an edge because then I can flip into the military mom. You know what I'm saying? But the downside to that is I have a daughter. So when I'm doing my lessons, when I'm smoking my boys outside, getting them on point, doing what I can as far as that part, because again, I am not saying that I know what I'm doing with raising a masculine, raising a boy to be a masculine man. I don't. So the only thing I have to offer, well, had to offer because I'm married now, the only thing I had to offer was my military training to try to keep them in that type of mode. But with my daughter, now my daughter is carrying her own bag. She's opening her own doors because she's emulating me, doing everything herself because she sees her mom having to do everything herself. I changed my own tires. I changed my own oil. I do a lot that a husband would do when I didn't have a husband. You know what I'm saying? So it's a flip side. So I mean, man, like we have to do the best that we can, but I can't give a tip to these single mothers out here because this is what I also did. I have 5 brothers and I have male cousins. All of them ain't shit, but the ones that are shit. And then I have a lot of male friends. So, I will call on them like, hey, can you take my boys to the barbershop? I'm uncomfortable going in the barbershop with my sons. I don't feel like that's a place for a woman. But nowadays you see a lot of women in the barbershop because they're single mothers. So I call my homeboy like, look, can you take my boys to the barbershop? Y'all kind of spend like a couple of hours together, do some man shit together, just so they can get some type of masculine energy in them. So, it's on the woman. We can't blame the whole goddamn community because if you made a choice and you want to do right by your children, then you have to do the things that you don't want to fucking do. So if a woman does not have that man in the home because she made whatever choices, she's a single mother now, try to reach out to the positive man you do have in your life if you have them, and just tell them, hey, can you come get my son to play basketball with him?
Yeah.
So when I say things like that, then the men will say, oh, it ain't our responsibility. I thought we was a community.
Right.
So, niggas can't have it both ways, man.
Exactly.
Y'all can't have it both ways.
Thing that's so frustrating me because they want it both ways. You can't have it both ways. It's going to be one way or it's going to be the other way. That's it. I think somebody put something in the chat earlier. It was way earlier and we were really into our conversation. I again didn't get to address it, but someone, I guess they got booed out, said something along the lines of, that's why I tell Black men, don't pay any attention or deal with or be with or be friends with Black single mothers. Don't take on that burden. Okay, you can do that, but then you don't get to complain about what's happening to the Black boys who are raised in single mother homes. You don't get to say shit. You don't get to say anything. Because you're
Yep.
not
But
willing
this is
to
the
help.
thing they missing. A woman can be a single mother from a failed marriage.
Right.
She could be a widow.
Yep.
Exactly.
Okay. She could have been through some type of sexual assault. Okay. It doesn't have to be with, he's cute and I just want to, get it on. And then, oops, baby.
Right.
All single mothers did not have children out of a oops, baby situation. Like,
Right.
niggas, people need to be real. If we don't talk
Right.
about real issues, motherfuckers need to be real. Deal with reality. You know what I'm saying? All women did. I don't believe no woman chose to be a single mother unless she's just some crazy bitch and just, offer rocker and this is a crazy situation. Nobody goes into a choosing. Majority of people go into a relationship thinking it's going to last. And a lot of people are having sex before marriage. So, when two people have sex, baby come out of it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, oh, you choose a single mother. But I want to say this on a side note with these niggas dissing single mothers. Hey, at least with a single mother, she ain't no, the one that's trying to perpetrate and pretend to be. I don't like to say that T word. If y'all seen Dave Chappelle Joe, at least you ain't got a T if you got a single mother because it's a real vagina. I digress.
Hey, listen, I got interrupt real quick. I think this comment is from a woman, Janine Durden. She says it has to be a balance. A woman can definitely raise a boy into a man.
Not in
I
a
don't know about
vacuum.
that.
Yeah, not in a vacuum and not on her own. And definitely not if she's never had a father or male role models herself, because then she doesn't know what direction to go in. She doesn't understand the difference between masculine and feminine energy, because the only masculine energy she'll understand is sexual masculine energy. She doesn't understand non-sexual masculine energy. And so she wouldn't be able to recognize the difference between that and feminine energy. So, there are a lot of factors, and it comes down to a lot of times when we talk about the effect of single mothers and fathers not being in the home, we only really talk about the effect on boys. And we have to stop forgetting that these women were born in single parent homes as well. It's not just the boys, and it's not going to just have an effect on the boys. So are there women? Absolutely. Are there people who were raised by a grandma or a mom and oh my God, they had no father and they grew into great men? Absolutely. But when you listen to the story goes deeper than just grandma, right? There was uncles and the grandfather around and this and that and whatever. There was all these other male role models in their lives. And she also knew what it was that boys needed because of her own upbringing. So she would get him into the sports and into the community centers or into whatever, so that way he could have positive influences around him.
Yeah.
So nothing happens in a vacuum.
Listen, and just full disclosure, because I've been, when I've been suggesting also to people to go ahead and, you can send the link to your friends, because we want to kind of get this we want to get this channel more views. We want more people to tune in and to have their input, because we need a whole community. So Janine Durden is actually my sister, not my blood sister, but that's my sister. She is one of my very best friends. And she's a single mother from divorce. And Janine, sorry, Janine, I don't want to be putting all your business out there like that. I'm not going to go too deep on it, girl. But she puts her son is in Boy Scouts. Her son plays sports. She has her son around her father. She does the work to get her son around positive male role models. And I really admire and respect her for that. So she's doing the best that she can. She's a very feminine woman, but she gives everything she can give to her son to help him to become a man. So I just wanted to make sure y'all knew where she was coming from.
Right, and that's why I came up on the panel that Friday night when Max was talking about that black men shouldn't be around the children at a young age. So this was what I was getting around to. I have 5 brothers. I'm the only girl. I'm the second to the oldest, right? So my uncle was the male role model in our lives until he had a stroke 28 years ago. So I got to have 12 years of masculine energy. My middle brother got 6 years. For my baby brother, he was just born, right? He was born when my uncle had that stroke. So my middle brother that got at least the first 6 years of his life having masculine energy in the home, he is married. He's 6 years younger than me. He's married. He has a beautiful wife. He travels the world. He has a great job. He is doing awesome. Now I'm pretty sure he got a sheet with him, but he has a ultimate feminine wife. She's a school teacher. She does a damn thing. He ain't got no one of these little, trifling chicks out here. But my baby brother, that got zero masculine energy, oh, that nigga a hoe. That nigga out here with this chick, that chick, got a baby mama living with him. He's running around, got other chicks from other states moving to our town because he's tricking and lying and doing all this wild shit. And he's 12 years younger than me. He got not 1 ounce of masculine energy. So it makes a difference, even if it's just a little bit of masculine energy. It makes a huge difference on how that child, whether they're male or female, how they turn out. You know what I'm saying? It's a huge difference.
I agree.
Yeah.
So your sis is doing the right thing by incorporating other men into her children's lives. She's compensating for what she doesn't have, and it sounds like she's doing an excellent job. Because
She,
there are things that single mothers can do, like you said, sport, incorporating other men that she knows that are productive men, not just any old damn nigga, a productive man. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, she works really,
it's
really
nothing like
hard.
having a father in the home, but if you can get your children around some type of positive man, whether it's a program or something, it makes a huge difference because I see it in my own brother's lives. But on the flip side, I got brothers that live with their dad. That because my dad remarried, he married somebody else, and he had children with her. So those boys as well are doing wild ass shit. You know what I'm saying? So it depends on the man because I find out now, 40 years later, my dad is a wild dude. He made a lot of money. My dad is well off. He is well off. He's not no financially struggle ass nigga. Never have been. But he's a clown. So you could be financially on top, but still
Yeah.
be a fucking clown. So that got to be balanced in that too.
If I could add one thing here, because a lot of times when we have these conversations, we're always talking about the effect of single parenting as though failure to parent correctly and failure to shape our children properly only happens in single parent homes. I just told everyone about my grandmother a little earlier. My grandmother's been married to my grandfather, since my mom was 5 and she's 55 now, so 50 years. So they were married while all of this dysfunction was ongoing. It doesn't mean marriage is not some protection against ain't shitness and against people's inability to heal from their own trauma and not pass that down to their children. Right. So
Right.
we gotta be careful not to try to make it seem like, oh well, if only there was marriage and everyone got married,
Absolutely.
well,
Absolutely. Because some people don't need to be married at all, and they definitely don't need to be bringing children into that dysfunctional union.
Hello, say that
Right.
again.
Hello.
Say that again. Say it again.
Right.
Say it again.
Right. That's so true. Hi, ladies. I'm sorry. I know I'm jumping in and out, but like I said, I'm riding around. So yeah, and I just want to piggyback on that point, which is my whole thing is instead of harping on symptoms of the issue, let's get to the root of the issue because I think the dysfunction, the mental illness, the unhealed trauma, those are more pertinent issues that we should be focused on as a community rather than that woman ain't shit, that dude ain't shit. Like, why aren't they shit? Why are they that way?
I think it's important when someone deals with someone, you investigate their parents. Investigate what type of family life they had. That's the mistake
Have to.
I made. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? I didn't investigate a nigga family life and his upbringing because I could have saved myself a whole lot of trouble if I found out that his family life is fucked up. You know what
Right.
I'm saying?
Because
We
that's
don't
the
do that.
that's
This other thing, we're not taught how to date either.
no,
We're not taught how to court each other. That's
no.
a huge problem. It's like, ooh, you look good. I look good. Ooh, that chemistry. And then next
Uh-huh.
thing you know, we're in a whole hill of shit.
And all reason and logic goes out the window when them genitals get hot.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. So,
Yeah,
we
I
got,
know
like I
that.
said, we got to be real.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Lucy. Was it Lucy
No,
talking
I
about?
was just saying we got to be real with ourselves. We have to be real and think as adults. Even if our parents didn't teach us that, we got to look at what we want out of life. How do we want to live? How do we want to be? Shit, a lot of us just need to simply change our fucking circles we run in. We keep finding these bum motherfuckers, whether they're male or female, but look at the circles we running in.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And you're gonna have low-lifed people everywhere. You know what I'm saying? So I hate it when people say, "Oh, the community fucked up because of the low-lifed people." Man, you got low-lifed people in every fucking community.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Every community. But we're talking about ours. So how do we fix the low-lifed? We can't. They gotta fix themselves. So we gotta
Yeah.
evaluate ourselves first, have that self-love, and figure out what is it that we want out of life. How do we want to live our lives? And choosing a struggle love at any age ain't gonna bring you no shit. And I don't like that term struggle love because when I feel like when you're a young person, I don't think you're struggling. You're a young person just starting out in life. You know
I
what I'm
think
saying?
bottom to the
So
top wants to bottom to the top. I see you in there. I don't know what's going on. You asked Max if should you press. You can ask me, dear. Do you want to pull my hair? Is that what you want to do, bottom to the top? What you got to say in that chat? Because I know how you roll.
He
What?
said earlier, so what he said was, who are you loyal to? Are you loyal to the good boy, the bad guy? Like, it's basically like the whole entire argument I can tell where, good Black women only choose, or all Black women, but, especially the good ones, they're only going to choose the bad boy, the slick boy, whatever. And the educated lames, they won't commit to, or they won't be loyal to until after, they're quote unquote ruined, or quote unquote have hit the wall. And then they'll finally give a little bit of time to the educated lame. That's based on what I was reading. That's what it seems like the whole point is.
Right.
Okay, I'm gonna get
that's
gangsta
a
on this
talking
shit.
point. Yeah, go
I'm
ahead,
gonna get
Lucy.
gangsta on this
Go
shit. The
ahead,
reason
Lucy.
why we choose, you wanna know why we choose the bad boys sometimes? Because they
Please
fuck
let them know.
better. They fuck better sometimes. They come
Honey.
over with the things that we want, the little trinkets that we like. You know what I'm saying? They know how to. They have that charisma. They have that sexual energy and shit, and that's the shit we fucking like.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Carlton ain't got it. You know what I'm saying? Yes,
right.
yes,
Nobody
Carlton,
wants to get naked with Carlton.
No, but Carlton will put me in the house. Carlton will buy my Mercedes. Carlton will make sure that I have the life that I want. Yes, but guess what? Carlton might get cheated on. Let's be real. I'm asking y'all to be real with this shit, man.
Hey,
I'm
with you, sis. I'm with you. I feel you.
Is it right? Is it right? No, but we're adults talking about some real shit. Like, come on, man. Pookie and Ray Ray fuck better. Let's just get that out the way.
I never picked the Pookie and Ray Ray.
And Pookie
I never
and
liked
Ray
Ray Ray.
but Pookie and Ray Ray, not only do they do that better, but you also know that when you with Pookie and Ray Ray, ain't nobody gonna be able to touch you. Ain't nobody. If something goes down, Pookie's not gonna be hiding behind your skirt. But the educated name might.
Okay, that is a fair point, but I'll say this. I never picked the Pookie and Ray Ray to be with dating wise. But that being said, in my circle, because I did actually have male friends, like actual friends, and the Pookie and Ray Rays were more my circle of male friends than any other type of guy. So, you know, maybe I already had level of protection, so I was kind of all right. But see, me, I never liked that slick guy or the most popular guy or the guy that had all of that excess sexual energy and knew it. I was never about that guy who's feeling himself like that, to be honest. So now
that's
I
why the sorry, not to cut you off, just want to interject. That's why the generality that is made about we all want a Pookie and Ray Ray, that's why that's just not true.
Exactly, it's just not true. But let's be serious for a second here. Now, did I pick someone who had no social etiquette, who didn't know how to treat a woman properly, who no, of course not, right? I like the educated lames, don't get me wrong here, but you gotta have a little bit of male in you, obviously. So you know what? You might get your ass kicked, but you're gonna stand in front of me because no one's messing with your woman when some random guy comes and tries to rob us or something. You know what I mean? Like it's like you want a guy who's not a pussy. Sorry, but like you know, and an educated lame could be that. An educated lame could be the kind of guy who knows how to treat a woman right, who knows how to treat a woman's body right, and really pay attention to it. Not just about fucking, but about everything else you can do in intimacy and everything else you could do in general, who really knows how to value and appreciate and respect the submission you give him. So, you know, it depends on the woman for sure. It depends on what she's looking for as a woman for sure. And I think that overgeneralization is what's breaking down the confidence of these guys. So they're not going to build the confidence within themselves, which is the most sexy trait, period. They're not going to build up the skills of being able to speak to a woman and, you know, value her in that way and whatever. So by the time they get out of college and they thought that piece of paper was the thing that was going to win them all the women, and when it didn't work, they were disappointed. But you had to develop a personality too. That's half of what college is. Half of it is a piece of paper, half of it is personality. And I think that that's what you're missing: confidence, personality. And if you have that and you love that woman, you know how to treat her right, and you pick them right, stop focusing on the chick who wants someone who's not you. Want who wants you. Pick within the popular, beautiful girls or whatever who want that guy that's like you, instead of focusing on the ones who don't.
Exactly. I got twins. I have twin boys. I give you an example. I got twin boys. I got one that talks like Carlton, and I got one, if I don't do the right thing, he has the potential to be a Pookie and Ray Ray. Now, they're twins, night and day. One can tell you how fast a butterfly flies through the fucking sky and how fast a tiger runs, and the other one can tell you which rapper just dropped the album, right? Okay, so what does that say about the men? Is one of my sons a Pookie and Ray Ray and the other one a educated lane? Not necessarily, because they're being raised in the same house. We're talking about charisma, personality, and all of that. It has nothing to do with guns. Because somebody in the chat said, "Oh, if they put their guns down, then they women." It ain't about women. The dude that I had my sons with, he wasn't a street thug. He was in the military. Now, was he thugging in the military? Probably so. That's why he went to the brig. But it was about his masculinity. That's what drew me to him. Like, ooh, he's a man's man. The way he walked, his shoulders, you know, he had that walk. You know what I'm saying? So you don't find too many. You know, my son that talks like Carlton, he don't have that, you know, strong build and walking. You know, he likes to eat and you know, read shit all the time. But the other one, he likes to work out. He's like, "Mom, I want to go to the gym. I want a gym membership." You know, he's about his physical strength and stuff like that. So you got different types of men. It's about personality also and charisma, along with having that men that exude masculine energy. Not all. I'm not saying educated lames ain't masculine. Some men exude their masculinity up front, and some are reserved on that shit. So
and I don't understand why men don't. I don't understand why some men act like they don't understand that. Just like men don't tend to be naturally attracted to women who are masculine and always in their masculine energy, women aren't naturally attracted to men who are in their feminine energy. You know, that's like being with another woman. And if you're not a lesbian, you don't want to be with another woman. You don't want to be there. And you know, as women, we can be emotional, we can get attitudes, you know. This is just the way that we are. And so when we don't really, we're not really attracted to a man who feels the need to go toe to toe with us on every little thing, every little subject. Like, you have to have, as a man, this type of, you know, this quiet presence that speaks volumes to us on where the line is when we're dealing with you. You know, but being all emotional with us, you can't do that. You can't be emotional with us. I mean, you can definitely have your emotions because men are human just like we are, but to catfight with us, nah, no. You don't catfight with us.
Yeah. Let me follow up with two things. I'll be real quick. So dudes tell me that I'm masculine, how I'm talking. Y'all heard my feminine voice. I don't use that shit all the time because I'm more comfortable talking like a nigga. Oh well, I'm drinking a beer now and smoking a goddamn cigarette, and I'm waiting for my sister to come back with the herb. Okay? So niggas want to say, oh, she masculine, she too masculine. But guess what? When you get me in that bedroom, I can curl up like a kitten, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna show you my feminine. I'm the type of female. I'm not gonna show you my soft feminine side until I see what type of nigga you is. Because to me, every man don't deserve to see my feminine energy. So fuck you. Yeah. I'm gonna be how I am. You need to like me for me, like not accept, because you got a lot of women that say, "Oh, accept me for who I am." Nah, bitch. Nah, you can't expect motherfucker to accept you for all, you ain't all your shit. Nobody's gonna accept no bullshit from you. But my thing is, don't discard me because of how I talk, how I act. Am I pimping down the street, holding fake nuts and all that shit? No. But I talk how I talk, I am how I am. But when I'm with my husband, I'm a soft little flower. Now, on the flip side, coming from America, because y'all know I'm married outside of America. On the flip side, when he's with me, he is really soft and gentle and things like that. I'm not used to that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, is this nigga gay? Like, what they got going on? He's kind of feminine and shit. Until it came time for him to protect me when I was in Ghana, and a motherfucker ran up on me on some crazy shit. And next thing I know, that nigga was on the ground with his feet up in the air because my husband took his forearm, not his fist, his hand, his forearm, and hit that nigga in the neck and knocked his ass on the ground because he touched me.
Yep.
Because he touched me.
Yep.
Okay?
Yep. Yes.
So I had to learn that, okay, my man is being soft with me.
With
so when
you.
it comes time to be a man, God damn it. So I had to check myself.
Right.
I had to check my motherfucking self.
And Lucy, you're married. I'm not married at this time. You're married. So you don't have to show your feminine energy to every man. You can absolutely reserve that for a man.
Facts. In
so
fact,
before I got married, because I just got married in February, this past February. So I haven't even been married a year. So this is like a whole new thing to me. I've been single my whole life, and I still think single. So I gotta kind of like not thinking single like, ooh, I'm looking at other dudes, but I still do a lot for myself instead of incorporating my husband. I try to carry my own bags. I try to do my own shit. And he's like, baby, let me be the man. Let me be the man. Let me help you.
Yeah.
And I had to learn how to fall back.
Yeah, and it's hard sometimes for us when we're used to doing everything for ourselves. We've been the head of our household for so long. You get very used to being in that position, which is masculine energy. And sometimes we have a hard time when we do meet a man who understands his role and wants to be the man in our lives and be our head, to let go of that. I don't know, not just out of being used to it, but also out of fear. Is he going to really step up to the plate and be my head? Is he really going to be the man that I can be submissive to? So there's fear in that too, because of the other men that we have encountered who didn't turn out to be all that they claim to be, cracked up to be. But I want to address something in the chat here, bottom to the top. He says to us, stop trying to check guys and check yourself. Let me say this. This is ladies' night, sir. We're going to talk about whatever we want to talk about. You don't get to tell us what to talk about on this panel. The way the conversation goes is the way that it's going to go. So fall back, all right? It's not your night. It's not your time. Thank you.
Mhm.
And nigga,
Now, if I
didn't
could
you
say
just say,
something,
go ahead,
sorry.
because I'm about to go ham on
I
that
just want
nigga.
to respond because I understand that difficulty of, you know, well, hey, you're married now. You know, things are necessarily different, and the thing is, what we need to realize is there's a thing called implicit bias. Even if on the surface you're saying things, you can still have a bias in your head, and that bias people live up to or live down to. And so, you know, you have to find a way of washing away that fear, that mistrust, and whatever, and literally falling back from it and say, so part of submission is putting your 100% trust into the other person and believing in them. And men will live up to that belief in them. Men will be inspired. And this is all internal. I'm not just like submission and the leadership we're talking about in this way, they're energies, they're internal. And men will actually be inspired to live up to your expectations. So if you give that complete trust in that leadership, in his ability to protect and provide, just like you're submitting to his will, and that will in and of itself is going to lead you into greater places. When you have that, just like you have that, and there's literally no doubt 100% he will live up to that expectation, right? It's really hard to get there, but once you get there, there's a freeing power to getting there. And I wanted to say one more thing about that, because y'all also mentioned this. Now, I always find it hilarious when men sit there and put me down for not submitting to them. And I'm like, but I have a whole husband. As people, I have a whole husband. That's the man I'm submitting to. I don't submit to other men. Imagine you were married. Would you want that woman that is your wife, that you put a ring on her finger, submitting to other men? No. I show respect, but I'm not submitting to anyone except my husband. That is a crazy concept, and I'm not sure where people got this idea that if she's not your woman, she should still submit to you. Otherwise, she's a bad woman. That's insanity.
It's foolishness. And if you want to, like you had mentioned something about what the Bible says earlier, and people who know the Bible or believe in it or what have you, you know, that's your personal, you know, spiritual quest or religion or whatever. But it does not tell any woman to submit to a man who is not. It says submit to your husband. Your husband. Not just any old random man on. What am I submitting to you for? You don't pay not near one bill I got. Not nothing. You don't do it for me. You don't know me. You're some random dude walking around, and I'm supposed to admit to you because you got a penis? That's not how that works.
But I'm wondering, how exactly do you submit to a random man? Like, what am I supposed to do that shows I'm submissive to some dude that I'm just walking by on the street?
Whatever he says goes. So basically, like, say for example, in these YouTube streets, so if he tells you an opinion and you disagree with him, you're not being submissive because his way is the right way. When he tells you you fall back, or you should stay quiet, or you should do this, or you should do this, and you don't do it, you're not submitting to him. Therefore, you are a bad woman, you're a combative woman, you're this kind of woman, you'd be a terrible wife. Right? Because if your husband says, all right, it's time for discussion, it's time for discussion. When your husband says, discussion's over, this is my final thought, that's the final thought. But see, again, and this is where I think that's crazy, because you're not my husband. You're the guy on the panel I'm speaking with about a discussion. We are all here, coming here to discuss things. I will show you respect. I show everyone respect. Even people who haven't necessarily shown me respect. I'm just a respectful person. It's culturally how I was raised up. But with that being said, there's a difference between respect and submission. I'm not submitting to your will because you told me something and you're a man, because you aren't my man. I don't have to submit to what you tell me to do. I have to submit to my man about what he tells me to do.
I agree with that.
Right.
You're right.
And I think a lot of people do get submission and respect totally confused and crisscrossed.
Yeah.
Let me tell y'all something. I did not want to come back to the United States because not what reason y'all think I ain't want to come back, but I have created a different life because I want to be around non-GMO foods. I want to be able to grow my own foods. I find it's a better quality of life for me, as far as like cost of living and things like that. So my husband is the one that sent me back to the States. He's like, no, you need to go back. You need to solidify your shit. You need to, we need to stack more bread. These are things that we need to do. And it's best if you go back for another 3 to 6 months. And I'm looking at him like, yo, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why are you sending me away? Like, I have things set up to where I could be here for, because I really haven't spent any serious quality time with my husband for more than a few months at a time. You know what I'm saying? Since we've been married. So it's like, I want to be there with him, growing our relationship, growing our lives together and things. He's like, look, we can do that part later. I love you. I trust you, but we need to get this business done. Just trust me. Trust me. And I'm like, yo, I ain't never listened to no man when he's telling me, oh, this is the best for you. Fuck out of here. I want to do what I want to do, and this is what I want to do. Needless to say, my ass is back in the United States. Because I don't want to be like, okay, I didn't listen to my husband, shit fall apart, and then it'd be, whose fault would it be? It would be my fault, because I didn't listen to my leader. I didn't listen to my husband. I didn't listen to the one that I'm supposed to be submitting to. And he sees a bigger picture than what I see. I'm seeing myself like, look, man, they doing some fuck shit in the schools, like, all this stuff. But he told me, he's like, why are you worrying about stuff that's not affecting you? You're homeschooling your children, so you don't have to worry about the public school shit. You make a very good income. You don't have to worry about that struggle shit. So why not get ourselves situated? Because I didn't do this 20 years ago. I'm trying to do this later in life. So these are the things that we need to do, and I need you to do these things. Trust me. This is what he said to me. Trust me. I'm looking at him like, what? Trust you. Now, I trust that you won't break my heart. I trust that you won't cheat on me. I trust that you won't do no debauchery to me. But you're asking me to trust you with my money decisions, my life decisions, what's best for our family, because he has 2 children as well. So we're kind of like the Black Brady Bunch that came together. He has 2, I have 3. We put us together, and he wants another baby. I'm saying, fuck out of here with that shit. But how could, like this is something new for me. Putting my life in the hands of someone else. And I have to choose as a woman, as a wife now, am I going to trust that the man that I chose to be my husband is making the best decisions for us, right? It's about submission. We talked about that, right? Submission, following your husband, and all that. When I'm getting into whether he's the right man or not, we're talking about the woman playing her position and the man playing his. So who am I to say, oh, nigga, I'm going to keep doing it the way I've been doing it? Well, I've been living my life as a single woman. So when the dudes are talking about who your loyalty is to, my loyalty is who's loyal to me and what's going to work best for us, if that makes any sense. That makes sense to y'all?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely makes sense to me. I totally get that.
Perfect.
Totally, 100%.
Because I want to travel, I want to do this, I want to do that. And like when I said I still think single, it's like, okay, I want to go to Jamaica, it's land down in Jamaica, I want to buy this, I want to go this. But then I had to stop and think, oh shit, like, oh, I got a husband now. Like, I need to think about, okay, he might want to come. Or maybe he wants to see me. Because my next 6 months to 12 months plan does not include his traveling with us. It's me thinking like, okay, I want my children to see this. I want my children. And I even still say my children. I have to correct myself. You know what I'm saying? I have to correct. These are our children now.
Ours. Yep. His are yours and yours are his now. So ours.
Right. So I can no longer make these decisions for myself. I have someone else that I have to consider, someone else that I have to incorporate. So like this is a whole new thing for me, y'all. Like this shit is weird.
But like you said, like you don't live with your husband right now, right?
Hey, let me jump in real quick. Somebody got some background noise? Is that you, Frankie?
Might be me a little too close to the mic.
Okay.
Let me try.
Okay, that's good. Sorry, please.
That's okay.
That's one thing I wanted to. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Nick.
Oh no,
No, I wasn't talking.
It was Ruby. I just wanted to ask, because you said that, you know, right now you don't live with your husband, and that makes the transition into this a lot harder, because it's easier to think of it when you are in the same household, because a house divided cannot stand. And when you are physically apart from each other, it's hard to think of your house as one house, right? It's still, you know, two houses. It's easier to acclimate, you know, and more rapidly you'll acclimate when you're in the same place, because then you start to see a house divided cannot stand. You start to see that you can't maintain two completely different parenting styles and two different ways of parenting his children versus your children, and you can't do that. You'll start to see the dissonance and the discord and the discomfort and a wedge being built between everyone, and then at that point it makes total sense. Oh, we can't move in two different directions. We have to move in one direction. And understanding that women are very good at seeing the teeny tiny little details. And that's why they're very good at micromanaging day by day to help everyone achieve the long-term goals. And men are very good at seeing the bigger picture. So they're good at painting the broad strokes. Where are we going over the next year? And so now you're working as a team together to make this one thing happen, and trusting that each person is playing their role. And it's a lot easier to do that when you're in the same household. So, you know, don't be too rough on yourself. You're still in the first year. Even in the first year when you're living in the same household, it's very, even without children, even without a long life of having to do for yourself, it's still really difficult to get acclimated to that idea of thinking of yourself as a we instead of yourself as a me. So, you know, but
yeah, I totally respect the fact that you, Lucy, you are doing what a lot of women I see don't understand, because you are blending a family. You have your children from previous relationships, and then he has his children. And, you know, but you understand that you're listening to the words you're using when you say my children, and but you understand that is verbiage that you need to change. And that is something that I do get frustrated with, because women who have children, a lot of times they marry a man that they don't want him to say anything to their children. Don't say anything to my children. Don't, you know, discipline my children. And I'm not even talking about corporal punishment. I'm just talking about verbally taking a child. If you decide to marry a man who does not, who you cannot allow to be a complete part of that family, that's going to be a problem.
Yes,
that's going to be a problem.
Yes.
You know, like when, you know, I had 2 children from a previous relationship when me and my husband got together, and then we had our child together. And but for me, with my first 2 children, it was our children, and I made it very clear to him that he was not going to treat the daughter we had together differently from the 2 we had. We come together, and he was coming into our family as the oddball, as the stranger, right? So for me, what my job was to show my older children that he and I were a united front. This is a complete family here. And I chose this person because I knew who he was, and he understood me, I understood him, and he's a family man. I'm not crazy. I didn't have all kinds of different men running in and out of I didn't have all kinds of boyfriends and all that stuff. My children didn't see anyone but him. And I remember, just to make the point, one time, I think I was at work, he was home from work, he would go and pick up the kids from daycare while I was at work, because he got off earlier than me. And one time, he called me and let me know that the children had been misbehaving or what have you, and he felt the need to punish, you know, put them on timeout in their room. They had to go to their room and, you know, just chill out. So I was like, okay, that's fine. I mean, he always told me whatever actions that he would take, you know, and he ran it by me, you know, which was fine. I always agreed with everything he did, because he was not a harsh person. So I got home from work, and we're, you know, just sitting, you know, having a cocktail, talking and what have you. The children in the room, they hear that I'm home, and they proceed to come out of the room and ask me if they can come out. They did not ask him. They acted like he wasn't even there. And they asked me, Mom, can we come out of the room now? And I looked at them like they had 2 heads. And my response to them was, I didn't put you in there. So I don't know why you're asking me. I don't
Yes,
do that.
yes. Good, good, good.
And
Yes,
that is definitely something a lot of women need to learn to do, because I have
yes,
seen that where you get protective over your children, even against the person you're in a relationship with.
right.
And I've also seen, what do you ladies think about women that introduce men to their children prematurely? Like maybe you knew this guy for like a month or so, and he's hanging around your house with your kids.
Yeah,
Mm.
no.
Basically,
No,
no,
Mm.
no, no.
no.
Mm. It depends. It depends on the situation and the dude. Like, are you introducing him because he's your friend and you see that he's a strong masculine male and he's proper to be around your children, or is this just some nigga you fucking and
No,
your
I
son
mean in the
saw him
sense
coming
that
out your
it's
room in
just
the morning?
yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's just a jump off, and you're bringing the jump offs to your house.
No, man, that's what hotels for, man. We need to stop tripping. And motherfuckers
I
ain't got
can't
money to
stand
do
that.
that trick
And
shit,
you
man.
coming in and you trying to
Right,
make every man your children's daddy. What is that?
right.
You look desperate and thirsty.
Oh, or worse
I don't
than
care, even if
that,
he's
you
just a
don't.
friend. Even if he's just a friend, you've known this guy for a month and you're bringing him around your
Around your
children. Have you
children,
not heard of
exactly.
pedophiles? What are we talking
I don't
about here?
bring my female friends. Do you know, y'all? I got friends that I've been friends with for 20 years that still have never met my children. And it's not because of
Right,
their lifestyle. It's just because it's like, you don't need to meet my children. You're
right.
my friend, not my children's friend. Like, no.
Yep.
Yeah,
I
or
think we
women
as women sometimes we do expose our children to too much of our lives because we
Yeah.
got too much going on and we're trying to live
Mhm.
our lives being single mothers and still, trying to be, I don't want to say out there, but you try to have a life. So, like I said, like that's what hotel rooms and shit is for, man. If you ain't got no babysitter to, jump off in the hotel, then you don't need to be jumping off.
Right.
Mhm.
Girls are watching their mothers and how they
Mhm.
move with men. Boys are watching their mothers and how they move with men.
yeah,
So if you're being a thought out here and you got your daughters looking at you, what you think they're gonna do? And
Right.
if you're being a thought out here and you got
exactly.
your boys looking at you,
Yeah.
what do you think he's gonna think about women? Because he
Mhm.
gets his first understanding of women and who we are and how we behave and what we think and the way we should move. He gets that from his mother.
Yep.
And we need to be cognizant of that when we are raising our boys. Because I wanted to raise a son who's going to be a good husband for another woman because I love women. I don't want to raise some knucklehead who's going to be causing her grief and giving her struggle love. Why would I do that to my sister? That's my sister, my future daughter-in-law.
Mhm. Mhm. Absolutely. How is a young boy going to learn respect for women when his mother's not being respectable? And that's the thing that we need to recognize. We want people to trust us when we're not being trustworthy. We want people to respect us when we're not being respectable. We have to recognize that children aren't stupid, first of all. So they take in a lot more than we give them credit for. A. B, what we like to do is turn around and once we start seeing them as people, so around puberty, all of a sudden we want to change things. Like somehow the first 14 years of their lives didn't happen. But
Yeah,
that's when those are their formative years. By the time they get to the end of childhood, they stop paying attention to what their parents are doing, start focusing on their peers. So that first 8 to 10 years of that child's life and how you treat them, what you model for them, what you're teaching them, how you're rearing them, it is so pivotal. And people don't realize that. I think that these women who are sitting there modeling this terrible behavior, they don't understand that their daughters are learning to be thoughts and their sons are learning to have no respect for women and treat them like thoughts. And then when their children do exactly what they've raised them to do, even though they changed their behavior 2 years ago and they don't understand why their daughter's still a thought and their son's still out there impregnating thoughts, what you did this, you have to take that responsibility. So it's unfortunate if you've already gotten to that place, but if you haven't and your kids are still young and you're still going through the bullshit, start taking
The
model for
main,
your children.
yeah, the
I
main
have a
formative.
question, ladies. I have a question from the chat. Worthy question from bottom to the top. He says, how can you help a single father raising a girl, especially a teenage girl?
I'm glad you said that because I was waiting for a break to respond to that. I saw that too. The same thing that I just said that a single mother of a boy would do. Do you got a mama? Do you got sisters? Do you got an aunt? Like, get some feminine energy around her. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and
So,
it's just not any old mother, sister, aunt, or good girlfriend. It's a good woman, because you don't want the type of woman that we were just speaking about. You don't want somebody who's busting it open in the club every weekend, being around
right.
your daughter or
And,
your
and,
teenager.
and, and men, single fathers need to be very careful of who they date and bring around their children too.
Exactly.
You know, I mean, it's always, we always look at, talk about single mothers bringing all kinds of men around, but men will do that with women too. Okay, I've seen it, I've experienced it. And, that's not good for girls. It's definitely not good for the boys, but it's not good for girls seeing their fathers be hoes and thoughts out here either, and discarding, using and discarding women. That's not good for girls.
No.
So everybody needs to keep their personal, intimate, sexual lives private from their children. They don't need to see that. That's not their business. They don't need to see it. What are you doing? Why are you doing it? It's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. I met my stepmother because she happened to work with my father at the time. So when I'd go over, it was like an after school program for kids. So I met her then. I didn't know that they were dating. They had been seeing each other for over a year and whatever, honestly, until she was pregnant. I was like, hey, so you really like her, right? Well, she's moving in. Like, what do you mean she's moving in? And I was like, oh, my friend's moving in. That's kind of how I saw it. It took me a minute to figure out they were together. As for my mom, any relationship of my mom's that I saw, which I found out about relationships later on. She had dated people, right? My mom was really into actual courting, dating, like that scene. But she had dated people. I never knew about any of them. I only knew about ones that were really, really serious. There was the one boyfriend that we lived with for a few years. They had been together for a couple years before that, but they broke up. And then my mom's fiance, who again, they ended up breaking up after the church. I don't know, Christianity is another story for me. But and then again, a fiance that she ended up marrying when I was 20 something. Like, it's not that hard. It was easier for her. I'm going to give everyone credit because it was a lot easier for my mom because my parents literally shared me 50-50, which means you have 50% of your time off. And I get that. And this is why it's so important for us to build our own little tribes. You might not have been born into a family that does that for you, but you can build a tribe amongst your peoples, amongst friends, and your friends can become family, and y'all can build a tribe so that way you can share those responsibilities, sleepovers, and together time, so that way you have your own space and time to go out and date without having to bring it home to your kids until it's the right time.
Yeah, no one's not saying you can't have your life, but it just it just needs to be separate from the children. The children don't need to see all of that.
And if I could just say something real quick to bottom to top, because you are really acting up in the chat room right now. I don't know who you
That's what he
referring to
does.
when you say
That's
they.
what he does.
When you say they, like, speaking for myself personally, I have never been interested in street dudes. When I say street dudes that's on the corner, dudes that are not doing anything productive with themselves. That's never been my type of guy.
Yeah.
So I don't know who's this monolith they that you're talking about.
Right.
But
Because
I think you should be more specific when you are referring to people.
Yeah, I hope he's not saying they, because what we were literally doing, what Lucy did so eloquently, is explain why women are attracted to those types of men. It's for, as a woman, we understand that. We understand why the attraction is there. It's the charisma, the masculinity, the projection of power that they exude. That doesn't mean that their husband material or that we're out here seeking them. So stop your nonsense. You're doing too much. Relax.
He is really trying to provoke people down there. Knock it off, guy.
He likes to pull people's hair. He likes to pull people's hair. I told him before, he's like that little boy on the playground who runs around and then tugs on your braids and then runs off and wants you to chase him around the little baseball field. That's bottom to the top. He's real cute. He's real cute. Don't take it, you know, he's real cute. He's all right, but he likes
Yeah, I
to,
know he's all right. I mean,
yeah, he likes to twerk and stuff because he likes to.
You know what though, this reminds me a lot of confirmation bias overall, because what happens is, right, people will say, I want a good woman, right, or I want a good man, I want a good man, but then they spend all this time focusing on all the ain't shit men or all the ain't shit women.
yeah,
So when they're
they
hearing
the
good
ones that
women
say
right in
it.
front of them, they're dismissing it like it's not existing because it doesn't confirm their bias that Black women ain't shit. Like, pay attention to what's actually being said. We've already acknowledged all of this, and then we said, hey, but, and you heard women on here say, nah, I'm not really into that. You've heard a lot, but why are you harping on that? It's because you have this bias that women only go for the slick guy. It's like you're stuck in high school. It's like a high school mentality where you only go for the slickest, coolest guy, and that's it. And everyone's lost in that dysfunction that they're still in high school, even though they're in their 20s, 30s, and 40s. Like,
Yeah, he's all like, but what about me? But what about
No,
me? I'm taking
no,
it
he's stuck in his
I'm
bias because he
taking it
wants
for
proof. He wants us to kind of slip up and fall into some proof that yes, that we actually want Pookies and Ray Ray. Although I'm still kind of vague about that, even though Taz gave me the definition. But yeah, because you remember a verbal assassin, he was stuck on if a man makes 150,000 a year, would that make him good enough to be with?
Right.
And I'm like,
I think bottom to the top just needs to get his weight up.
like that.
I think bottom to the top just needs to get his weight up a little bit so he can afford any of the single women on the panel. I don't know, I might be the only one, but you know, hey, that's his issue. He's got to get it together. That's all.
Yeah, he's just contrarian.
He is. He likes to just be contrarian. I don't even let him bother me at all. He, you know, I just rub his low back and pat him on the head and send him on his way with his bologna sandwich.
Yeah, and I think with the what I'm thinking of might be a Pukin, where to me is a guy that hustles. He's willing to put himself out, take a chance, and that means take a chance in everything, whether talking to the girl, even though there's a chance she can slap him down and stuff like that, he doesn't care, he's going for it. And that kind of attention is flattering, you know? And most of what I've understood from educated lames, although I don't even like that term.
That's so stupid.
I think it's such a stupid term.
Yeah, to make these two distinctions, like those are the only two type of men on the whole planet. Is either you're a dusty corner hustling, PlayStation playing,
right? It's crazy,
nothing guy, or you're this nerd that's all into the books and you're socially awkward and you have nothing to go on. You know, you have no social skills. Like those are the only two type of men that's roaming the planet.
Right. It's crazy.
That's how most guy has a little bit of everything. There's whatever they want to label them as. Most guys have a little bit of everything, but it comes out, different parts of them come out depending on the situation. So that's why I keep saying every guy is a Pookie, every guy is an educated lamb, every guy is a nerd, every guy is this and that. They all have those parts of them in them. It's just that some parts of them more dominant than others, or the situation of pull up one side of them out of them than the other.
Yeah, I mean, like my husband, for example, he never been to jail. He was not a thug in any way. He was a square, but he was rough around the edges. You know, he had all the right balance of masculinity and gentleness, especially dealing with me. He was very patient with me. He was very understanding with me, and he accepted me completely and totally for me, all the good, the bad, and the ugly, because there was good, there was bad, and there was ugly at times. I'm an imperfect woman, but he was very masculine, but he didn't have to beat his chest and force me to submit to him, and he didn't have to do all that, because his simple presence of how he carried himself, how he treated his mother, his family, how he loved children and old people. But if you saw him on the street, you would think that's not somebody I want to encounter in a dark alley. Right? So he projected that sense of power, but it was a quiet power that was balanced.
Yeah.
You know? So
Yeah,
there's all kinds of different types of men. There's not just the Pookie and the Ray Ray shooting the guns in the air and then stopping to sip their soda. And then the educated lanes that don't have any type of spirit or swag or oomph in them at all. There's different types of men. And we like a balanced man.
Yeah.
Like I said, my husband was real soft and feminine, and to me, towards me, and I was like, nigga, what's going on? But when it got time for the get down, when somebody tried to touch me or tried to accost me, their asses was on their fucking back. You hear me? So balance is important. You know what I'm saying? Balance is important.
He's ready to climb him like a tree.
Girl, let me tell you, I ain't never been so turned on in my life. Oh my God. That motherfucker.
It's definitely an aphrodisiac. It's definitely an aphrodisiac. When you have a man that can nobody, not even his mama, can't talk to you out the side of your neck, he's getting laid every night.
Well, and that's why I keep trying to explain to people, like, listen, I've had this conversation with women who honestly, like, they need to change, they need to do some work on themselves so that way they can start attracting different kind of men to them. Because I'll tell you, for me, the internal feeling, and this is all internal, you don't have external control of it. That internal feeling of submission where you submit to that man and it's like this magical, extra different world. And he can tell you to do anything. He can ask you for anything and you're about that. Because that is how much his masculine has captured your feminine. God damn, I'll tell you, there is no magic like that. There is no magic.
That's the man that you will get up. Yeah, that's the man you will get up after everything is over and go make a sandwich for.
Yup. You want to make a sandwich. When he says he's not hungry, you're like, come on, baby. You want grits instead? What you want?
You worked hard. You put in work, baby.
You put in work.
You hungry.
Right? Like, don't worry about it. I'll make you dinner then. What you want? You want a roast?
I'm going to make you a little course meal. You know what I'm saying? Yep. You ain't going to be hungry over here.
Right? That could last days. You sitting there on your P's and Q's making 5-course meals every night. Like, like you don't have to ask for it. You get up, you make his breakfast early in the morning. You want to make sure you pack his lunch extra special. You want to make sure you iron his shirt for him. Oh, there's a wrinkle. Baby, take it off. Don't worry.
Putting little red lipstick kisses on the bag and stuff. Like it goes down. It goes down.
Yeah,
so you even understand. And most of us are waiting for that man that we can give all of that to. You know what I mean? We want to give that to you.
Yep.
Man, it's a great thing. It's a great thing. I definitely don't mind hand washing his drawers. God damn it, making sure, he got whatever he needs. Like, because we in Ghana, so I ain't buying no washing machine and shit yet. But I'm just like, shit, look, what I gotta do, what you need me to do, where I'm at. Okay. Because I would never, ever forget that. It was another incident. We was coming back from like the pool hall and shit, and it was some wild dude in the street. I guess he was high or whatever. He was on from deep. I wasn't even paying attention because I'm just, I'm on the highlight. This is before we got married. Let me say this. This was before we got married. The incident when I told you he knocked the dude on his ass, we weren't married yet. So that's what you got to show and prove, man. Like, look, man, you got to show and prove, cuz I know you from another country and shit, but look, I'm from America, and there's certain things that I need, baby, because I am an American woman. Okay? So all that niceness and you want to ooh baby, nigga, I didn't, oh, I don't give a fuck about none of that. What you gonna do? You know what I'm saying? And he showed me, but it was another incident. Dude was acting all wild, and he was like, "I seen him from deep." He told me, "I seen him from deep." Oh, girl, look, girl, we walking down the street, right? We walking down the street. You know, we got our little beers in the bag. We take it back because, you know, we just drank at the pool hall, but we about to go back, you know, for our little weed, whatever, chill, relax and shit. All of a sudden, he just started walking real fast and shit. And I'm like, hold on, what the fuck? Is he leaving me? So I started walking faster too, but then I seen the threat. He saw it before I did. And so I started to fall back because I'm like, okay, let me see what he's gonna do. I'm not in America. I don't have access to my guns and shit. I don't have no weapons. Like, okay, the only weapon I got is him. So I'm like, okay, let me see how he gonna handle it. All I know was he was speaking his language. He picked the beer bottle up, swung it at the nigga. He won't try to hit him. You know what I'm saying? I know his name. He won't try to hit him. All I know is he said some shit to the dude, and the dude took off running for his life like he pulled out a fucking ratchet. I don't know what he said to that nigga, and he won't tell me what he said to that nigga. But he was the fact that he saw a threat coming. You know what I'm saying? He didn't even say nothing to me. He just immediately acted on it. You know what I'm saying? And I had to play my position. So I went into my feminine role. Okay. Now I'm a Marine. I'm a fucking United States fucking Marine. Normally I see a threat. I'm on the front line right there. That's how I was trained. But I got a man now. So like I didn't even have to think about it. I just kind of started falling back. So that was another incident. So I see that this man is fearless for me. Didn't matter. And we weren't even in our hometown. We was away. We were 4 hours away out of his hometown. He don't give a fuck where we at. You touch his wife. You say something wrong to his wife. It's been times I've been on live streams in the chat. He's like, what you doing, babe? You know me. I'm in the chat talking shit or whatever. There's a nigga in here talking shit. He's talking shit about you too. He's like, what? Send me the link. Send me the link. Send me the link. You know, like what? It's like I've had that quote unquote Pookie and Ray protection, but it's different when. Ooh, how can I articulate this? I don't know, y'all. I gotta think about that. How can I articulate different from that thug protection to where it's like, this is my woman, this is my family, and I will die for them. I don't care who you are. Man, we'd have been in front of chiefs, people in front of government. Look, he knocked the police on their ass. And I'm looking like, oh, shit, nigga. Because you know how our police is. He didn't knock the police. Matter of fact, it's on my Facebook. Because I was Facebook Live. I was in a crowd, just kind of moving around. Like, hey, y'all, this is what it looks like in the crowd. It's crazy out here. And the police was running up on me because I was recording. Long story short, the police was trying to pull me away from him, and they're going to tell him, oh, I'm going to take your wife, and there going to be nothing you can do about it. He was trying to get me by myself so he can extort me for money. Man, my husband went off. Again, we weren't married yet. We weren't even married yet.
Lucy, can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
I'm asking for a friend, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Does your husband have a brother? Or, I mean, a daddy, a granddaddy?
You said a
great. Hear you.
Asking for a friend. Asking for a friend, not for himself, for a friend. This is you know.
I didn't hear the question. I just heard y'all like chuckling and stuff. You said something about his dad or.
Yeah,
does he have a single dad or grandfather or uncle or cousin?
Brother.
A play cousin?
Does he have a
That's the whole continent. Man, look. Man, what y'all trying to do? Because it's link ups, okay? I thought about that too. That's a business idea, starting a damn dating service with quality, you know, melanated men.
We're actually working on that, thinking of getting an app, you know, because I I've tried online dating, but I get so bored with it. I get bored like in 2 weeks. It'd be all kinds of
Because
dudes.
they be talking that dumb shit. They be like, oh, you're so beautiful, queen, empress, blah, blah, blah. Let
Right.
me tell you, when I went there, I got all of that. I got showered with all of that. Queen, empress, motherfuckers bringing me drinks, washing my feet. I'm talking about literally. I'm walking down on the beach. This is the first time I went, and I was on tour with 34 other Black Americans. Well, it was about 31 Black Americans. There was a couple of Black Brits on the joint or whatever. And I found out I don't like Black Brits. But anyway, that's a whole nother discussion. But I'm walking off the beach and motherfuckers running up trying to wash my feet. Now, there are some American men that would say, oh, they simp for that. Well, I like the shit, okay, motherfucker? Motherfuckers walking up, want to wash my feet, want to carry my bag. You know what I'm saying? Want to, what the hell is going on?
But that's the issue with this whole quote unquote simp, the terminology. Other men are calling other men simps for loving a woman, for loving women, period, for liking, even just liking women as people and treating them with respect. They're calling split simps for wanting to protect and provide for their woman. They're calling men simps for checking them in chat rooms and saying, wait a minute, hold up, that's disrespectful to our sisters. And, I wonder, who are you trying to impress? Do you want a woman to be able to lay down with you at night in the bed and cuddle up with? Do you want a woman? Are you trying to love up on a woman, or do you want the approval of men? Like, because us women don't see men like that as simps, who love us, who like us, who want to protect us. We don't see you as simps. So you should care more about how we see you than how some other random man sees you. So what if he's calling you a simp? Let me tell you something, brothers. If he's calling you a simp, you're doing something right by the ladies, and that's all you need.
Hell yeah. That's why I want to ask Max a question. I want to ask Max. Please hold your thoughts, sisters. Let's go right in what we're talking about. Max, how much flack did you get for apologizing to me on the live? I just want to know. I'm curious to know.
They ran me through the ringer, called me a simp, said I was a punk. I should have never apologized, and F you and all this other stuff.
See? I kind of figured that.
Yeah, they even hit up my email calling me all kinds of simps and, pussy pandering and everything. I mean, they just went off on me.
And they probably say that too because the majority of my squad is female.
What do you think about that, Max? What do you say to those who call you simp? Because I personally think you're balanced, because I've seen you go in on women. You and I, when I first got on the panel, and I think another time we had a discussion where we had a misunderstanding of what you thought I said and what I actually said or what have you. You don't coddle women. You tell the truth on both sides. So what did you think about, or did you even respond to them calling you a simp?
I didn't respond. I don't have any respect for them guys. I didn't even bother responding. As far as I'm concerned, they're all punks, and they're weak, and they don't, and they're afraid of conflict. That's why women aren't protected now, because they got weak men out here who are scared of their own shadows. And this is why foreign men think it's okay to come up and attack our women, simply because these weak niggas are running around here now, blaming women for everything and not taking responsibility for being men. So no, I don't care nothing about what they say.
That's why I started tuning into your channel as a Cerulean also, because for me, you two were a breath of fresh air. I see balance with you. And Cerulean talks some real shit. He tells
wait, sis, we sound like some pick-me's now. We sound like some pick-me's.
And that's what I was about to say. We have the female counterpart where we get called mammies and pick-me's and all this other crazy stuff.
If a man is not willing to protect this woman, if he's not willing to protect his family, his legacy, or his bloodline, that's where it all comes from.
Yeah. Listen, not pick me or whatever. I just tell the truth. I give credit where credit is due. And it doesn't matter to me if that's a man or a woman. I give credit where credit is due. I tell the truth. I'm a truth teller. Everybody who knows me knows that. I don't know how to be fake. I don't know how to do that.
Exactly.
So this is what I want to ask the ladies, right? I want to ask, so what do you think? I think all of us up here are pretty balanced women. What do you think women, women that are like us can do to fill a gap to kind of curb this men-women divide, Black men and Black women, the divide that seems to be going on between us?
Man, all the motherfuckers talking that shit weak as fuck. Fuck them. Man, we need to keep doing, all the people that's up here talking, we need to keep doing what we've been goddamn doing, because apparently we don't have no problem. Do we have a problem? Look, Max apologized to me on live because he felt like he needed to. You know what I'm saying? And I accept the apology. Shit, y'all don't like my stance on Africa. But at the end of the day, we're up here having a conversation civilly, right? We all have different points of view. Max wants to throw my husband off the cliff. He wouldn't care if he died tomorrow. But goddamn it, look, I'm saying, like, okay, nigga, I just know that, with that area, we can't, there's no discussion. So, but Max seems of value to me. So it's like, okay, he sounds like an intelligent brother. Like, what else can we talk about? I'm a Black American, so you won't throw me off the goddamn cliff. So it's like, I don't have to be like, oh, fuck that nigga. He don't believe in what I believe in, so fuck him. Nah, I'm not like that. Black people, we need to get to a point where we're like that. I don't fuck with Christians. I used to be a Christian, but when motherfuckers start talking about that, like that bishop, nigga, you got 2 strikes. You married to a whole cracker, and you a bishop, man? Fuck out of here. I'm not trying to hear nothing you got to say. But what if he got connections in the community? What if because he's in the position he in, and I know he dirty backslide nigga, like he has a position, he could be useful. I'm not willing to just throw people away. And if we can have a conversation like how we have it now and keep it real and be real with each other, I'm gonna say it again, and be real with each other, and we can talk, man, that's all I can ask for.
That's what I'm saying, and that's why I do have respect for you, Lucy, because you've been hazed on this channel. Max has gone in on you. He's done that, but that's what Max does. Mm-hmm. And you feel strong. You've stated your position. You've stood strong on a woman as a woman, and you keep coming back. You didn't get scared off by Max. I didn't get scared off by Max neither when he was talking some crazy stuff. You can't do that. You have to remain who you are, and you have to defend that. And you have done that. So I have much respect for you. I may not agree with everything you say, but I don't have to have respect for you and where you're coming from, and I do. So I just do want you to know that.
But you know what, though? And when I was going back and forth with Lucy, I did realize that I came at her wrong. There's some things I shouldn't have said. So I had to make amends for that. That's what a man does.
Right, that is, and that's respect. A lot of people have a problem apologizing. Like I was feeling a little bad the other day when I got up the next morning because I really ended up losing it with Rozzy. I just lost it, and I was, and honestly, Rozzy has his ways and everything, and he's frustrating and irritating. But me personally, Rozzy has never disrespected me, and I don't hear him disrespecting women. I've never heard that from him. I've never heard him call anyone.
Don't worry about him.
Yeah, because I sure don't feel bad. I don't feel bad.
Man, look, man, look. I gotta be in defense of Rozzy, man. That's my man's, man. Like we be in other chats together. His heart is in the right place, man. Mm-hmm. I'm just seeing that because I never really heard Rozzy talk. I just see him in the chat. You know what I'm saying? So, I can kind of tell by the things that he says in the chat, like we're on the same wavelength. We always shout each other out in the chat or whatever, but I never really heard him really articulate himself on the panel other than maybe he would get up on Taz's panel with Taz, have an open panel. But he's still, he'll because he's coming up on Taz channel, Taz is C1 channel. So, you know, we're talking about, you know, Black Power type things and stuff like that. So, but in a debate, I've never heard him in a debate. So, you know, I'm like, oh man, like, bruh, like, and you even threw him a bone. I was like, bruh, like, oh my God.
Yeah.
His heart is in the right place, man. It really is. I think he's a good dude. He need to get with people that can teach him how to articulate himself better, to explain his point.
Yeah.
You know, when he kept saying police brutality, I'm like, okay, bro, bring up specific cases. Bring up Tamir Rice. Bring up about the two people that just got murdered in their home. The bitch only got 10 years, but the black sister that gave warning shot got 20 years. You know what I'm saying? Like bring up shit like that, like this, and even how the FBI is even saying that. We're not gonna get into that, but I'm just like, you know, it's stuff that, you know, I'm like, get on your Google while you're on the phone. Stall them out. Get on your Google if you can't remember. Because there's so much stuff. But when you're in a debate, you know, you got to be ready. But y'all don't discount Rozzy, man. He don't mean no harm, man.
And let me ask y'all to address this, right?
Oh, and I want to say too, my bad. Verbal Assassin, he wanted
A brother on here said that.
Send you his love.
Right. A brother on here said that.
Whoa. Wait a minute. All of y'all trying to talk at the same time. Max is trying to talk.
Hey,
y'all trying to talk.
Game, hold on 1 second. Maximum. 1 second, hold that thought. Lucy, what did you just say?
I said Rozzy told me today in Taz's chat, he was like, yo, tell Verbal Assassin I love her and what's up, sis.
Okay.
And I was like, man, you know what I'm saying? Dragged you and shit, but he was like, nah, man. He was like, I fucked with Verbal Assassin. Send her my love, yo. And I was like, all right, I got you, bro.
All right, send it back to him, okay? Tell him I didn't mean to disrespect him, but I was fed up and I was tired.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Max. I apologize.
Yeah, I heard a brother on here say he's a pretty popular brother, right? He said that being raised by a single black mother is the same as being raised in an environment that has normal dysfunction. What do y'all say to that?
Someone just say that on the chat. The chat right now.
No. This is another brother who has other streams. He's pretty popular, but he said that he's one of these guys who rail against black women. You know, he has a slogan, "Save yourself, black man," and he says that being raised by a single black mother is also like being in an environment with normal dysfunction.
Well, he's talking about both of them.
Well, I think he's speaking from his own experience.
Exactly.
So, I mean, if he came from that type of dysfunctional single mother, then of course he's going to project that on everybody else. That's not always true. And we've just had that discussion. You could have dysfunction in a 2-parent household. So just because you come from a single parent household doesn't mean it's an automatically dysfunctional situation. I mean, if you have a mother that's, you know, aware enough that she knows there's certain things that she can't provide and she goes above and beyond to provide those things for you, I mean, I think she can produce a pretty functional child.
Yep.
Yeah, and when they talk about how high the single mother rate is, whether they say 70% in the Black community, I think those are the numbers. If that was the case, then, you know, we would see every single male or female who came from a single parent household out here doing dysfunction and not, you know, being productive in their lives and stuff like that. And we know that that's not the case. We know that
exactly. And then they will say that about single mother households. And then in the same breath, they'll say, well, you know, 50% of men have gone to college and graduated and they don't have any children and they're, you know, productive men in society. How many of those men came from single parent households?
Right. And you know what? I think what happens is a lot of times, I was talking about this earlier, a lot of times when we look at the statistics, we see a correlation. So two things happening at the same time, and we pretend that those are cause and effect. When normally there's some third variable, like for example, lower socioeconomic status, that would better explain what we're seeing. So, you know, dysfunction overall, crime rates go up when poverty levels go up, right? That's a real correlation. When people are starving and they have no way of paying their bills and whatever, they're more likely to commit a crime to eat or to try to get money to pay their bills. That makes more sense than, oh, well, it's because they came from a single mother household. Now, with that being said, there's a lot of other factors that we can tie to living in poverty. And I'm not just talking about ancientness or drugs or whatever. I'm talking about people who are working 2, 3 part-time jobs and get to sleep 3 hours a day, and their kids, they're latchkey kids, but they got to keep a roof over these kids' heads and food's in their belly. There's a lot of other associations that we should actually be making when we look at these things. It's not a simple case of, oh, well, if you are a single mother, you will be dysfunctional and your kids will be dysfunctional and everyone's dysfunctional. That is not the case. When you look at it, it is a lot harder to get out of poverty than it is to find somebody to be a male role model for your kid, or to just have that built into your life somehow because you have brothers or whoever else around, right? So, I mean, we have to be a little more fair, I think, when we're talking about some of these things.
Yeah, I have a question for Digo Shay in the chat, or I just wanted to address some things that she was saying earlier that I didn't get to. Digo Shay, you were talking a lot earlier about how us women being feminine makes us, it kind of sounded like you were saying it makes us weak because men want to take advantage of it. And then they, you know, they'll use us and abuse us if we're feminine and all of that. And I get what you're saying, dear, but that is a certain type of man that you don't need to be dealing with. And you have to understand that femininity is actually a strength. That is one of the biggest strengths that we have as women.
Facts.
And you are feminine, not for men, you're feminine for yourself because that's your nature. And women feel better when we are in our feminine energy because it's our natural state. The byproduct of that is that our femininity attracts men in droves, masculine men, not weak beta males who want to be the feminine, but men who want to be men like feminine women. They do not like masculine women. They're not attracted to masculine energy from a woman. So you don't throw away your femininity because some random man might try to abuse you. That's where your boundaries and your standards come in for how you're going to be treated. That's where self-accountability comes in for your choices that you make and who you allow in your life. And you can have both. You can be feminine and you can be strong. Feminine is your strength.
Yeah, actually, you know, they've done studies about this. And it's funny because the place that I learned about these studies was through Mary Kay when you go to their seminars and stuff. But they've done studies and I've looked into this and it's proven out a lot of times. Women in the boardroom. So let's say they're a CEO of a major company. Women who wear a skirt suit with light makeup, you know, respectable hair, you know, light jewelry and whatever, are considered to be more powerful and more intelligent than women who wear a pantsuit, severe hair, no makeup, no jewelry. Right. So the further we try to travel away from our femininity, actually, the less power people perceive us to have, the less intelligence people perceive us to have, and they'll treat us as such. So
Right.
in and of itself, you know, losing your femininity isn't the answer. What I think a lot of people fail to realize is it's not that all men ain't shit or all men act a certain way. It's just the fact that the energy you're putting out there keeps bringing the same type of man to you. That normally happens when we have something happen to us. It doesn't have to be in childhood. It could be your first dating experience, and it traumatizes us and it hurts us and it's unresolved within our hearts. So what we do is we are subconsciously, we keep attracting the same kind of man to us to try to solve what went wrong the first time and try to make it right, try to be successful this time. Which of course you can't because it wasn't your fault. This was not the right man for you. So what you need to do is take a break from, you know, any of that and do some self-healing, right? It's very hard to confront ourselves. It's very hard to look deep within. It's very hard to go and seek that help and take those first steps. But what happens is once you heal that pain, what you'll just notice is you are going to, first of all, your mind's not going to be sitting there saying all men ain't shit. And so you won't be actually using confirmation bias on a daily basis to prove yourself right. But also what happens is your energy that you're going to put out there is going to bring a completely different kind of man towards you. And that kind, then you'll see all of a sudden like, oh, it's not because society suddenly changed, men suddenly changed, it's because you've changed and the energy you're putting out has changed too.
I think I found my twin flame in Ruby Red. You're my twin flame. You're absolutely correct, sister. You're absolutely correct. And I think that we sometimes as Black women, because we have to, a lot of times have to be the head of household. Anytime you're in the head of household and you are making all the decisions, you're going to be in your masculine energy. And we forget how important it is for us to be feminine. It just feels better. For me, it feels better. I enjoy it. I enjoy myself more. I like my body. You know, I never used to wear makeup really. And I know
sis, I don't think that's what it is. I don't mean to cut you off, sis. I don't think that's what it is. When dudes or anybody brings up femininity, they're not talking about how much you look like a girl. So we can cut out the whole ones that dress like dudes.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying about how
much. When people question femininity, because somebody made a comment about femininity, because that shit pisses me off when they keep talking about this whole femininity. What are you talking about?
Well, I don't know what you're talking about because that's not what I was saying. I was trying to explain something. So maybe if I was able to finish, you would understand. And now I can't remember what it was what I was saying.
You were talking about being a woman and your essence and your body.
You said you didn't used to wear makeup.
No, I didn't used to wear makeup because I didn't need it. And, most Black women don't. But and I don't even put on a whole face, just a little eyeliner, some eyelash, maybe some, I'm playing with different colors of eyeshadow and stuff like that. And I, got some colors of MAC lipstick that I like. And I put that on and, make sure that for me, I just think that when we feel good about how we look on the outside, that's kind of projected to the world. We can feel a certain way on the inside, but when you have your outer beauty looking, the way that you want to look, there's a sense of confidence that you have when you go out here, and I do think it's important that we put an importance on how we present ourselves physically. Is that all of what femininity is? Absolutely not. There's plenty of women with cakes of makeup on their face and their hair done and weave all down their back, and they're ratchet and as masculine as they can possibly be. So it's not just about that. That's not what I'm saying, but it's how we talk, how we speak to men, how we speak to each other, and just how we feel, the things we do for ourselves, for self-love and self-care. What kind of, do we like candles? Do we like scented candles? Do we take bubble baths? Do we take the time to pamper ourselves? Do our nails? That's girly stuff that helps put you in that feminine energy.
What's funny? And because I'll tell you that the first place I ever got called feminine in my entire life was in the manosphere. No one's ever called me feminine. No one's ever called me masculine, but no one's ever called me feminine, right? Because I'm such a tomboy, like you said, like I like, constructing things with my hands, not really like a lady at all. To me, my idea of dressed up is a baby tee and runners and a hat that all match with like a nice pair of jeans. And I think like I'm really dressed up that way. So, no one's ever really called me feminine. It was only here on these panels and stuff that men called me feminine, and I bucked against that idea. I'm like, I'm not feminine, I'm not a lady, I'm a woman, sure, but I'm not feminine. And then, they explained like to me, like, no, it's your energy. It's the way you speak to men. It's the way you speak to women. It's the way that you speak overall. You aren't carrying a masculine energy within you. You know, and it took me a while to understand what they meant by feminine and masculine as far as the energies, because I never really thought about what I was doing or who I was or how I approached men or women or anything as being feminine. You know, and for me though, that's cultural. It's because I'm culturally Jamaican. So a lot of things are kind of built into the culture, and it's built into your rearing, and it's built into the way my mom, you know, modeled and, you know, told me about life in every single sense of the word. So to me, what I am, it wasn't feminine. I'm just a person. It is what it is. This is how people are. You know, but you know, it's because it's automatic. And that's something that I think is really important for us to recognize too, is we might not have been raised with certain things, but we can certainly institute those things in our household and create a culture in our household. So that way our children think these things are absolutely normal. They're so normal, they take them for granted. Because there's a lot of things I think I absolutely take for granted because they're just always been there. It's just who I am. It's just what it is. It's not like tensing a muscle, but you can get there even if you don't have it now, and get to that place where it's not tensing a muscle. It's not difficult. You don't have to fight to get it. You just have it all the time.
Right. And there are things, that's why I was saying there are things that you can do that you need to do when you're not used to being feminine in that energy that puts you in that energy.
Exactly.
That's why I was talking about the pampering of ourselves and, you know, the playing with the makeup art and all of that stuff, and doing our nails and taking the time out. And a lot of times we need time out from our children too. We can't give and give and give and give and not give anything to ourselves, because if we do that, we'll be depleted and we won't have anything to give. So you have to be able, especially as a single mother, you have to be able to take time from yourself, for yourself. You know, your children are good, they're fed, they're clothed, they're okay. You can take time out for yourself just to take care of you. You know, I tell my friends, when you get your paycheck, buy yourself a little something just for you. It doesn't have to be expensive, but go to the Dollar Tree and buy a new little nail color. You know, get you a cute little keychain. You know, get a little blouse or something like that, or a pair of shoes. You can do that for yourself. Always give yourself something.
Well, for me, I see it a little bit different. I agree with most of what you said. The only difference for me is I'm more in the vein of like Ruby, right? I was always a tomboy. I'm not, still to this day, I don't wear makeup really. Every once in a while, like if I'm going to a formal function, I might put on some lipstick or whatever, but never, I don't even do the eyeshadow or anything like that. I don't really get my nails done. I might throw some clear polish on. So that's never been my thing. I've never really been into that. But for me, where I feel the most feminine is catering to my family, like doing those things that my children and my husband need done, and making sure like the house is together, and making sure that, you know, everything is taken care of and is in order, and, you know, making sure that they have everything they need, dinner's done and the house is clean, and, you know, stuff like that makes me feel like, you know, I'm being, you know, what a woman should be. That, you know.
I totally get that. I think that's absolutely a part of our femininity and womanhood, because we are nurturers, and that's where we thrive, when we're taking care of other people. But do you do things for yourself too? Do you do little things for yourself?
I do things for myself, but it's just like, you know, the type of hobbies and stuff that I'm interested in. So I always find space to do the things that I enjoy doing on my own.
Yes.
But yeah, that's what, you know, but that's where my joy comes from. That's where my joy comes from. Because sometimes I do put myself on the back burner, and I have to be reminded, like my husband will say, oh, you said you were going to go buy whatever for yourself, and you haven't bought it yet. Or I'll remember like, oh man, I know I needed to pick up something for myself. But I always, you know, even when I'm going for myself, I see something like, oh, my kid might need this, or my husband needs this. And I end up putting the focus back on my children, but I enjoy it. It's not, I don't feel neglected.
Yeah,
You
that's
know what I
good.
mean? Like, I don't feel neglected when I'm taking care of them. And sometimes it gets to the point where when I do feel like, all right, I need to go take care of this for myself, sometimes I feel selfish.
Yeah, that's our issue
Like,
too. That's our issue, and that's why I'm talking about doing little things for yourself. And sometimes we have to force ourselves to do it because if we, we feel like if we pay this attention to ourselves, we're taking away from our family. And I think that's something that we need to kind of like get away from feeling, because if you know in your heart you're a good wife, you're a good mother, you do everything you can for them, then absolutely you deserve some time out for yourself. You deserve to take yourself to a movie or to lunch or buy yourself a book or a color. You're not into makeup, and that's fine. I'm not really either. I just, like I said, put on a little things. But each woman, taking care of herself and pampering herself looks different. But I think it's important that we all make time for that, because giving and giving and giving is draining. That is a fact. And so when you want to continue to give to your family and your children, you have to replenish yourself first. You can't give from an empty vase.
Exactly.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, there's a difference between healthy and unhealthy selfishness, and a lot of good women fail to recognize this difference until they've depleted themselves and then gone so far in the negative that it literally affects them physically. You can make yourself sick. And the good women don't recognize that it's okay. It's okay for you to be healthy selfish. And if you haven't been able to differentiate the difference between those two things, you need to take some time to work on that, because it's true. And you will give a better quality of time to those that you love and you're caring for, and a better quality of giving if you've taken care of yourself first.
no, absolutely. And I had to learn that throughout my years. But my whole thing was when I decided to settle down and have a family, that was my whole thing. Like, I am gonna be about this family. Like, that was my goal. Like, this was, and at one point it did get where I was overdoing it. I was overdoing it with just not paying attention to myself. So that is something I had to learn how to balance. But
Yeah, and that's common. That's not uncommon. That's not an uncommon thing. And so that's why my sister Janine in the chat, she can tell you, I tell her things like that all the time. I tell my cousin things like that all the time, because I see the stress that is put on Black women. And like Ruby, you were saying did you say Jamaican?
Yes.
So, I see what you're saying about that, because in America, women, especially Black women, are not encouraged to be feminine. We're not encouraged to do that by the larger society. Even with our Black men, we're not encouraged to be feminine and rest in our femininity. They say they want it, but at the same time, a lot of them want us to get out here and do the work they're doing. They want us to help them. They want us to build them. That is a lot on a woman. We cannot do everything. We're just women, and we need to be able to be that. And we need men who want to be men and be there for us and be our head and provide and protect us. That's what we want. We'll give you everything. We will give you everything.
I think a large part of the problem is a lot of people, both men and women, don't know what real femininity is supposed to be. So when you hear a lot of people saying, they want femininity, they say it, but they don't really know what it is that they really are talking about.
No, and to that point, I think it's Deco Shea said inside of the chat earlier, you can give all the femininity you want and be as feminine as you want, and some men don't recognize or respect it. And I agree with that. And the reason why I agree with that is because you do have men who wouldn't recognize it if it smacked them in the face, because it's not something they were socialized with. So they know it's something that they want. They know it's something that they need. They know it's a change that needs to take place, but they cannot respect or appreciate it because they don't recognize it, because it's like an unfamiliar thing. They can't trust it when they see it because they don't have any experience with it. So it's like a catch-22.
They see it as a manipulation.
Let me jump in here because I'm sorry. I got to chime in on this one. If a man, okay, it depends on how old the male is. If he's a young boy or something like that, 18, maybe up to 21 or something like that, maybe I can understand that. But if a man is 25, 30, 40 years old, there's no excuse not to recognize femininity. He knows what it is. If he act like he doesn't understand it or he doesn't recognize it, then there's something wrong with him. It's either something mentally wrong with him or he's gay. Either or.
You know what though, Max? You were socialized in a way when you were born and raised with femininity being pervasive, and not only in the culture, but obviously within your family. When you talk about, especially I'll say with the 40 and under group, there's a lot of people who were not pervasively raised with a culture of
They don't have
femininity.
to be raised that way, Rudy. Men don't have to be raised that way. It's something that automatically happens to us. When a woman is around us, hold on, let me explain from a man's perspective. When a woman is
what you're saying, but hear what Lucy said.
Hold on, Ruby, hold on. Let him go ahead and finish his thought.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. For a man, it's automatic. It's automatic. When a woman is around us, we feel something. Something happens to us. It's an automatic reaction. It's something you have to be taught or something that has to be stilled into. It's a natural reaction. And the more feminine, and the more feminine a woman is, the more we have that feeling. It's something that's already in us. We don't have to be taught that. So if a man don't recognize that, he either purposely turned that off and went gay, or there's something wrong with him. I'm telling you.
No, see, what I guess you're misunderstanding what I say when I say recognize. See, and this is why it's important that you're socialized with it, with people, especially caregivers that you trust. Because what happens is, it's not that you don't feel it or you don't see it or you don't recognize it as something different. It's that difference, you don't trust it, right? It feels like a manipulation. It feels like there's something off, because as much as it's something that you want and whatever, you're not used to it. So you don't know how to recognize the difference between, say, someone playing you and pouring on the charm, but really it's just a mask and it's some bullshit, and underneath that there's venom, and someone who is just feminine and this is just who they are, and they're not playing a game or putting on a role. So, this is not about, I literally can't tell the difference between men and women. No. Or masculine and feminine. No, it's about being able to trust what it is that you are seeing and understanding it to be the thing that's trustworthy and good, and the thing that you're talking about wanting in your life.
I understand exactly what Ruby Red is saying, as well as Maximum. You're both saying the same thing, and she's just bringing a different context to it. And I get it, because I just, based on the guy I mentioned earlier that has all the issues with his mother and all that, I remember us talking one night on the phone, and I was talking to him like a woman talks to a man that she's interested in and what have you. And I had my soft feminine voice on and whatever. And I remember he said, "Why are you being so nice to me right now?" And there was a tone of suspicion that he had for my femininity towards him. He couldn't accept it. It felt foreign to him just by the question that he asked. He was suspicious. So I get what she's saying.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Or
Max,
too. With the same thing, men will be talking about wanting women to speak to them a certain way in panels and conduct themselves in a certain way. And then when they get it, they ignore that energy in favor of the women who are displaying exactly the energy that they're saying they don't want on their panel. But why? It's because that feels familiar, because it reminds them of their mom and their sister and their ex-wife and whoever else, because that was the pervasive attitude or the pervasive kind of mix between femininity with, a little too much masculinity pumped into it and whatever that they're used to.
Right.
Somebody call me. I'm sorry, somebody called me.
I was going to say something. Go ahead, Dan.
Okay. Max, this is Dane. I was trying to remind you, Lucy, do you remember when you was doing your feminine voice? It was either chaos or bottom to the top. They liked it, but they didn't trust that feminine voice. Remember how that was? Max, were you listening?
They was telling me to be quiet because they couldn't take it no more. They couldn't take it no more.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
wanted
heard
me to go
that.
back
it
to
feels
talking
like a
like this.
certain level of manipulation, and the fact that they wanted it so much made them trust it even less
Yeah,
because
it's
it feels
yeah,
manipulative. It's not familiar to them. Or if they do, or they do see that little bit, they see it, they got it as a manipulation from their past experience. They may want it, but when it's actually in front of them, they feel manipulative, and that's
But
where
you
they
know
get
what?
the idea that women are all manipulative, or they want something, or they just trying to use it against you, or lower your guard so they can turn on you. You know, that kind of
Mhm.
attitude.
yeah, but
And then
that's
when I
coming from
talk to
guys
him,
who are that's coming from guys who are screwed up. They don't have bad situations with women, and they can't get over it. They either broken inside, or something's going on with them, or their masculinity or their sexuality is in question. Okay, men who got their head screwed on know that that is a natural feeling. You don't have to teach a boy anything. You can take a boy away from a woman for years, right? And don't tell him nothing about women. As soon as he get around a woman, that reaction will happen naturally.
Okay, that'll work for that one. But what about the boy that's been with a bitter mother, or a woman that had to take a more masculine attitude
Yeah,
because
yeah,
she's the only
yeah.
one? He learned that form of femininity, so he
Right.
don't
That's what I mean
recognize
by
the
right. That's what
real
I mean by some of
femininity.
these guys are screwed up. That's why I say he's either gay or he's messed up. There's something wrong with him.
You
You
had
know,
to
he's
go gay
confused
first.
somewhere. Yeah. Huh?
I said you had to go gay first.
No, no,
Because
no,
it's,
no. He's either gay, right, or he's messed up. There's something wrong with his mind. There's something wrong with his emotions. He done got crossed up somewhere. Something done happened to him. He done had some bad things with women that he can't get over, and his heart is
yeah,
messed up.
and
Yeah,
and we got at least two generation of men that grew up like that.
yeah,
And that's
yeah.
what
A
we've
lot of them are
seen
screwed
on
up. Yeah,
YouTube. They feel braver to say it out loud on YouTube. They might be feeling it out in the world, but they don't say it out in the world. They save all that for YouTube because nobody knows them or sees them, or it can't come back at them and hurt them because hey, YouTube, the people don't know me, they don't know where I'm at.
well,
Unlike
it's
if they
like some,
spew that out in their home environment.
it's like some women, right? They get upset with women, right? When y'all don't listen to us, when we tell you how guys are, y'all ignore us, and then when y'all get crossed up with these guys, right? You wonder what happened. This is what Charles talks about a lot. Like, for example, when you bring a guy home and your father says, "Leave that boy alone. He's no good," right? Then you go out and mess with him anyway. Then you end up getting pregnant, and then he can't take care of the baby, or whatever. You see, men know other men. We know other men. If we tell you a guy ain't no good, don't mess with him.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And that's what costs a lot of women up. They don't want to listen to us because we don't know what we're talking about. We just men. Well, we know other men. We're men too. We were boys too. We know what goes through their mind. If we say, hey, if I say to y'all right now, a guy come in here, I say, hey, look, this guy's screwed up. He's dangerous. Don't mess with him. You keep messing with him, and then you end up either dead, or you end up with a baby missing, or you got a baby and he ain't gonna take care of it. We know what these guys are. And that's why a lot of guys get upset with women, because you don't want to listen to us when we tell you to stay away from these dudes that's messed up.
Okay.
If you bring 15 dudes in here right now, right, and I hear all 15 of them speak, I can tell you which ones are screwed up just by listening to them talk.
Right, and I think we do as women need to value more what men say and what they're telling us, especially men that, we feel we can respect because of their consistency and, what we hear from them and even what we see them do in their personal lives. A lot of times women don't do that because they did not grow up with fathers who modeled that for them, and they don't trust men, just like men will not trust women based on their experiences with their mothers and their, whatever they've gone through as children. In that situation, women have the same issue where they just simply don't trust men because they've been hurt so much, because they've chosen the wrong men, because they didn't have the right man modeled for them.
Right.
Well,
Right.
think about that pain starts right at the very beginning of why doesn't my daddy love me? Why can't I be why can't I be a daddy's girl? Right? So that pain starts really early. And the problem is that, you know, we miss out on is the fact that, again, if you're not socialized with non-sexual male attention and validation, you know, if you're not socialized to understand what that non-sexual love feels like, and so the first time you're really getting love and attention from a man are the little horny boys who are coming and sniffing at you. Well, you know, that's what you start associating with male love. So in and of itself, you never trust men, but you also think that no men are trustworthy. And then you have a bunch of men come and sit there and tell you directly that the only reason why they want women is to sleep with them anyway, which just reinforces that feeling and that thought. And what men don't understand is while they're saying things like that, but saying, I want a submissive woman, you don't understand how vulnerable and how entirely open, like you are laid prostrate at someone's feet when you are submitting to them. That is an incredibly vulnerable, incredibly terrifying position to be in. So if you are simultaneously telling a woman that the only value she has is between her legs, but yet she should sit there and be that open, laid bare for you and submit entirely to you, but you only value her for what's between her legs, do you see how that could not possibly happen? Like it's not at all.
A lot of men objectify women for our sexual value, and that's why you hear these comments about, oh, she hit the wall, or she ran through, and that's the only way they see women. They don't see that we have great opinions, that, you know, the man is the head, but the woman is the neck, and the neck can turn the head. They don't see that. They just see us as for their sexual gratification and their use. And then you get discarded, you know, when they're done with you. And so that's why when we're talking about single mothers and raising effeminate men, I've seen Bottom to the Top keep harping on this, and we've already addressed it in the freaking chat, dude. I know you can read. I've heard you on panels. You're very intelligent, very intelligent. I know you understand what we're saying, so stop pulling our ponytail. We've talked about this. If that is such a concern about young boys being emasculated, then you need to roll up your sleeves and step in, because we cannot do what you're asking us to do. We can't do it. We can't give them the masculine energy that you want them to have. Y'all need to do that. We can only do our part. And that's why there's two parents. That's why there's two. That's why you don't make a baby out of the thin air. So, you know, I don't know. I think that panels like this are good. I think that the men actually need to hear from the ladies and hear us talk and hash out these types of things so that they can really, you know, for those who really want to learn, who don't want to stay in their bitterness and their anger and rah, 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 Black women are horrible. Those who really want to have good relationships with Black women in their lives, they need to listen to panels like this and listen to Black women like us who are not those Black women that they are projecting onto us. We're not that.
Well, you know what? I'll tell you, and I'm being really serious. First of all, I have two things to say, because the first thing is I really respect Max for falling all the way back and just letting this panel be basically run and entirely dominated by female discussion. Because you know what, we don't have enough of that, and whenever we do have it, it is normally women who have that some type of mindset that I just can't be down with. You know, whereas in here, again, we have a lot of women who are more balanced. I don't necessarily agree with everything everyone says, but what I love is the respect factor. And that is something for me. Again, I'm so used to when I speak with a group of women, and I'm just being honest here. I'm not trying to say nothing bad about women. I love women. I love our women. And then suddenly I say one thing and I'm a mammy, I'm this, I'm that, I'm all kinds of terrible things. And I'm like, okay, well, then I guess I shouldn't speak to groups of women, because I'm not trying to derail the whole discussion. I'm not trying to derail our progress. And I think that we can't make progress unless we are able to come to understandings. And so if a group is not at the place where they can come to an understanding with an outside idea, then you bringing that outside idea just entirely derails it. So I really appreciate the women on the panel today for being open to everyone's interpretations of life, and being able to still show a lot of love and respect even when we disagree. Because honestly, this is such an original experience for me to not be walking away thinking, Lord Jesus, I don't know how many people are going to drag me tomorrow. You know what I mean? I'm in the chat. I haven't seen people dragging me in the chat. Like, I'm so used to it now. It's such a regular thing. I'm getting dragged by both men and both men and women, because I'm in the middle somewhere where I'm not sitting there co-signing a rhetoric. I'm being fair. Like I said, I am anti-shitness. I am anti-dysfunction. And I'm about helping our men and helping our women. And a lot of people, we don't appreciate that balance these days in these streets.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I said you're my twin flame. You don't have any. I've agreed with almost everything that you've said. Almost everything that you said. And pretty much every other woman on this panel. We can definitely have these types of discussions, and we're not devolving into disrespect and because someone has a slightly different. I think our opinions have all basically been on the same page. We might have little tweaks here and there, but that's normal. You know what I mean? That's normal, and no one has gotten offended or defensive because someone has a different opinion. I mean, if you do, that's an issue within yourself. You have a problem.
Yeah.
You hear someone else's side point or someone else's tweak on what you're saying. And I've totally, thoroughly enjoyed this panel. I didn't know how it was going to go, but these things always seem to work themselves out. And yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, Dee.
No, I didn't mean to cut you off. I apologize about that. But I was just going to say, I do have to say, I have to give Max his props, because he has created a space where we can feel comfortable to come up and talk. And he has created a space where it's more about progression than the whole, cheap clicks to listen to people argue back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
And I think because he's created that space, is attracted the type of people that are looking for that type of thing. Because I don't see the benefit of an echo chamber where everybody's on the channel and they all have the same thought and nobody wants to disagree. And if there is someone who's not 100% in line with what the narrative is, then it becomes an attack, and it goes to name calling. And
when you take time, like we've done on this panel, to stop talking and listen, and and let because most of us have come on here and say, well, I agree with some of that, but here's my take on it. And we've all been able to mute ourselves and listen and allow that person to follow through with their thought. And then when they get to the end of the thought, you're like, you know what? I agree with that. I see what you're saying, and I'm on board. You know what I mean? And a lot of times we just don't listen. And I've been looking at the numbers on this chat, on this live stream, and I've been seeing them go up and down as far as who's viewing and who's not viewing, who's going out. Maybe some people are going out because it's late where they are, what have you. But I do know and understand that in these spaces, in these YouTube spaces, people like to see a lot of drama.
Mm-hmm.
And there were people who came here initially because they thought this was going to be a go-in hate fest on Black women by Black women, and they were here for it. But that's not what I do. That's not what I do, Max. I don't do that, panel. I don't do that to Black women. I don't do that to Black men. Like I said earlier, I am a truth teller, and I see truth on all sides. If the women are wrong, they're wrong. If the men are wrong, they're wrong. If the men are right, they're right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I know when I brought up this, I'm sorry, go ahead, Max.
That's why I love you, girl. That's why you're my co-host.
Yeah. And when I brought the idea of the original topic, it wasn't in the vein of, oh yeah, it's going to be a big argument back and forth, like it's going to be a bunch of disagreement. No, I wanted to have an honest conversation about the things that go on amongst Black women that other Black women seem to turn a blind eye to, or and
Mhm.
said in the beginning that we seem to defend.
Yep. You know what? And it's funny because I can't remember who brought it up in the chat. Oh, Melanated Vessel was talking about how Black women's hurt seems to be not really talked about. And, unfortunately, I mean, if you're paying attention at all, a whole bunch of different women right now are in a beef with each other. And, right before this beef, like a week before this, there was a panel and a bunch of us were on this panel. I was on it too. So, to see everyone fall apart like that kind of was really disappointing. But, there's a moment in the chat where, one's throwing shots from the chat. The other one who's hosting panel is mad, but, letting her throw the shots from the chat. And, there's so much going on. And I just kind of said, listen, you know, what we forget is that as Black women, just like Black men, in the Black community, we can't say we are hurt or we are sad because that's seen as weakness and we can't be weak. So what we do instead is we embrace safer things that don't make us weak, like anger. Right. And this is not to be masculine. This is protection in a world and in a society that honestly doesn't want us to win. So what happens is when we are hurt inside, what do? We go for the jugular. You hurt me, I'm going to talk about your kids, your mom, your this, your that. I'm going to put you down. I'm going to let you know I'm going to give you the worst tongue lashing. That's what we're doing. And I said that. And the girl who was showing woman, I'm not trying to be diminutive. The woman who was throwing shots from the chat, she turned around and she said, Ruby, you're right. This is from hurt. I was really hurt because of this. And I didn't expect that. I just expected her to sit there and keep, dragging me and putting me down and putting everyone on the panel down. But she stopped to say it was her. It was actually her. I was hurt. This is what I was hurt about. And we need to recognize that, a lot of what we consider the bad behavior, the ancient behavior, the ratchet behavior, we are hiding and masking and carrying a lot of pain. And yes, it's coming out in dysfunctional, terrible ways because we don't have anything really set up culturally to help us deal with any of that pain. And so we lash out and we act out and we do all of these things. And to the point where honestly, we could convince ourselves that it's not even pain anymore. That feeling that we've been feeling since we were 3, that's not pain. That's something else. No, it's pain. It's horrible.
Right.
We need, and one thing that makes me feel better, I don't know about y'all, but one thing that makes me feel better if this conversation continues the way it is until the end, and I get to hang up and I get to feel like this was good, that actually makes me feel better. Like I actually feel like, oh, look, that was nice. I got support from my girls today, right? That tribe idea that, there's a community out there. There's a tribe out there. There's support out there. I'm not alone in this world. Maybe I don't have to carry this weight myself. I can say, hey guys, listen, I think this is unfair. And I'm going to hear other women go, you know what? You're right. That is unfair. And not have to go and Black men ain't shit on top of that. No, we can just say this is fair and we love our Black men. Like it's been nice. It's been nice.
Right. And we have to be honest about the fact that we have issues just like our Black men have issues.
Exactly. And that is the pertinent part of the conversation.
Yeah, they have issues. We do too. And it's, we're all living this human experience here. We're all connected, spiritually and energetically. And we forget that. And we think that we're all just here on our own, by ourselves, suffering through the life's ups and downs. And we get afraid to be vulnerable and say, you know what? This is what's really going on in my life. This is what has hurt me. We don't want to cry. We don't want to shed a tear because of fear. We're afraid that the next person is going to judge us for our humanity when we're all just human. We're all actually going through and have been through a lot of the same things. And if we can just connect with each other on our humanity and embrace that and say, you know what, I've been through that too, sis. I've been through that too, brother. I get it. I think it would just make the world a better place. We're also afraid. We're also afraid to be vulnerable. And it's really sad. We're all protecting ourselves, acting like nothing bothers us. Lots of stuff bothers me. I cried or shed a tear today. you know, over certain things that I get in my head about and I'm thinking about or what have you, you know, but we're all in this together, and we need to kind of get away from the individuality that this society makes us all be in, because that's where a lot of the problem comes in. Connection is the key. Vulnerability is the key. Being able to say, I need help. I need my sister's help. But we lash out and we mask our pain with anger and fighting.
Yep. Yep. Absolutely. You know what? I'll say this, and I'll tell you, I'm not just saying this on a generalized level for people, because sometimes people think, oh, we
Ruby,
talk
can I
about this.
check 1 second? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you. I just want to check 1 second. You know, you guys are, I mean, you sisters are making this really a good place to be. But understand, somebody gonna come in here and challenge y'all and try to screw this up. So, you know, just be aware, you know, I got y'all back. So, you know, don't let them do it. But some woman gonna try to slip up in here and screw everything up.
True.
And she will get checked.
Exactly. I think everybody on here is more than capable of shutting that down. I
Cool.
mean,
Yep.
I think we have all been on one accord that we are trying to make progress. We're not trying to
Yeah.
fall into the same old trick bag of anytime we're having a discussion is bash, 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 bash. I
Right.
think I feel very comfortable saying I think every woman on this channel is tired of that same narrative. And
I
that's
am.
Yeah,
I'm completely tired of it. It's
I'm
draining.
so sick of it.
It makes me sometimes just want to get off YouTube altogether, you know, because I don't like any type of, my energy, you know, is very, I feel, I'm empathetic, I'm empathic. So I feel energies all over the place, and I have to pull myself back, especially, you know, from toxic energy, because it's like a weight on my shoulders. And so a lot of
Right.
times I want to just leave YouTube and not go on for a while, because it's frustrating for me. It's overwhelming.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
don't worry,
it makes me want to wild out.
ain't nobody. Yeah, I'll check. I don't have a problem. I'll check anybody. I don't have a problem.
See, and the thing is, for like me, for example, right? So like I came from a place in my life, like I used to fight. I was never much of a talker when it came to fights. I was more of a swinger. Like I'm way more likely to swing at you than I am to tell you about yourself, right? So therefore, first of all, it makes me very unequipped to do this YouTube beefing thing. I can't do it well. I don't do it effectively. But right, but the second thing is you know what happened is my life took a turn left when I was 15, and it stayed that way for a long time, and I was so worried about everyone hating me and judging me and whatever, and looking down on me, looking down on my family, looking down that I just lied to everyone about everything. I was just a lie. I created, it's almost like my life never changed, so no one knew I was homeless, no one knew anything about my life. I just lied about everything. You know, no one knew the terrible things that happened to me. So, and I remember literally, I was in my 20s when I decided to just stop lying to people, like all my friends, because I decided that, hey, you know what, I would rather lose 75% of my friends, 100% of my friends, if they don't like me or they judge me or they look down on me or whatever. All right, cool. I would just rather that than keep living this lie. And I remember the burden being lifted, and now suddenly I don't have to be some giant secret and embarrassed because you know, I've been raped, or embarrassed because, you know, my parents went left when I was 15, or embarrassed because I was carrying so much guilt and shame over things I shouldn't even be guilty or ashamed of even. And I remember that change in my life and how much it changed my life. You know, how many things in my life changed for the better. And just the way people approached me and spoke to me. Even though I don't think I did something consciously, but I did. You know, I just wasn't aware of it because I was unburdened. I wasn't walking around with the weight of the world inside of my eyes and soul and heart and mind 24/7. That's not what was riding my perception. So, you know, that's why I was quick to emotion. You know why? Because how dare you say something mean about something about me that you don't even know it's about me, because you don't know anything about me. And now I'm going to attack you because you just really hurt me. And instead of bursting into tears, I am going to sit there and I'm going to hurt you back. Right? This is what I used to do. That's why I don't do that anymore. That's why I'm not into the beefing and the emotional stuff. And if someone gets into emotionally attacking me or personally attacking me, I will fall back. I don't care. Oh, okay, fine. Yep. Oh, I'm a whore and I'm a this and I'm a mammy and oh, I don't even have a husband. Oh, I'm here for male attention. All right, cool.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of
And what does that have to do with the topic though? Like,
yeah, exactly, because people want to derail the actual topic.
Yeah, because they have nothing of substance to contribute.
Exactly, and they like drama. They're drama seeking and attention seeking and all of that. I mean, for example, I'm not saying this person is this way. I guess this is a man, Afro atheist, says, and see, this is the kind of thing that irritates the hell out of me.
Now we should just ignore people like that because it just
but
changes the whole energy.
and it won't. But I just do have to speak on it because he needs to know. People come into this, and we've been going for hours now. And Afro Atheist, this is the first time I've seen him in this chat, and he says, "Do you have a men's forum?" Now, first of all, if you've been listening to Maximum Overdrive's channel for a while, the majority of people that come on the panel are men. It's usually a male-centered discussion, and he opens the panel for women to come on. So it's not, he hasn't done a specific, this is men's night, because men are always on his panel, sir. The second thing that he says is something, let me open it. Do you talk about men or just women? Then he says, oh, it seems like you love talking only about women. See, this is the kind of thing that is frustrating because we are having a productive conversation, and I don't have a problem with Maximum saying this is a men's panel, men's night, but it would be very nice that when the men, if he does have a panel like that, the men come up and they speak the way that we've been speaking tonight. We have spoken life into each other, and we've spoken life into men. We have been very honest, we've been vulnerable, we've been open. And this has not been a bashing men's fest or a bashing women's fest. We've been very balanced. And I would actually love to listen to a men's panel who can model what we've done here tonight. So if it can be like that, that would be welcoming. But if you want to sit here with this gender crap, oh, it's only that irritates me. That irritates me.
All right, and the one comment that I just saw is what's positive. Like what hasn't been positive? You show us what has been negative. Because you're coming out of nowhere making these comments. Like, sit down.
Yeah, he hasn't been here. So he needs to go suck his thumb somewhere and get his mammy to change his damn diaper. I don't have time.
The sad thing is that if he had been here from the beginning, which is why I think it's crazy for people to walk in hours in.
He would have made
but you know what? But at least he would have been able to hear that, hey, regardless of you and your stupid shit, your dumb perception, no, we're being incredibly fair and balanced. And so we've talked about the positives and the negatives of men, of women, of our interactions with each other. But mostly what we're focusing on is women and the women's perspective and our experience, because this is not about men. This is for women, about women. You know, if you want to get some insight into the female perspective and experience, this is a great place for you to be right now. But it's not about you and it's not for you. You know, so I'm sorry it doesn't please you. Go somewhere where it's about men for men. There's a million panels right now on about men for men. Go find one.
Yeah, get out of here and go find one if you don't like what you're hearing. Because ain't nobody gonna change nothing up for you. Okay? That's how it is.
And he just brought up something anyway that I want to get you ladies' perspective on as well. What do you think of people, well, women in particular, that go into, like, let's say male-dominated spaces just to get offended and argue with them?
What? Women
Like,
do that?
Yeah, they are women that do
it. Wait. You gotta explain that to me. You say women do what?
Go into, like, let's say men's panels, you know, like these MGTOW channels and these red pill, all these pill channels that they have, just so they can listen to the men bashing women, get offended and argue with them.
Yeah, see, when I, saw them chats and I seen how it was, I never once would ever get on one of their panels, even if they asked me to, because I already know what it's gonna be, especially with the way I talk, whether I put the feminine voice on or not. Now I ain't got time for that. I feel like that situation you're setting yourself up for the shit. So maybe they like being abused. I would say if a woman does that, she likes abuse. Like it's something. Maybe she don't like it. Maybe that's a bad choice of words. But maybe she been abused all her life, and so that's what she's comfortable with, and she gravitates toward it. And I don't know. That's some sick shit.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. It's all about protecting your energy. I remember way back during the Obama campaign, and when I was all into that, and getting upset with Sarah Palin, and I was just really looking at that, and I was talking to my cousin, my male cousin, who was like my best male friend ever, and he was very insightful on a lot of things. He was very insightful into who I am, and he actually was one of the main persons who really made me reflect on myself and things that I was thinking and saying and feeling. Like he brought a lot of things to my attention. And I remember I was talking to him and I was frustrated and I was ranting and raving about what was going on and what they were saying, the Republicans and stuff. And he was like, if you know it's gonna upset you, why do you keep going looking at stuff you know it's gonna make you mad? Why are you doing that? You know it's gonna make you mad. So do you just wanna be mad? And he said, and I do that. He said, I'm not judging because I do that too. And he said, Larry Elder. He said, I can't stand Larry Elder. He said, but I'll go and I'll look at it just to get mad. He's like, so that's what you're doing. And I was like, you know what? You're right. So these men's panels on these men's channels that are bashing women and all that, I can't listen to that stuff because it gets me very, very upset. And I don't have anywhere to channel that anger. Why put yourself in spaces where it's nonsense, it's toxic, and it's only going to give you toxic energy? Why do people seek that out? Why are you seeking that out?
And that's my whole take on it. I don't understand the mindset of someone who knowingly goes in these spaces just to upset themselves. I don't get it.
That's what it is though. It's like, you know what though? It's the same thing as people who look for a relationship that is going to be chaos and arguments. And when their relationship's too calm, they create a problem or they create an argument because they're not comfortable in the peace and stillness. They can't live in it for very long. It makes them uncomfortable. And I think those people were born into chaotic, angry households, right? So for them, that is normalcy. Normal people argue and fight and fuss and put each other down and try to one up each other and try to be the best and whatever, try to be right. That's what normal people do because that's what they were born and bred into. So now, they come into a peaceful channel just talking about stuff and they're like, what the hell is wrong with these people? These people are boring, right? I'm gonna go find me some drama. And even if they're crying and they're angry and they're being put down and whatever, they walk away and that was a good day because that's normalcy to them.
Right. I know we've been boring to plenty, but that's fine. I've enjoyed it. So y'all wasn't boring to me.
Yeah,
and we have
boring too. The people that we're boring to are the people that we don't need to have engaged in anything we're talking about.
Right. Right. So they're not for progress. They want to keep us stagnated in this dysfunction. And I am tired of it because we as Black men and women, we can do better. And I know we can do better. We are an amazing people. We're an intelligent people. We're an innovative people. And
we have to do better. I mean, we don't have a choice. We are on the bottom rung of society globally. And we have children that are going to step into our shoes one day. And we have to put them in a better position. We can't just keep losing.
Yeah, we have to think about our progeny. We have to think about the world we're going to leave because we're not going to be here forever. One of these days, we're all going to check out of here at some point. And we want to know that we're leaving a legacy of positivity, empowerment, to our children, to the next generation? Why is that not important to people? And that's where the individualism and the selfishness comes in. And, you know, we have to check that, because it's not just about us and it's not just about our feelings.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But you know what? I will say this though, that I have also seen women go into panels that I'm either on at the time or that I've been on. I've been on this channel, I'm subscribed to it. I might even have a wrench on it. And they take these are the kinds of guys where you might not agree with their opinion about life. But if you speak to them respectfully, they'll speak to you respectfully. You just might not like their opinion. And these women will go into these panels and they will start the firestorm, like almost instantly. You know, rather than wanting to calmly and rationally explain and whatever, they will go somewhere where it could have stayed calm, where it could have stayed just a discussion, and they light that fire, right? Which then, of course, reinforces all the stereotypes, right? It reinforces all of the bullshit. All of the guys who are sitting there silently lurking are going, oh my God, look, women do that. Oh my God, they do blah blah blah. Oh my God, we're not allowed to have our own opinions. You know, this is a panel, we've invited women into it, and look how they're acting, right? And you know, that's not to say I'm saying women, we should sit there and behave always so that way we're not reinforcing the stereotype. But and I know that this one's probably a hard one for some people, but for me, I am very heavily aware of the stereotypes that are on us. And I actually really do try not to be a stereotype, because I know you could bring me out of who I am, sure, and I can act a certain way in this moment because of how angry or offended or whatever I am, because I let your words get inside, which honestly mostly I don't. It's just water off a duck's back. But you know, I think about that and I'm like, I could do that, but I don't want you to win. And to me, it's not about the topic winning. I'm saying I don't want you to win because I don't want you to be powerful enough to pull me out of who I am and make me reflect badly on myself. Make me reflect badly on my husband, make me reflect badly on everything that I've said up until now, make me look like a liar. And to me, that gives me the strength to never fall emotionally prey. That being said, though, and this is the thing, I don't spend emotional energy on random dudes on the internet. I don't, right? In fact, I think that the average married woman would tell you that she doesn't spend her emotional energy on random men on the internet. She might have discussions, of course, you know, things get passionate or heated sometimes, but she's not spending her emotional energy on random dudes on the internet because she's got a man at home and a family at home. She's got to spend her emotional energy there. You know, and I don't want to allow someone to think that they have that power, because they really don't. You know, if I were to allow myself to get emotional or passionate, it's because of how much I care about really the dysfunction and, you know, the lack of unity in our community. And even when I'm speaking about a topic, if I get emotional, it's because it hurts, because I just feel like, God, you know, if even 10% of us think this way, we're never going to be able to do better than this. You know, even 10% of us are pushing this bullshit. We're never going to be able to do better than this, and we deserve better than this.
Right. Absolutely. And I mean, you don't even, I'm sorry. Well, let me just say this one thing. Well, really, Rad, what you were saying, if you have a husband, you don't have the energy. Listen, if you know who you are and you're secure and confident in who you are, and you have healthy boundaries and standards, you don't have to have a husband to not engage in toxic energy. True. Because you're protective of yourself, and you know what you can take and what you can't take. You know how that energy affects you the next day. So I get what you're saying, and I completely agree, but you can be husbandless and still say, that's not something I want to engage in because it is detrimental to my psyche and my spirit and the way that I want to feel when I wake up every day.
That's true. You know, I have a question for you ladies, because see, I mean, there's obviously we just talked about this, but you know, there's obviously these women who go to men's panels to, you know, upset themselves. But what I've noticed is a large amount of women, and I have a couple who do it to me for sure, maybe a few, who, when they see me on panels, what they do is they throw subliminal shots the entire time I'm on the panel about me. And I know they're talking about me. I know they're referring to me or about me. I don't respond to it personally for me, because I think that frustrates people the most, is when you just ignore them like they're not relevant, because they're not. But what do we think about those ladies, and what do we do to kind of stop that like subliminal hate attacking? Because
It's cowardice. It's cowardice. It's jealousy.
mhm,
I mean, if you have something to say to somebody, say it directly. And if you can't do that, that's just a reflection on them.
mhm.
And you handle it the way you've been handling it. You keep ignoring them. You don't give them your energy when they're doing cowardly things like that.
That's true, but I guess for me, I'm finding it, and I'm being honest here, because I don't let people see, emotional things, but I'll tell you, it hurts me, and I think it's wary. I'm wary. I'm exhausted of it. I'm exhausted of being on a panel and everything's good, and then I see a certain name in the chat room, and now I know the subliminals are gonna start making direct inferences about me, and all the slander that's gone on about me on YouTube. And it's just like, why? Like, I was having a good time, and then this name came up, and of course the name is going to be in a wrench, so I can't even block them. And it's just like, why? Fine, you didn't say my name, so maybe no one else in the chat, or few people in the chat, know who you're talking about, but I know you're talking about me,
But you
and I'm
don't,
just so wary of it.
I don't think that you have to have a blue suit to block someone. You can't block them from the chat, but you can block them from seeing anything they have to say to you. And sometimes that's just better to do. I've done that. I mean, when I come on this channel, it tells me that there's someone in this panel, in this chat, that I've blocked. I don't even remember who it was, but obviously I blocked them for a reason, so I don't care. And that was before I had a blue suit. So you can block someone from seeing, their comments. You don't have to deal with that, Ruby.
I've noticed though, like, people who I know have blocked me, right? But when I get a wrench on a channel, I can suddenly see them and they can see me. So I'm not sure, maybe that's just because it makes modding, you can't really mod if you can't see people. So maybe that's what I don't know, because the option's there. I just checked, and like the option's there for you to block someone with the wrench. But I just noticed, and this is why I've never done it. I've never done it anyway, really blocked someone. But I've noticed that people who block me, when I have a wrench on a channel, suddenly I can see everything they say, and vice versa.
Right. I think you can just look more into that, because it definitely tells me when I come on here that if there's someone in here that I've blocked, and I guess I don't see that person. Or you could probably even go to their channel, and or their YouTube. You can click on their name and go right to their channel, or whatever you want to call it, and I think you can block them there. Because honestly, just don't deal with it. You know what I mean? Like, just don't even deal with that. If you got to block 10 people, block 10 people. And what I think it was Mika was saying, that is jealousy too, because a lot of women are threatened by feminine women. They're threatened by feminine women because they see there's a secret desire to be that woman. They won't tell you this, but there is, and they don't know how to be that woman. And so there's this fear, and then there's this jealousy that you are being the epitome of what it is they wish they could be. So they want to push back on you. They want to make you feel like you're a pick-me show or whatever, when you're not, just because it makes them feel more secure and comfortable in the fact that they have no idea how to be feminine.
And
Or
I
they
think
just want
another
to pull
thing.
you out of yourself. They want to show. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but what I was saying is they want to pull you out of that. So they're trying to show like, oh, this is just a ruse. That's not who she really is. I'm gonna make her show you
Right.
who she.
Right.
So I'm gonna poke and prod until you come out of that and you're like, the ratchet female that's cursing and belligerent and emotional. And I mean, not to say that you shouldn't be emotional, but you know what I mean, like overly emotional.
Right.
And out of control. So that's why I say you can't give them that energy, because that's what they're looking for.
Yep. I'm
Or
telling you.
or they might be trying to bully you out the chat. I don't know if you're the type that when the person you want to see is there, you leave, or you drop out of the panel to leave or whatever. But that could be them also attempting to bully you out of the area.
No, see, I'm too damn stubborn for that, right? So even if I was right about to go, now that I know your ass is there, I can't go because I don't want you to think I'm going because of you, right? So now I gotta stay an extra 2 hours just to prove I ain't scared of you. Just because I'm ignoring you and I don't engage with your foolishness, and you're not gonna get me to come down to high school level, doesn't mean I'm scared of you. I'm not scared of you. You know, so now I'm gonna sit here and all right, I guess we're both gonna simultaneously live in this chat. You're gonna keep throwing your shots, thinking you're cool and getting your validation for from your 1-2 friends who know what you're talking about. And I'm going to sit here and keep talking about this topic because I care more about our community and about resolving issues and you know, getting those problems fixed so that way we can advance. I care about that a lot more than I care about your personal issue with me. So, you know.
Yeah, and that's just about being on a higher vibration. So when you're resonating on a higher vibration, those kind of things, although they may be a little triggering, they don't really bother you, and you're able, you know, even like me, I can address someone, but it's just, that's just what I do. That's just what I do. But it's not something that really makes me mad or pissed off, and now my whole night is ruined. I don't know these people, and they sound silly, but sometimes I just think people need to get checked, so I do that. That's just me, though. You know what I mean? But when you are, you know, when you're resonating, when you're living in a higher vibration, you know, these lower vibration people just are kind of like little flies buzzing in your ear, and they're just annoying. You swat them away and you move on. And that's where I am with it. I just swat them away and move on. You know, they want attention. I might give you some, I might not. But, you know, that's just how I am.
You know, and that makes sense. And see, that's the thing. I don't put down other people for like who they are or, you know, what they've been through, what they're about. You know, and I think some people take it that way. Like I've been told, well, when people are angry at me, whatever, that I'm condescending, or I act like, you know, I'm on some throne and I'm better than everyone. And the only thing I can think of is just by speaking about, you know, certain perspectives I have. Like, you know, I have no children. You know, and I was very determined not to have children out of wedlock and not to be in my parents' position where, you know, so many things were taken away. My mom was clear to tell me from a very early age, like, you know, I'm not saying I don't want you. I just wish I had you later. She said that all the time to me. You know, and she didn't have more children. I'm her only child. You know, and I watched my parents struggle. I watched what my parents did. So I didn't want that. And more to the point is the children that I have, I want to make sure that what I'm able to give my children is all the things that I say here. You know, if I can't give my children a stable, balanced home, and a stable, balanced dad and mom, and I'm talking about me now, if I'm not in that position, if I'm not ready and able to give my children the nurturing and support and feminine energy that they need, you know, and I'm not convinced that, say, me and my husband together can find that balance for them yet, and we can't give them everything I want to give them, I'm not ready to have children yet. I want lots. I know I'm running out of time, but you know, I'm so determined about that. And I think that when I say that, some women who already have children, had children out of wedlock, or are single moms now because they got divorced or whatever it is, I think they feel like I might be speaking poorly about them and, you know, their choices or their decisions or where they are. And I'm not trying to criticize anyone else. I'm just telling you why it is that I'm 35 without kids and married.
I think that's great. I don't advocate for single motherhood. I don't think that's the way to go. That's the thing to do. Women who have been able to have the foresight to make that decision, I applaud you for that. Because being a single mother is hard. It's difficult, and that is not the dream. That's not the vision for, I don't think, any of us. No one is sitting around at, you know, 8 years old playing with their doll thinking they're going to be, you know, a single mom. They're, you know, you're a little girl and you're playing with your doll Molly, but you're imagining, you know, the husband, didn't we all play house? There was always a father involved in that.
Mm-hmm.
There was always a dad. Dad's at work and you're taking care of the little baby, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's good, but you have a husband now, Ruby, so get on it, sis. We
I
need
know,
some
right?
melanated babies, so come on now.
I know,
How
I
y'all
know.
sisters feel about these sisters out here that support these young brothers? And when I say young, I'm talking about middle school, high school age, where they're on social media parading themselves around as tees. You know, they I got old school language. I'm trying to be careful, Max. Where they're representing themselves to look like women, or the extreme feminine image, say it like that. We gotta be careful with YouTube. If y'all catch my drift, because I caught a whole ring of boys that's like in Brooklyn, and they're like middle school age, and the boy's mom is buying him ladies underwear and clothes and makeup, and she be in the videos with him dancing, and I see the other black women underneath it. Get it, boo, go boo, get it, boo. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, why are we supporting that? So, okay, I'm not even talking about the parent of the boy. I'm talking about the women, because it was majority women. And I clicked on all their damn pictures. I spent like 2-3 days because I found a whole ring of these boys. Whole ring of them on Facebook and Instagram. I found their Facebook, their Instagram, their Twitter, everything. And I'm talking about the women, the other women, by the thousands that are underneath their pictures. Get it, boo, go, do your thing. We already know the mama, she got some, that's the whole other thing. I'm talking about the other women that's supporting it. Like, how y'all feel about that, man? It seems like it's a lot of us out here, because when men talk about we the single mothers is making their sons effeminate, I'm not just talking about like the behavior and stuff. What about the ones that's like whole under it, like, yo, do your thing?
Are you talking about, I'm sorry, I missed some of that because I was looking in the chat, Lucy. Are you talking about Black women who are encouraging the effeminate behavior of Black men? And
no, not just Black men, but young boys that's like 11, 12 to 15, or the whole adolescent age. That's what I'm talking about. Then we already just talk about the ones that's adults. We already we can get into that. I don't want to go deeper. Where I found a whole ring, and I'm talking about these boys got thousands of likes, and I'm looking at all the likes, and that's how I was able to track. Okay, I see another one, and I go to his page, and I go to his page, and I go to his page, and I'm seeing thousands of Black women because I'm clicking on all their profiles too. And I'm clicking on all these women pages. I tell you, it took me about 3, 4, maybe close to a week. Because I'm like, yo, what the fuck is going on? And they all in support, cheering these children. These are children we're talking about. That black women are supporting. And some other ones on there too. But I'm talking about us supporting this shit, man. What y'all think about that?
Tell me, because I missed it. What are they supporting them in doing?
The boy is up there with a thong on. He's like 12, 13 years old. Okay? I reported the page. And Facebook told me that they did not violate the community standards. Okay? Up there, I'm talking about I'm talking about the Instagram thoughts. So Black men want to talk about the Instagram thoughts, right? I'm talking about there are young Black boys that are 11, 12, all the way up to 18, 19 on Facebook and Instagram, where they are in the bathroom doing the same things that the Instagram models are doing. Okay,
that is some absolutely sick stuff, and I'm not on Instagram. I don't see a whole lot of social
shit.
But that's sick.
Yeah, they are out their damn minds.
I found it because somebody shared it in a group.
But that's the thing. That's what I do get frustrated, and I do look at, that's where another way that Black female accountability comes in, because if we're out here condoning this and raw-buying this and pumping this up and saying this is okay, we can't then turn around and ask, where are the masculine men? We can't then turn around and say that. We can't then turn around and say, why I can't find me somebody. Well, You are condoning the effeminate and demasculizing behavior of men. The emasculating of our Black men is being done by society, white society, and then we're coming in and backing this up like it's cute. It's
That's the
not
point.
cute.
It's not cute, and then I'm at a loss for words, and that's why I stay off social media too, because it's so much depravity out there. It's like, oh, I'm completely disgusted by that.
Yeah,
And these ain't no busted women. These ain't no hood rat chicks. These I went on their pages too. And they look like they, got decent jobs. Some of them is nurses. I'm seeing them in their little work pictures and all this stuff. So it's not just busted, hood chicks. These are women, just like I guess regular women like us. And they're under there by the thousands. Hearts, they throw up a heart emoji.
They're not nothing like us. These are some sick.
Somebody,
I mean, just like with jobs and
should have told them.
I know what you mean, but see, these are sick, mentally sick sisters. They're sick. All right, and it is very disappointing. I haven't seen them pumping up the little boys and stuff like that, but I have definitely seen the support for gay Black men in droves by sisters. And when Black men say that women are condoning that and women are the ones they're right about that, because I don't see many brothers who are not gay supporting this kind of thing. I see Black women doing it. And it turns out it's disgusting to me, because dude, you're messing stuff up, sis. You're messing it up for my daughters. I got 2 daughters here. I want my daughters to have a plethora of masculine men to choose from, and you're messing it up. And that irritates me. I can't stand it.
Can I say one thing
what
though?
Makes it even, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Because the thing is, right, and I hear what y'all are saying, I really do. But see, my thing was always, right, I wrote an article about this like 10 years ago. I was always scared of men on the DL. Wasn't really scared of gay men, because hey, you're letting me know that I'm not for you. I was scared of men on the DL, the men who were pretending to conform to society and pretending to be attracted to women and whatever, because that's what mom wanted. They're supposed to have a family, trying to deny their urges and who they are and whatever. And then after they're married to you and you got 2, 3 kids and whatever, oops, now you find out that they're gay because oops, you got some disease you can't get rid of, or whatever the case is, or you catch them with some man. Listen, for me, this is what it comes down to. If a teenage boy, right? So I'm not talking about the children stuff, right? I'm talking about if a teenage boy wants to dress up in girl clothes and wants to like boys and whatever, I'm glad he's taking himself out of the running for my daughters, for my nieces, for young women, because I don't want them to be committing themselves to someone who ends up being a waste of time, and it can't be a lifelong commitment because they're just fronting. That's what it comes down to for me. For me, what I want to focus on is on the masculine men who don't want to dress up in girls' clothes and who don't like boys and who love women and who want to be with women, who really do want to get married, who really want to be masculine. I want to focus on those boys. And so that way they understand life, they understand women, they understand courting, they understand dating, they understand marriage. And so that way we are taking men who want to be husbands, not because of societal norms or pressures, but because they actually love women and are attracted to women. And I want to put my focus there on those men instead of going back to wanting all these boys who would have done this just later on in life, trying to get them to conform now. I'd rather them take them out of the running now, so that way, hey, the only people in the playing field are the ones who are actually batting for you.
All right, but I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Go ahead, me.
I feel like it's a vast difference between all right, he's gay. I don't think there's anything I can do to change it, and actually going out and buying your son panties. Like, I think there's a vast difference between that.
There absolutely is. And on top of that, along with what Ruby Red said, I get what you're saying. Nobody wants to deal with a down low brother, and he's pretending and using you as a beer. Get that, 100% on that. But when we're talking about children, it's a different story. I don't believe that children understand their sexuality, because children don't understand most of what life is really about. And when we have the media pushing that narrative that this is okay, this is what you feel. I mean, when boys and girls hormones are going crazy, they're already confused. They already are dealing with new feelings, you know? And when you have the media, social media and stuff on TV and movies and commercials that are pushing a narrative to them, they might think that if they look at a boy, if they're a boy and they look at another boy and they admire that boy, they think that boy is a good looking boy, they might think maybe that means I'm gay. Now I'm confused. And the same with girls. So I think we need to let them make that decision when they are at the age where they understand sexuality, they understand the nuances of sexuality, they understand that, you know, it can be on a spectrum. And just because you think someone of the same sex is attractive doesn't mean that you are gay, doesn't mean that you are attracted to them.
No, absolutely. And that's why I said I'm not talking about the stuff that people are doing with their children. Like, I mean, prepubescent children. I think that shit's ridiculous and crazy. And remember, I have a viewpoint overall on the LGBT community that's very different from the average in the Black community when we're talking here. But you shouldn't be messing with kids' heads and trying to force them into some skewed bullshit so you can be one of those special parents with a trans kid or whatever. Like that stuff is deeply messed up, and it is abusive to children, right? So I'm not talking about the children stuff. That's why I said when we're talking about teenagers, because at 16 years old I was very clear about my sexuality, right? I don't think at that point you are confused about who turns you on. I think by that point you even kind of know what your type is, as far as whether you like light skin, dark skin, bald head, lots of hair, whatever. You kind of have a much better idea. So I don't have an issue if you're talking about what mothers are doing for their teenagers, 16, 17, whatever. To me personally, I believe at that point you are old enough and established enough. Yeah, sure, you're gonna make mistakes and impulse control and whatever, to know who it is that you're attracted to in life and what clothes you want to put on your body because of whatever your underlying motivations are. I think you're clearer at that 16, 17, absolutely. So I don't have an issue with that. I do have an issue with parents messing with their children and trying to force narratives on their children. And to what you said, as far as being able to mess with kids' heads, I actually know someone who, and this isn't what their parents did to them. This is just what's, they found his dad's old porn stash, right? So of course he's a teenager, he's gonna go through it because this is kind of pre-internet. In one of the scenes, and he was like, 13, 12, 13. So puberty's new for him. In one of the scenes, there was a tranny, I believe, tranny or hermaphrodite, something like that. Anyway, he got turned on, and that literally messed with him. He's only dealing with this now in his mid 30s. It made him so terrified he was gay. He wouldn't, and because he was scared of that, he repressed it so entirely. Didn't ever try to talk about it or deal with it or whatever. And it wasn't about what media was doing. It was about his own internal fear because, he's here. So, he's in the West Indian community where like shit, they will string you up still in Jamaica for being gay, and the police don't care. The police will help. And the prime minister says, well, what are you going to do about it? So, I mean, they're coming from somewhere completely different, but he didn't even want to look at it and look at himself. Now, I think I know this man, right? So I know he's not gay. I don't even think he's bisexual. I think that fear is unfounded. And I do think that when you have people who are intentionally trying to force stupid shit and try to make people do things and whatever, I think it does create confusion because there's no true understanding of what gay is, or gender or any of those things. And so people start questioning themselves, and they're scared to even listen to what will am I gay if this happened? Or they're scared to listen to the answers because they think they might be gay, even though they're not. So I do think there's an issue overall with, I think, some of the things that are being pushed on our men. And the kind of the way that it's messing their heads up, and I'm talking about from 20 years ago. So it's not just what's happening newly now, it's what's been happening for decades.
Yeah, and they're turning homosexuality into something that's trendy. It's trendy now. It's like a fashion type of thing. So they're pushing it not as a sexuality, but as like a full-on lifestyle. Like you have to be flamboyant, you have to, get your nails done and wear purses and dresses out in public, even if you're not trans. If you're just a guy in a dress, like is pushing it into the sexuality part by fashioning it as, just something.
Yeah, no, it's trendy.
I know that makes
like
me
the
sound old, but
men's
something
skirts,
that's popular.
right?
In psychology, right? So, and you can look this up, University of Rochester Medical Center online, and it's talking about understanding the teen brain. And I actually learned this in my psychology classes that, the rational part of a teen's brain isn't fully developed and won't be until age 25.
Yeah.
Or so.
That is absolutely true.
Adult and teen brains work differently. And they cannot form adult rational thinking and understanding who they truly are until they get into that 25, 26 age range. It seems late to us, but that is how it is. So when we're talking about teens deciding or knowing who they're attracted to, first of all, even us as adults, we know that our attraction to certain people and what we liked when we were in our 20s isn't what we like when we're in our 30s. It's not
Still like dick, though.
person that we're attracted to. They can totally change. So encouraging that behavior and saying they know exactly what they're doing. So let's get their nails painted. Let's give them a dress. I mean, Charlize Theron she's turned her adopted African son into a girl.
Yeah, that's insane.
No. We have to.
That is child abuse.
Yeah, we have to let
that's child abuse.
Yeah, we have to let our children get to a point of maturity, and once they hit that age of 25 or so of maturity, and the amygdala is fully integrated in who they are, then we can know that yes, he is truly gay. Yes, she is truly gay, because these things also do change.
What though? I'm gonna say for the record here, because and if I remember correctly, because I'm a psych major as well. I think you were saying you're psych major, or So when it comes to those brain areas, though, they're normally the executive function areas of your brain. So impulse control, long-term decision-making and planning, understanding the consequences of your actions. If you do this today, this is going to happen, which is why we shouldn't be charging children as adults, for example. But as far as sex and sexuality, right, which, I mean, we've made it an incredibly complicated thing in society. Those areas of your brain and those impulses are actually developed a lot earlier, right? Just because of puberty in and of itself. If you think about when we evolved 10,000 years ago, people were not living as long as they are now, and people were actually having children at these young teenage ages that we think about now as being young, but those weren't young 10,000 years ago when we evolved. So, I would actually say that as far as who you're attracted to, I mean, I don't think anybody can say, hey, you know what, when I was in the 5th grade, I woke up and decided I was going to be attracted to boys today, try that out. No, like, it just happened one day. The way you felt about somebody was different than the way you feel about everyone else. And you've never felt this before. And, just like the tingle that you get a tingle between your legs, and suddenly, that's attraction. This boy makes you feel giggly and gives you a tingle and whatever. I don't think it's not as complicated a process. You are responding to that attraction, which is one of the lower levels of development that we have within our brain. So I do think that, like I said, I'm not saying you know that at 11 or 12. In fact, I think everyone is attracted to way too many things that young at a young age, just because everything turns you on. Like something totally platonic could turn you on from someone you don't even like, and whatever, just because of the way they touched your shoulder, and that's an erogenous zone for you right now or whatever. So I'm not saying, you know, at 11 years old, you're able to make those choices, which is why I said I do think it's child abuse. But when you're getting to 16, 17 now, I do think that as far as that, can you make rational decisions as far as, well, you know, you beat up this girl and then you remember, oh, well, if I beat her up enough, then she might not be able to have kids, and then this will happen, and then eventually her brain will bleed, and then she'll die. No, that's too complicated. Those parts of your brain haven't fully developed. Or again, like I said, the impulse control, stopping yourself from doing something very stupid that could ruin the rest of your life. Did you think that through, even if you were
Right.
plotting? No,
I
but you
just
know,
don't agree, because I see so many 16 and 17-year-olds make extremely bad choices in every other aspect of their life, every other area. But then when it comes to their hormones and who they think they want to have sex with, we're saying they know exactly what's going on. I just don't believe that. I don't think that's the case.
but we know that
Um,
we want to sleep with men. We might make really bad choices as far as who's a good man for us or a bad man for us, but what we're not confused about is the fact that we like dick, right? Like, I mean, like, and that's what I'm saying. You might not be able to make rational decisions as far as, hey, separating your hormones from, is this guy a good or a bad guy? But do you know that the thing that's making you horny is the guy in front of you? Yes.
right,
Right.
and I do get that part of it. I just think that the pushing of it, I find that to be child abuse, because if that is the case, if that's really real, it's going to continue throughout that teenager's life. They're going to continue to feel that way, and then it'll just be what it's going to be. They're going to be gay or they're going to be straight, you know. But what I have a problem with is the fact, first of all, we have to agree, we have to agree to the trendiness of the whole thing. And I have urged teenagers, you know, a lot of time, and then we're dealing with a lot of people who are attention seeking also, and we have the LGBTQ community is getting a lot of attention. And there are children who aren't getting that type of attention in their homes, from their parents. And this is a way to act out too for some people, not all people. I'm not even saying the majority. So I think there needs to be more of a hands-off approach when it comes to that, and a lot of communication, a lot of questions that parents need to ask their children when they see your child going in this direction.
You know,
You
I
know,
have a question for you. Actually, have you seen the show I Am Jazz?
I Am Dad.
Jazz, like JAZZ.
Oh, you know what? I've never watched it because I'm not in agreement with that. But I know exactly. Yeah, I know the show you're talking about. I've never watched it.
Okay. So, you know, I'll tell you, because I've seen the show. I haven't seen like anything past the first season, because I don't have cable anymore. But so basically, what it was, you know, this is their little boy and whatever, and he was miserable as shit. He was trying to wear dresses to school, and they were saying, "Look, you're a boy, you don't wear dresses and whatever." And you know, he kept insisting, "I'm a girl, I'm a girl. Like, why would you say this to me? Why would you do this to me?" And it was a really miserable experience for this kid. Went to school miserable as hell, you know, suicidal, depressed, everything. So they finally said, all right, fine. You want to be a girl? Let's do it up. What do you want to do? And so, you know, and now Jazz is an adult at this point. You know, they didn't start the hormones at, you know, 10 or 11. They just said, here, we'll give you hormone blockers. That way you don't go through any puberty at all until, you know, you're older and you can make better decisions. And you can be sure, because there is something called gender dysphoria, and kids can be not like, say, social attachments to their gender or whatever, and that's why they're rejecting it, but it's not actually valid. So, you know, you don't want to push hormones on little kids. But I guess ultimately, you know, now this kid, who is, you know, presenting as a girl, and I mean says, yes, I'm a trans girl and whatever. But do you think that this kid who's now an adult and says like, yeah, she was suicidal until she was allowed to just be herself, do you think that that's child abuse?
I just don't think that children are able to make those types of lifelong decisions. I just don't. I'm conflicted about it because who wants to have a child that's walking around miserable and suicidal? You know, you don't want to do that. So that would be a very challenging situation. But that's why I say a lot of communication and support come in, because I just think that's I think that's something that a child should make when they're fully developed and fully grown, because children are so fickle. They just don't know. And we put so much pressure on our children to be like they're little adults and they know things they just really don't know. So, you know, I'm conflicted on that. What do you do as a parent when it comes to that? For me, it just would be something we'd have to have a lot of therapy and a lot of talk and communication about. And you know, listen, when you get to a certain age and if you still feel this way, then you get to do what it is you feel like you need to do for yourself to live the life that makes you happy. But as a child, before puberty, nah, I can't get with that. I just can't.
What do you think about the idea of the puberty blockers? So I'm not going to let you do hormones to start, the opposite gender's puberty, but I will allow you to take something that prevents you from going with your, assigned birth puberty. So that way you don't develop, say, these giant hands and you're not 6 feet with giant broad shoulders and whatever. So that way, when you are an adult and you want to make that decision, you're never going to be able to not be stared at and looked at as a freak. Like you're never going to be able to just live.
Now you're talking about health defects. Now you're talking about messing with the pituitary gland and the thyroid. Now you're talking about health issues that child is going to have later on because they didn't go through puberty and their endocrine gland wasn't able to develop fully and release the hormones that's needed for their body to develop things in their bones and their immune system and shit like that.
Well, I mean, they've determined though that delaying puberty for a few years. I mean, once you, if you were to just lift the puberty blockers, you would go through puberty as normal. You wouldn't miss it. So it isn't actually harmful to the health in and of itself.
That was the question I was going to ask. If they stop, so at what age though does it damage? Because we're talking about medications here that have the potential to damage the natural growth of a child, natural growth of a person, and we're messing with genetics and everything else, playing God here. And that's the thing too. There is such thing as body dysmorphia. I know that is a thing, and to me, that's what teens are going through, and we're looking at it like, okay, this is just normal. To me, it's a mental issue, and we're covering it up with medications and all of these other things. Everything else we can say is a mental issue. If I'm 5'2" and I'm 98 pounds and I look in the mirror and I say that I'm fat, everybody's going to look at me like I'm crazy, and they're going to know that there's something wrong with me mentally with what I see in the mirror. Mm-hmm. But we're going away from that and saying this is an extreme thing, to not feel like you are the gender that you're born with. That is extreme, but we're acting like that's a normal thing for people to feel like, and it's not. It happens.
No, it's absolutely not. But you know what though, there are okay, so this one is a little bit obviously different than what I'm about to talk about, because like you said, there's the only presentation that we have evidence that something's wrong is you saying, listen, I feel like a girl, I look like a boy, there's a problem. But we do have intersex conditions, right? And so these are conditions, other conditions, and trans is basically sort of being grouped with these conditions where you are born genetically XX or XY, but for whatever reason, your body presents differently. So for example, there's androgen insensitivity syndrome. This is really an interesting one. It's why it's the one I have always on my mind when we have these discussions. So androgen insensitivity syndrome, you will have a girl you'll be like, oh, she's a girl, and she feels like a girl, she looks like a girl, she's going through life as a girl, very beautiful girl normally, very feminine characteristics normally. And the only reason why you know something's wrong is because she gets to like 18 and she still doesn't have a period. So you bring her to the doctor, of course, they do a bunch of tests and they find out that she doesn't actually have ovaries, she has testes inside of her. And so she actually was genetically born XY, but she has a condition where her body doesn't respond to androgens. So testosterone or whatever, her body just blocks those all together. So she's basically pure estrogen, even though genetically she is XY. So then the question comes into play. Okay, well, hey, you're born a girl, you're raised a girl, you look like a girl, you feel like a girl, you don't feel like anything's wrong here, but genetically you're XY, right? And that's not the only condition that there is. I mean, we know about hermaphrodites and whatever, but there's other intersex conditions. I think there's 6 or 7 where basically something goes wrong in utero or in your development, and then for whatever reason, your DNA and your body and your mind and all those things don't necessarily match. It's basically like a birth defect, like a lot of other birth defects. And I think
that's a birth defect.
Yeah, I mean, I
right.
think
That don't have nothing to do with somebody. Oh, I feel like I'm this, so like they doing all this other stuff because they feel like that. You're
Just
talking
because
about something that they can't help. That is a medical condition that they
Well,
have.
see,
We're
the
talking
thing
about
is,
people that's like, woo, okay, I feel like going to the left today, and this is what I'm gonna do. And then they go and have the surgery, and then they decide, oh, I made a mistake. I mean, this is 2 different things. You since you going down. I mean, which way are we going with this conversation?
well, I'll explain to you why it's not. So, and this is the perspective I finally fell upon, which is where I come from with this. So, what happens is in utero, this is how things end up going wrong in some of these conditions. At various stages of your development, while you're a fetus, your brain or your body is flooded with hormones, right? It's flooded with estrogen or it's flooded with testosterone, and that's what makes your body and your brain develop male. You develop a male mind, you develop a male body, you develop a male, and that's all coming from your male DNA. And so what comes out is a baby boy. Same thing with girls, right? So what can happen, and this is basically, I mean, they have to do more research on it, so this might be a flawed theory, but there's a lot of evidence with other things to kind of support this might be what's happening, is that if your brain is flooded with estrogen, but your body is flooded with testosterone, you're going to come out with a male patterned body, but your brain development is developing the way a female's brain would develop. So, and because part of that would be the perception of, what you're supposed to be attracted to in life, right? Like we will automatically want to follow mama. We want to emulate mama when we're young. Why? Because it's something that your brain automatically pushes you to do, because you have to learn how to be a woman in this society so that way you can survive and thrive. And so that's why it is that I connect it to, and why it is connected to the intersex conditions. And that's why I kind of have the perspective I do. Now, do I think that there is also, and this is a big problem, the trendy stuff, as you were talking about, the socialized stuff, the targeted approach against our men, that is trying to take advantage of societal pressures and social programming and brainwashing to an extent, to try to get some men to conform to some stuff that they're not. Trying to condition them out of masculinity or out of being a man, because we know that children are very pliable and malleable. Absolutely. So I'm not saying that that doesn't also happen. And I think that that's why, to me, a really safe option is the hormone blockers until they're of age as an adult. And then as an adult, they have to go through actual therapy. And a therapist has to determine that this is not some type of social programming. This is not just gender dysphoria where, hey, I just don't like being a girl, or I just don't like being a boy. But a true actual identity issue that could actually be linked to exactly what we're talking about before they'd be allowed to start transition into this new gender. That would be my approach personally, and my thoughts.
I hear what you're saying, but we're actually talking about, you know, and that's the thing in this society, because it's being pushed and shoved down our throats so much, we're starting to see it as something that is very common, and it's not. Intersex and the brain developing female when the body develops male, this is a rare thing that happens. Hermaphrodites, that's a rare thing that happens. And so what Lucy was initially speaking on is something that's not as deep as what you're saying, as the brain chemistry and all of that, but just the surface level of applauding any and everybody who wants to get some attention on social media and wear dresses and bend the thongs and stuff. This stuff is not cool. It's just not. And you know, Miss Ruby, you're not going to convince me that it is. It's just not cool. This stuff is an agenda for our community, and I'm not with it. I'm just
No,
not.
I understand. I'm against the agenda as well. I guess I just separate them into two separate categories. In fact, most of the LGBT people I know, or LGBTQ, whatever, people that I know are against the agenda as well. And they find this stuff sick as shit. So, you know, I don't think that the people who are pushing the agenda and the bullshit are often not part of the LGBT community at all. And they're disgusted by even like Caitlyn Jenner, right? But they're not sitting there putting themselves out on social media and putting themselves on, because they're not looking for the attention and validation and bullshit. They're not looking to catch some gravy train or some attention train or whatever, right? And I think that the majority of what we are seeing are the people who are. That's the reason why they're doing the bullshit. And then I mean, you've got Will and Jada and their kids, and I don't know. I don't
That's
know.
a whole nother bag of marbles. That's a whole nother bag of marbles.
I don't know. I mean, Jaden. I think, and I mean, because the skirt thing, the dress thing, like what is happening over there with those kids? You know, what's her face? Being in a video at 12 with grown ass men. Like, I don't know. There's something.
Have you seen, I mean, even if you look at Brad Table Talk, and I've only watched bits and pieces of it, but seeing her have her daughter on there, and I think I was looking at a video where Sierra had come on, and she was talking about her struggles as a fully grown woman, a mother, and everything she went through with Future, and you know how she felt about that. And Jada's little girl, because that's a little girl to me, is sitting right in the middle of these two grown women speaking on grown woman stuff that this little girl has not experienced, and she's chiming in like she knows, and she's sis, oh yes, like she knows. That stuff annoys me.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't grow up like that. What does she know about any of that? She's an extremely sheltered, extremely privileged child who knows nothing about what Sierra was talking about. She don't know anything about that, and you can't convince me she does. So, you know,
and you know what? She's in a good example of what we're talking about with the whole gender bending push and the trend, because suddenly, her brother's been doing this for years. Why is it suddenly that she feels the need to dress like a boy? And to, you know, push gender. I saw this article a couple days ago, and I was like, what? Since when? Since when does she feel boy? And she's not really sure what her gender is.
Attention.
Yep.
And a lot of these children from these actors are growing up in this dramatic environment, and they want attention. And that is right now, that's the easiest and best way to get attention, unless you're a Kardashian and you use Black men as trophies. Other than that, it's the LGBT thing. That's the other thing to do to get attention. So that kind of stuff is what annoys me, because I think that it does a disservice to people who are truly going through these types of issues. Yeah. And I have compassion for those people. Don't get me wrong, I do. I have compassion for them. And you know, like they say, we've all heard, the brain is the biggest sex organ, right? So how you feel about who you are, it starts in your brain, and your brain connects to what your genitals are, right? That's normal. And there are people who have a brain that tells them there's something different, and they're looking down at their genitals and like, this doesn't match, and that must feel horrible. So I have compassion for that. But to make it as though that's everybody, that's not what I'm saying. I think the majority of people are just out here attention seeking this stuff.
Oh yeah, well, I think the majority of, I agree with you on the fact that not the majority overall, it's just we don't see the overall. What we see is what's in the public sphere. And I think when we're looking at the public sphere, absolutely.
Right.
I mean, but you look at Caitlyn Jenner, who suddenly came out as Caitlyn Jenner and then wins the Trans Woman of the Year award. Are you kidding me? You've been a trans woman for 45 seconds, and what the hell have you done except for drive around with the MAGA hat on? Like,
Right.
I don't understand. You got real trans women who've been up here acting and doing activism and a bunch of stuff and whatever, but Caitlyn
Yeah,
Jenner wins the award.
If I was trans, I would be insulted by that. That
Right,
was
and they
very-
were.
Yeah, it was insulting to me. Like, are you serious?
Right, it's a joke. And I think that, you know, when you see things like that, yeah, it absolutely tells a bunch of people, hey, go do this, because look what just happened with Bruce Jenner. If Bruce Jenner of all people can do it, so can I. I can get that attention. I can walk in and suddenly be applauded and get awards and da 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 da. Yeah, so no, I absolutely agree with what's happening as far as the public sphere, who's all over social media, who's all over, you know, the people who are in our face. As you know, we said, the problem is all these people who are in your face, not the people who are just living life. They're going to work
Living quietly on their own, struggling with this. That's the thing. But what we have is in our face because we don't know those people because they're quietly in their life struggling with this, trying to figure it out.
Absolutely. No, I absolutely agree with that.
Yeah. So I'm sure there's so much more we could talk about. I've enjoyed it. I can go on and on, but I mean, this panel has been amazing for me. I've enjoyed talking to each and every one of you ladies. Thank you, Maximum, for the space and for, you know, just staying out of it basically for the most part, and letting us do it, you know, do our thing. Because we're women, we have a lot to say. We've got a voice here. And so thank you for allowing us that voice, Maximum.
And you know what, if I could just say one thing to all the ladies on the panel, and so what'd you say, Max?
I said, no problem. So thank y'all for, I got to thank you guys for showing up. I mean, you guys, well, I keep calling you guys. This is the way I speak. I'm sorry about that. But I appreciate y'all showing up and really taking this thing to the next level.
Mm-hmm. And if I could just say to the ladies, and I'll tell you this, if y'all don't understand how productive this panel was, we just had a conversation about the LGBT community with differing opinions. No one screamed at each other. No one yelled at each other. No one put each other down. No one called each other stupid or this or that or whatever. We were able to have the discussion. We got to agree to disagree is where we're going to be at. But, you know, let's not sit there and be stubborn and just, I'm just going to deny everything you're saying because I think you're wrong about this one point. No, like here, you know, here's the places where I'm going to have to say, yeah, no, you're right about that. You know, vice versa. Yeah, no, I get that. You know,
Right.
You think about how productive, because I'm telling you, because I'm the opposing side and I'm often a lone wolf, I can tell you that this is probably one of the most productive long conversations I've had about the LGBT community and anything going on within it. So, you know, I got to thank you ladies for giving me that because, you know, it really illustrates exactly how, I'm going to say, progressive this panel is for women getting together. And yeah, that's absolutely facilitated by you, Max. So thank you as well.
Yeah, well, I have definitely enjoyed listening to you ladies talk. I'm sorry I wasn't more involved, but I got a million things going on that I didn't expect to have going on right now. But yeah, it was definitely productive. It was definitely refreshing to just have a straight conversation and listen to a straight conversation without all the BS thrown in. And I look forward to more of these panels.
Right? When's the next one? Next Saturday?
Saturday.
I agree.
Yeah, Saturday.
I agree. I just
At
think that
9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Okay.
Now, you guys know I'm a single woman here, so some of these Saturdays I might be out here, going on a date, trying to give me a man. So y'all gonna have to hold it down some of these Saturdays now, okay?
We gotta elect an honorary co-host for that day. You gotta warn everybody. I don't know if we could draw straws or what's gonna happen.
Right. Well, I mean,
We can rotate.
That's my twin flame maximum. Or yeah, we could definitely rotate and hold it down. But my twin flame is Ruby there.
Oh yeah, y'all can work it. I have if I want. If y'all want to all take turns hosting, I mean, y'all can do that. Y'all can work it out. It's y'all thing, you know.
Yeah, I definitely would like that because it takes a little pressure off me. Although I enjoy it and stuff, but yeah, I got to get out here and put my CFMs on. You know what those are?
Yeah, y'all can network with each other, like send each other emails about what topics you want to do, who's gonna host, or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm gonna
communicate with each other.
Send an email and right here to everybody, not in the main chat, but my email address. So.
But just remember, there's going to be some slick woman going to come up in here and going to try to tear everything down that y'all building. So just be mindful of
Why
that.
you keep speaking that negativity, bro? That's the second time you said that, man. I rebuke that, man.
And because I live in reality in real time, it's going to happen.
I know, but you got to watch what you say. You have the power of the tongue, bro.
That's true, too.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I applaud the chat for a second? Because again, just like I said with the panel, the chat, like I'm reading what everyone was saying in the chat while we were speaking. I honestly wasn't reading it because I'm used to literally being flayed alive, put down a lot and whatever, especially when we talk about the topic we were just talking about. I applaud the chat. Y'all have been amazing as far as just expressing your opinions, expressing where you agree or disagree. You guys have kept this chat lively as hell. Still at 240. Like I appreciate y'all a lot. Y'all have made this a really positive experience for real.
Yeah, the chat has been very good, very gracious. They've expressed themselves. They've had different opinions on certain things with each other and even us on the panel. But I agree with you, Ruby. They've been very respectful. It's been a wonderful experience. And whoever we had to get out, we did that. So Maximum, we're not worried about no chicks coming over here acting stupid. We got it. Okay, we got it.
That's what's up.
Handled, man.
And I specifically,
I think we'll all chew it. Verbal assassin. Come on, hence your name. You. Come on, man. Oh.
Yeah,
I know my mouth.
Y'all got your next topic for next week, or is it too early to tell right now?
Does anybody have any idea?
Do y'all want to do more than one topic, and do y'all want to have a male guest on occasionally, or female guest?
I would love a male guest. It works. All of us get one. He gonna get it.
Well, I can barely hear you.
Yeah, I hear what you said. Huh?
If he's brave enough, he can come up. I'm not afraid.
Who?
Yeah, you sound really far away from the mic or something. Like barely hear you.
Who, me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't hear what you said.
Can you hear me now? Am I better? Is it better?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I was saying that I enjoy a little bit of pushback or whatever, as long as people are being respectful, challenging opinions. That makes for a lively discussion and debate. We don't want to be an echo chamber in here. So, we can nominate a certain, gentleman who's been in the chat to come up here with us, but he's got to understand that this is the ladies' night. This is a woman's panel, and he's going to have to keep it low. He can say what he needs to say, but he's going to have to keep it low and keep it respectful if he's not going to dominate anything on ladies' night.
Well, don't worry about that. I got y'all back on that. Y'all ain't got to worry about that. Oh, yeah, and Ruby, what you were saying earlier, you ain't got to worry about that in here. I got your back.
Thank you.
Okay? Any of y'all, anybody here offend y'all or somebody's trying to whatever, just holler at old Max. I'll deal with that. Y'all ain't got to worry about that.
And I want to specifically thank the men that have been in the chat, because they have been totally engaged without, other than bottom to the top with his trolling self. I know he wasn't being serious, but and a couple people that we had to get rid of.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe bottom to the top can be our first guest, and we'll Let them run
Probably
down.
sometime next week, depending on what type of time Ruby got. Hopefully we'll get it done this week. We've been talking about doing it for a while now. We ain't did it yet. It's going to be a show on postpartum depression, the silent suffering of Black women. And Ruby's going to be my guest. She's a psychologist. She's going to talk about how postpartum depression affects Black women. So hopefully we can get that show going before the end of the week next week, before Thanksgiving, hopefully.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Just message me. We'll work it out. As long as it's like in the afternoon or later, we're good. And it's not on Friday. Well, Friday night, then we'll really work because I do BGS for women. But yeah, other than that, yeah, just email me and we'll set it up. Whatever works.
And do you have Melanie Vessel here? She said she wants to discuss women relationships as far as betrayal. So I guess she's throwing topics out there too.
Yeah, and Melanie the Vessel, I saw her in the chat. Melanie the Vessel, you talking about being shy. I get it. I was too the first few times I came up here. And even tonight, I was like, oh no, okay, I have to come up here and stuff. But once you're up here, it's really just a conversation.
I can't tell you, Michelle. You came up here and jumped all over me.
Who? Who did that?
I can't tell you, Little
old me?
Mm-hmm.
Not little old me, Max. Now
I can't tell.
You telling stories. I am just as gentle as a little puppy. I'm not.
Trust me, I done felt your wrath already. I know different.
Because you was talking crazy. Just doing too much. Just doing way too much. Maximum Overdrive is your name because you be overdriving sometimes. Okay?
Yeah. I can't wait for next Saturday. This is great, man. You know, I learned a lot tonight. Some of the stuff y'all said blew my mind, man. I was like, what?
It's amazing what you can learn, not just from listening to one woman, but listening to a group of women who can actually productively interact with each other. It's amazing what we could even learn about each other and ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And then you get to see what we've all been trying to tell you is that basically women, we're different in a lot of ways. We're individuals, but on basic things, we do think the same. Just like, you know, men are men, women are women, all over the globe.
You know what I wanted y'all to touch on? I didn't get a chance to do it, but hopefully next week y'all can just touch on it about these guys who are encouraging Black men to go overseas and get women rather than stay here at home and be engaged with Black women or marry Black women. There's a lot of that going on YouTube. I see a lot of streams like
I can tell you
that.
what I think right now. Hey, I'm a travel business owner, fellas. So if you need those flights for the low, I got you.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I got to say about that.
Don't be encouraging that foolishness.
Yeah,
They can take their ass on. They can take their, look,
Oh, yeah.
I got the flights though.
She see her back on time. Just try to get her paper. No,
Tell them to go down to Brazil. Yeah, tell them to go down to Brazil, go to Japan, go to Brazil.
Yeah, that sounds like a good topic. I'm game for that. Passport gate.
Yeah.
Yeah, for real. We can definitely talk about it. They got it all twisted. Oh, them women is different. No, if you're dusty over here, you're gonna be dusty over there, and no woman.
As long as I get his little dusty dollars and it's paid in full, we good, my nigga. Have a safe trip, bro.
And you know what? They're not taking into account. The men over there don't want them over there. They're not taking that into account. So I've traveled to other countries. The men over there don't like us. They don't like us like that. They don't want us talking to their women.
But see, the thing is,
I want to know what happens when they get over there and they realize that them women don't want their ass either because they want white men. What would they do with that?
Well, see, but that's the thing. in general, when you're talking about other countries, right, where women are going to be willing to date out, they're normally doing that for resources. So either for money, or for citizenship. That's just real. That's what it is. I mean, you got countries, we're talking about white girls like Russia and stuff like that, where they're girls, when they're young, if they're beautiful, you try to get them to be a model. If they're not a model, they're going to be prostitutes, because, you got to be able to make money. So, they're looking at you as a meal ticket. Now, if you're okay with being someone's meal ticket, why aren't you okay with being a
Well,
Black American woman's meal ticket? I'm
hey, Miss
confused.
Ruby, that's why we need to save that for a whole entire topic
Yeah, yeah.
right now,
Hmm.
so we can really get into it. Because I'm tired right now. It's time to go. Love y'all, but I'm so sleepy. And but we gonna get into that because yes, that's a hot topic. So we gonna get into that for sure. We gonna dig all up into that.
Very true.
Peace, sis.
Yeah,
Have a
let's
good
do
night,
that.
sis.
All
All
right.
right.
Good night, y'all.
Thank
It's a
you.
pleasure
Thank
being
you.
up here.
Thank you, Dame Frankie. Thank you, Lucy. Thank you, Neat. Thank you, Ruby Red, for coming up and joining myself and Maximum tonight. Thank you for everyone in the chat. Please share, like the video, and subscribe and support the channel. Sign
Thank you,
off.
Barbara Jackson. Thank you, ladies. It was great. I can't wait for next Saturday.
It's
Yeah,
gonna be
wait.
good. It's gonna be good.
Yeah, y'all getting better and better, So yeah, it's gonna be good.
All
All
right.
right. All right, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. This has been the Overdrive Ladies Night. Well, they went into, I wouldn't say third gear. I think they went up to fifth gear tonight. So next week they might be on 10th gear. So, everybody just hold on to your hold on to your seats. Keep your seatbelts on because they're gonna take us for a ride. All right. Thanks for coming
Never
in.
know.
Thanks for coming in. Thanks for supporting the channel. Strong people's in the chat. Black Rose, Bell, Melly the Vessel. Thanks for coming in, and we'll see you. I'll be back here tonight later on with another live, but we'll be doing something different tonight. It'll be Freestyle Sunday, so that means the mic can be open. Anybody can come up. We can talk about anything and everything, whatever you want to talk about. All right, everybody. Until later on, remember the power's in the black. The black is the people, and therein lies your power. Good night, everybody, and peace.
Thank y'all.
Ooh, yeah. But now.
The word got around. So